deliberations around our annual plan, which happens twice during a term of the council. So we did an annual plan at the start of the term, then we did a long-term plan in the middle of the term, and now we're doing, and that goes for a 10-year period, but it's revisited in the next term of council, and now we're doing the annual plan again for the second year of the long-term plan, or the third year. Anyway, we're still in COVID restrictions, so if we had any external people in the room, we'd have our masks on, but we don't, because we've got a hybrid council going on with half the people online. I'd just like to note that there won't be a chat. The chat won't be running today. The chat's turned off, so there'll only be one conversation. So if you want to say something, please indicate either in person or electronically, and we'll give you the call. I'd like to welcome Councillor Craig Pauling to start our meeting with a Mihi whakatau. Thank you, Craig.
Te whaitari ka hiko te uia o e te mamai e tihei mauri mati. E te hākui e te taua e te kahurangi o te iwi nei o kaitahu ka ti māmui waitaha o tō hapu o kai tuahuriri. Ai aroha e takato ana i tō Whakamutunga. I roto i tō i wanganui i tō whānau, i tō hapu, i tō iwi. I roto i mahau nui, i tuahiwi, kai te kahurangi, moi mai, oki mai. Hai atu, kahuri au taka whakaro, ki te pā o Onuku, ki te whānau Morgan, e te hākui Karen. I roto hoki i tō whānau, te whare o Karaweko, te taho o te moano o Akaroa. Ai te hākui, e te taua, moi mai, oki mai. Ki ngā mati o te motu, o Aotearoa katoa, haere atura. Rātou kia rātou, te hunga mati, rātou kia rātou, te hunga ora. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou, ko haramai nei I tēnei hui, ai tō tātou kōrero, o tō tātou māhere a te tau, o te kaunihere nei, o kaunihere tai o ki Waitaha. Nau mai haramai. Ki ngā kaimahi, ki ngā kai kaunihera, e ngā memo o te hāpore e mātakitaki nei, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou, just wanted to acknowledge first up to passings of two taua, two hākui, two mothers of our iwi here in Ngaitahu this past week. Firstly, Dame Aroha Redity Crofts from Ngāi Tuahuriri, who's laying this morning in her whare at Tuahiwi. And also over to Onuku, Karen Morgan, another one of our taua, another one of our hākui that have passed away in the last week. So just acknowledgements to their whānau, to their hapu, to the iwi, and of course our community, because we've lost two great wahine. And yeah, just wanted to pay our respects to their whānau today. And then just to acknowledge us all for being here to carry on the mahi that we have to do for our region, a very important deliberations for our annual plan. So just acknowledging everybody, the staff in the room, the councillors, and of course the community that may be watching or watch this in time. Just acknowledge to everybody, and I'm going to hand over to Councillor Clearwater for Karakia. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Craig. Whakataka te hau, Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia makina kina ki uta, kia katara tara ki tai. Ehi aki ana, atakura, hei tio, hei huka, hei huho, ti hei mariora.
Thank you, Councillor Craig and Councillor Phil. We'll just turn to apologies now. Item 2, the only apology I have is Timatanga Yvette Couch-Lewis, who will be joining us later in the day because she's at attending the tangi. Have we got an apology from anybody else? Because I don't see, we better have an apology from Timatanga Yayan Cranwell. Yayan's unable to come online. He's COVID, I understand. There are no other apologies. Conflicts of interest, nobody's told me any conflicts of interest. If a conflict of interest comes up on a particular item, it's up to the councillor to sit back from the table if they deem that necessary. We've got no public forum, no deputations and no petitions today. We're up to item 5, which is urgent and extraordinary business. In this section, we're going to adopt the supplementary item that we have for our annual plan deliberations. I just asked Catherine Trout and Stuart Gibbon to come to the table to talk about that paper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, this paper is being brought to you at this time because you'll be well aware of Budget 2022 announcements at the end of last week, and there was some information in that budget that may well have an impact on public transport funding. So we wanted to bring you this at this time, and I will hand over to Stuart to talk to it.
Kia ora koutou. So yes, the budget was announced last Thursday, and there are a number of items relating to public transport which will be of interest to Council. However, given the timing of the budget, staff have been unable to quantify with any certainty what the impacts of these initiatives will be on your draft annual plan deliberations. The key items that relate to public transport are as follows: a 50% concession for community services card holders. Council will be considering that as part of your fares discussion. Some funding, $61 million over 4 years to respond to the national driver shortages issue. Again, that relates to an item on our agenda today. $40 million for decarbonising public transport fleet over 4 years. This is a topic that our council have considered a number of times over its term. Some additional funding for the Super Gold national funding bucket, and that again is over 4 years. And then some funding for Whakamutunga and for public transport authorities to offset fare losses for the 2021-2022 financial year. Council will be aware that staff have done a range of modelling over the last wee while in considering fares options. And while we have looked at how these items might impact that modelling, as I mentioned, there is a significant amount of uncertainty at this time as to the nature of that funding, how it will be delivered, what caveats, if there are any, that might be applied. And so our modelling has been unable to accurately identify any fiscal impacts that Council can rely on at the moment. So we're recommending continuing with the pre-budget numbers that you have used for the deliberations paper to date. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions from councillors? Doesn't appear to be any questions. Thank you for doing that supplementary in a short turnaround. It's the budget was the government's budget was only last Thursday, so we only really had a time of Friday and Monday to get to these deliberations, and it's obvious from all the extent of the public transport changes in the budget, it's going to take some time to get that worked out. So congratulations to staff for pulling that together in a short turnaround. Councillor Ian McKenzie, did you have a question there?
Just a question for absolute clarification. So all these numbers in this paper, in terms of the millions of dollars, is for the whole of New Zealand, not for Christchurch. And our share of that is to be determined by passenger patronage numbers. And so we will be effectively competing with Auckland and Wellington and other metropolitan areas for our share of that funding.
So through you, Madam Chair, for some of these items, for example, the Super Gold allocation, Super Gold is bulk funded on an annualised basis, and the reference point for the allocation is the patronage trends for Super Gold customers. So that will be derived from patronage information. The other items are not specifically patronage focused. For example, the community services card concession is applied to customers who consume that product. So we will not be impacted by patronage. We will simply get the rebates for the customers that consume the product. The driver shortages item, the EV transition item are about bidding for funds. And as I said, we do not know yet what the criteria are for accessing that funding, but those two are not based on patronage. And the last item, the COVID impacts on fare reductions. Again, we don't know the criteria for that, so I can't say whether it will or will not be based on patronage.
Thank you, Stuart. I just would like to put on public record that as to paragraph 9, around considerations of what will happen once these are determined, and the staff have a clear understanding of how that affects us directly at Canterbury Regional Council. Staff will work with the appropriate Transport Committee and eventually to Council around these funds and indeed whether they will be put in transport reserves or whether or not they'll be allocated to, say, climate change emergency transport items to reduce carbon emissions, which is becoming more and more pressing as we go along. So I'm just putting that on record that that's what will be happening, so everybody can be clear about it. All right, so I'd like to get somebody to move the acceptance of the supplementary paper. Who would that like to be? Councillor Grant Edge, seconded by Councillor Clearwater. All those in favour, please say aye. That's accepted. Thank you very much. Before I move on to the next item, I'd like to say that I made a mistake and Timatanga Yayan Kreml is indeed online. It's one of the problems with this technology. I can't look in too many places at once, so I shouldn't have assumed that Yayan COVID meant that he couldn't be on there. So good that you're there, Yayan. Now we're turning back to item 7 of the council agenda, which is the first of the 7.1 on page 6 of 151, is around unconfirmed minutes. I will move from the chair that the council confirms the minutes from the council meeting held on the 26th of April 2022, and that's seconded by our Deputy Chair, Councillor Peter Scott. Does anybody have any problems that they've identified with those or that questions they'd like to ask? Okay, so I'll put that to the council. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody opposed? There being nobody opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. We're moving on now to page 41 of 151. That's item 7.2. Once again, we have council minutes of the 27th of April 2022. Is there anybody that would like to move those? Councillor John Sunkel is moving that, and a seconder. Got a seconder, Councillor Lan Farn. Are there any issues with those or anything anybody wants to raise around those minutes? There aren't any, I don't believe, so we'll put that to the meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. There's nobody against, so that's carried. Thanks very much, everybody, and thanks to staff for preparing this document and getting these minutes on here, by the way. We're up to item 7.3, which is on page 85 of 151. Welcome to the meeting, Timatanga Yvette Couch-Lewis. She is returned to the meeting, so we can note that. Thank you very much. 7.3 is another set of minutes from the 28th of April 2022. I'll move those from the chair again. seconded by Councillor John Sunkel, if he wouldn't mind. Are there any problems with these minutes or any questions anybody would like to raise? There not being any, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. There not being anybody opposed, I'll declare that carried. We've moved on to page 94 of 151. Item 7.4. It's another set of minutes from the 29th of April this year. I'll move from the chair and seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. Are there any questions or items people want to discuss from these minutes? There not being any, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. There's not been anybody opposed, I don't believe, so that's carried. Thank you very much. Now we're turning to item 8 on the agenda, which is on page 120 of 151. This is the annual plan deliberations report. It's very exciting to be at this space because it's a lot of work to get to the annual plan. So we're doing the deliberations today. The final document will be approved at the next council meeting, which is on the 16th of June. So there'll be some work done on the documents by the staff in between times. So what we're going to do now is go through these resolutions one by one. But first of all, we'll see if there's any staff that would like to come and introduce the report. Catherine, that'd be great if you come up and speak to the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Jenny. As you've noted, the purpose of this paper is to provide information to support the Council in its deliberations on the draft annual plan 22-23. And under the Local Government Act, councils are required to adopt an annual plan in the years between the long-term plan. Your long-term plan was, or our long-term plan was adopted last June. And at that time, Council was already aware of the impact of the May 2021 floods and that they would have an impact on this year's budget. In addition, there was a commitment to undertake a fair review of public transport as well. So consultation on the draft annual plan was undertaken from the 2nd of March to the 3rd of April, and community views were sought on 3 proposals. They were options for trialling bus fare structures under that commitment around the bus fare reviews, options for funding flood recovery for the May 2021 floods and proposed changes to the Ashburton River Hakateri rating district, and a proposal that the council sought community feedback on a climate change levy. So the council received more than 2,800 submissions and some 110 submitters were heard, and this paper provides summaries of submissions, staff advice and recommendations by those consultation topics to help you in your deliberations. It also provides context on the factors that have influenced the annual plan budget since the draft annual plan was approved for consultation. And for transparency, we've just tabled the supplementary paper around the information from last week's central government budget. The deliberations provide transparency to the community about how council has taken those submissions into account in its decision making and provides directions to us as staff on the changes required to finalise the annual plan. Council's decisions on the draft annual plan are required over the deliberations meetings to allow staff to prepare the final annual plan for adoption at your meeting on the 16th of June. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions for Catherine around the paper? Right, there doesn't seem to be. I just want to acknowledge the item around on page 144, para 145, around rates affordability, and that we're very much concerned about rates affordability, but as explained in the report, this rates rise is very much based around changes we're facing in the statutory arena, but also changes that we're facing as a society. And going forward, this is the way, and we will be. We've taken everybody's submission into consideration when we've devised the budget. So it's very important to acknowledge that we have taken all those factors into consideration and that we have listened fully to the community. So thank staff for putting that together in the paper the way they have. That's really good. All right. We're now going to turn to the recommendations, and we're going to take each recommendation as a time. And so we'll be having a full debate, if need be, around each recommendation. Except for we'll start out and we'll go. There's a couple where I'm going to take two together, but I think you'll see that's okay when we get there. So first of all, we're starting out with a recommendation that the council receives the public submissions to the draft annual plan that were made to the council. Who would like to move that? Councillor Peter Scott moves that, seconded by Councillor Nicole Marshall. Are there any questions or is there any debate? Would you like to speak to it, Peter?
No, I think so.
Self-explanatory. What about you, Nicole?
Yeah, just massive tōko to everyone who took the time to submit, and to staff as well for all your efforts to compile and present the submissions to us in a really easy, accessible way. It made life a lot easier for us given how many there was. So yeah, really thank you to everyone involved in that process.
Remiss of me, I should have spoken, but I did move it, so I speak last. So, so yeah, again, just echoing what Nicole said, that process, I think, from a staff perspective and also from council's perspective, was pretty tedious at times, but we got through it, and I was really grateful that it was broken up the way it was, and the fact that we were able, I think, in a pretty difficult circumstance, to do justice to us. So thank you to staff and thank you to submitters. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, everybody. That's good. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. I don't think there's anybody against that because it was such brilliant work. All accepted and carried. Thank you very much. We're on to item 2. Agrees that the starting point for the deliberations on the annual plan is the draft annual plan as it was issued for consultation. I think that's pretty straightforward. I'll move that from the chair. Have we got a seconder? Seconded Councillor John Sunkel. Did you want to say anything, John? No. I don't think I need to say anything either, other than what I've already said. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Oh, wait a minute. I do want to say one thing. I want to say that I've heard back from quite a large amount of community feedback congratulating us on the overall document and how it was structured and how easy it was to follow. So that's a big congratulations to staff for working with us to get that clear, defined way forward for citizens to understand what we're talking about. There was a few people that told me there wasn't quite enough information, but I mean, I think you're always going to get some people that think's not enough. But if a number of people are saying that they could actually follow it and actually made it, and it was easy for them, I think that's a huge win for public, the public-facing consultation that we're required to do, and for citizens' engagement. So congratulations. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. There not being anybody against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now we're up to a heading called preliminary matters, and the first recommendation is number 3. Removes the 3 million that was proposed in the draft annual plan for asset accounting changes from general rates for the annual plan. Have we got a staff member who's going to speak to that, or is that you, Catherine?
Ryan was going to join me for the next, for the preliminary matters in case there was anything that needed.
Public record, do we need to say any more about that? Other than it's for accounting reasons?
This recommendation really refers to the changes in accounting for water data, LiDAR, and the national ticketing system. And it really is just correcting some assumptions we made at the first draft annual plan point.
Thank you very much, Brian. Has anybody got any questions about this? Nicole, Councillor Nicole Marshall.
Kia ora. So just tracking as we go through, our starting point at recommendation 2 was a 24.1% increase with a 3 million reduction. What's the percentage increase we're now at for this recommendation, just so we can track it as we move through the meeting, please?
Recommendation number 3 will reduce the rates increase by 2.3%, so that takes you down to 21.8 at that point.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else got a comment, a question they'd like to ask about that? I should say I've got these big sheets here. If anybody wants to follow up with all the changes on it, they can have a copy of that if you want it. I think if that would help anybody. Okay, right. Let's keep going. Where am I up to? Who would like to move it? Councillor John Sunkel will move this resolution, seconded by Councillor Peter Scott. Would you like to speak, John? Would you like to speak, Peter? Anybody else wanting to speak? There being nobody who wants to speak, that's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work. As I said, who is there? All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There being nobody against, that's carried. Number 4, approves debt funding. 2022-23, 2023-24 years of the Freshwater Regulatory Framework work stream and recovers the costs from the general rates over 10 years from the year of borrowing. Okay, who would like to move that? Moved by Councillor Peter Scott, seconded by Councillor John Sunkel. Is there anybody that wants to speak to that? Questions I meant first, yeah. Okay, I just appreciate if everybody just bears with me for a minute. This is pretty hard work as the chair, so I don't need that much help. Approved, so who would like, is there a question? Anybody got a question? Okay, Nicole's got a question.
You're going to get a theme here. Can you tell me the amount that will be debt funding this financial year and also the percentage reduction that would be associated with that? So we're at 21.8 last recommendation. What will be it with this recommendation?
The amount of debt funding in the next year will be $6.6 million. It's a 5.1% reduction in the rate increase and leaves you at 16.7 at this point.
Right, any other questions? No other question? Oh, Lan, you got a question? Okay, you've got a comment. Who would like to speak to this? Have we got a mover and a seconder? Yes. Who would like to speak? Councillor Lan Farn.
Yeah, thank you. Just saying that I really support this, and just to kind of vocalise it for anyone in the public who's wondering what this is about. This is about us actually borrowing to fund this absolutely substantial and important piece of work, which is our integrated planning framework, which I hope you can find details on our website. But in short, it's about a Ki to Kitai mountains to sea approach in partnership with mana whenua first, and informed by the community and consulted on with the community. So I'm really excited about this, and I support the way that we're borrowing for this in line with the rest of our planning framework. So thank you.
Councillor Grant Edge. And then
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I wish to support this as well. It's about long-term planning. It's about looking at intergenerational aspects of the work that we do. It will incorporate recent and proposed legislative changes. It will adopt a co-design strategic approach to the management of our land and water resources and other resources. And will basically amalgamate our existing regional policy statement, the Land and Water Regional Plan, and the National Policy Statement of Freshwater. And it will enable us to have a coastal environment plan incorporated in what's essentially a single one-plan approach for the things that we have to look after within Canterbury.
thank you, Grant. Councillor Clare.
Thank you very much. I cannot support this, and I just want to take people back to last year where this table decided to reduce the rating impost by debt funding freshwater planning to the tune of 6.2 million, which was a 5% reduction on our proposed rate rise, and it was to make it much more palatable to go out with a 12.6% increase in rates for the year that we're currently in. So that debt funding contributed in part to the 18.8% start point that we've had for the 22-23 draft consultation document that ultimately went out with proposed 24.1% rate increase for this year, for the year that we're actually now doing deliberations for 22-23. I accept that the freshwater planning framework is a core function. It definitely is, and it's an operational cost for this organisation. If you look at the long-term plan for the last preceding 10 years, or certainly as long as I've been here anyway, and certainly the 10 years going forward, we've got planning amounts in the RMA framework around that 6 to 7 mil every year, year on year. So using the Treasury mechanism of borrowing for natural capital, which is the plan which we're talking about, is to reduce reduce rates impost and smooth rate rises does not sit comfortably with me at all. This type of borrowing, in my view, is not sustainable long term. We are merely kicking the can down the road and leaving it for the next council and the long-term plan. And I'm disappointed that we didn't have the courage to address this over the last 6 months. I acknowledge the staff recommendation and advice with regards to the debt funding, but I cannot support this.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person will be Councillor Phil Clearwater, followed by John Sunkel.
I actually strongly support this recommendation. I don't believe we're kicking the can down the road at all and borrowing. In fact, if we didn't borrow to invest in freshwater projects, the consequences would be catastrophic. And I'm actually really impressed that Environment Canterbury we have modernised our approach to how we actually do things. We know that we have a high level that we can actually borrow against, and natural capital now can be included in these capital projects. And this approach, as we see in the paper, will reduce our rate costs by around 5%, or staff can confirm, hopefully confirm that. So we know that we have got a need to invest in freshwater. It's the whole purpose of our point of being almost at ECan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Sunkel's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In seconding the motion, I've put aside my philosophical, I guess, disagreements with borrowing to fund and put bread and butter on the table and alike. And we have the precedent that sits within council. So I have seconded the motion, but I share with Councillor Mackay my frustration that we have not as a council looked to prioritise our spending. And so the work that we're doing with this borrowed money, absolutely essential. But my belief is that we have not as a council prioritised, had a look at our core business. What are those things most important to us, and funded that within a sensible rate rise. So to borrow money just to pull a rate figure down to make it more palatable, while palatable to the people, is in my mind not the correct way to go. But in a practical sense, that's how this table has come to the view, and so that is what we are left with. My challenge then is we have brought potentially our rate down by borrowing, but the effects on the 22-23 year have us probably sitting at a double-digit rate rise before the next council sits at the table and considers actions that they might want to take. And I know the challenge and some of the anger at this table when we realised that in this year we were starting at 18%. And knowing that the works we had to do, which took us to somewhere near 24, with potential to get towards 30 if we hadn't put some really good work in place. So whilst I support the motion to borrow, I just note again my absolute frustration that we are not prepared to prioritise our work and live within a budget.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person on my list is Councillor Megan Hands.
Thank you. I will keep this short and sweet and thank Councillor Claire Mackay for her comments. as in the long-term plan, I consistently oppose borrowing for the use to draft plans. I can understand the argument with respect to natural capital accounting treatment. I understand the arguments and the doability of that and keeping the treatment the same, and an argument for that. However, I don't believe it is wise financial management to borrow for planning documents and processes. It's core business for us, and to me, I see it as quite operational expenditure rather than capital expenditure, and therefore don't support borrowing. This is particularly true in the sense that if we reflect on the past decade of work that this council has done, and at the stroke of the pen, we need to redo a good portion of that planning work. We are in a significant state of upheaval with respect to legislation in the planning space at the moment. The RMA will no longer exist. While we have some advice and comfort that there may be the ability for some of these plans to live through, we just don't know, and there's a lot of moving parts with respect to legislation and the politics at central government level. So I don't want to put this region in a position whereby we've borrowed for some documents and still be paying them off when they may become obsolete, or where the work has to be redone again in future, and would prefer to see that rate funded rather than borrowings funded. So I won't be supporting this motion either.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hands. Councillor Vicky Southworth is next.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to get an echo. Is that? Oh, it's gone. So I do support the borrowing for planning. So planning is our tool for addressing issues in our environment, managing our resources. And there is a sort of front loading of effort that goes into those plans. Of course, the plans that have been developed through the last 10 years absolutely stand us in a great place to pick those up and then address the issues that we still see we have, and move things forward to align with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, for example, and integrating with our other plans, the RPS and the Coastal Environment Plan. And the sort of hard paperwork, then the consultation and engagement with partners and with community, that all needs to be done and funded at this point. But of course, what that delivers then is a plan that's implemented over the subsequent years, and it is absolutely a technique to deliver real change on the ground over a period of a good long period of years. And if something else comes in and we need to address it down the line, whatever work we've done at this point in time from the past and going over in the next few years, it all goes forward into evolving. It evolves. Planning doesn't just stop, throw it out and start again. It's an evolution and hopefully going in a good direction. And so I totally support borrowing. It makes sense. We have got intergenerational benefits coming from this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm wanting to say a few words myself, so there doesn't seem to be anybody else indicating. Oh, Ian, were you indicating? Sorry, I didn't see you. You go next.
Happy to go after you, Madam Chair. Look, I just wanted to comment really, and that is that I sympathise with Councillor Mackay's position, but would agree with Councillor Sunkel's position, that in fact that it seems pragmatic to accept and support borrowing for this. But I would note that the reason why we're having to redo the plan is because of government whim, where this council has already invested tens of millions of dollars in land and water plans, which effectively not entirely become redundant, but they certainly a huge amount of that ratepayers' money is wasted when the government makes decrees which override regional councils' hard work past hard work. And given that this is our constituents' money that is being wasted, I think we need to be cautious or nervous about borrowing to do yet another plan where there is certainly every possibility that a change of government might see a change of requirements in terms of what we have to do as a regulatory authority. As I understand it, the best information we have at the moment is that, in fact, that what we're proposing to do today is probably as good as decision as we can make, given the information we have with us. But I am very nervous about the fact that the regional councils find themselves at the beck and call of central government, who seem to have a total disregard for how much money we have to raise from our constituents to pay for their change of plans.
I understand Councillor Scott wants to speak in a minute as the mover, last year as the mover. So I'll speak now. I just want to say that I think it's fantastic that we're taking this step to do this borrowing, because we're at a time of change in our democracy where, frankly, we have to grab every tool in our toolbox to bring about some crisis and way for us to deal as a society as we move more and more into the crisis of climate change and dealing with Homo sapiens damage to our planet from the planetary overshoot. And we have to look to whatever tools we've got to try and restore and recharge our precious environment. Otherwise, indeed, we'll no longer be able to survive at the local level or at the global level. So I think it's fantastic that we've got tools in our toolbox at just at the right time to be able to do this. I think it's really good that we've got a lot of headroom to borrow in the local government sphere for more borrowing, which in part is thanks to what's happened in the past. But we need to move into that space and use public money to save our life on this planet. So I see it's this fantastic move, and congratulations to everybody for getting to this space. Over to you, Peter.
I would not have agreed to this 3 years ago when I sat in this council chamber and looked at what our planning function was, and we'd spent 60 odd million, and the representation is that the community's probably spent about the same amount of money, and we were at the end of it. I thought we were at the end of it. I thought we were in the implementation phase, and we get a government now that comes and puts this impost on us in terms of our planning function, which, it is what it is, and we have to do the things we need to do. This looks like it could be another 20, coming forward in the next 3 to 4 years, there could be 20 there. That impost on ratepayers to me, is something that we can't do on a year-by-year basis, how we used to do that. We need to be pragmatic about this, and I have some sympathy for Claire in terms of her purist view on this, but that's my duty to this council is the best place to leave the money that this will save ratepayers is in their pockets. We need to let them be able to make the decisions about to spend their money. So that's why I want to try and get this rate increase to where it needs to be, the things that I can vote for. So I support this. As I say, I wouldn't have supported it 3 years, but I support this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
We're closing the debate now. I'm going to put this resolution as on the resolution paper, resolution 4, moved by Councillor Peter Scott and seconded by Councillor John Sunkel. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Does anybody want their vote recorded? Councillor Hands and Councillor Mackay. I declare that carried. Councillor Hands and Councillor Mackay. That's carried. Right, everybody, we're on to item resolution 4, which is on page 120. This is approving an increase of 2 million in the 22-23 years general rates funded and 2.5 million in each of the 4 subsequent years to replenish the general reserves over 5 years. Can I have a mover for that? John Sunkel would like to move that, seconded by who? Councillor Lan Barn will second that. Is there any questions about this? Oh, no, Councillor Nicole Marshall's got a question.
I think you can guess my question. So the increase of $2 million, what would that take our total average percentage increase to?
Actually, in the original draft annual plan, there was an amount of 2.4. So this is a reduction of that amount by 400,000. So that takes 0.3% off. So you're down to 16.4.
All right, thank you very much. Who would like to speak to this resolution?
I have a question, Jenny.
Oh, questions. Sorry, Elizabeth. Yes, you go ahead with a question.
My question is the requirement to fund this over 5 years, is that part of our financial policy?
Our financial policy actually requires replenishment of the general reserves over a 3-year period. But since then, council has decided to extend that to the 5 years.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to signal here, Jenny, I'm not sure what the appropriate time is to signal. I do have an amendment that I'm going to propose, but you tell me when the appropriate time is to do that.
Yes, thanks for that. I think we'll do that now. Councillor Clearwater, what are you?
I just want to clarify just from, it's a question really here. Just so if in fact the council decision, as you say, it has been to extend the period of time for 5 years, are we able to make any change today to allow for a longer period of replenishing the general reserves? With that, are we able to actually do that today? And even though that would, I guess, change the policy.
To get an answer.
I would say it's just extending the extension, although staff would of course advise against that, given the, as noted, the unusual financial environment we're currently in. To extend replenishing those reserves for a long period of time does leave us at great risk in terms of future unexpected changes.
Thank you. Councillor, you've got another
Supplementary question, if I may. So I appreciate the point of the risk. I would wonder though to I guess mitigate that risk, would we not, and while some councils have expressed concern about borrowing, if there was a major event, would a regional council not be able to borrow, given we have sufficient headroom against, say, a severe disaster?
I think that is true. If there was a severe disaster, we could certainly borrow. I think what we're more looking at here is if there is a sudden escalation of the inflationary environment, etc., and we start running large deficits over a period of short term, and that would drive our general reserves into quite serious negative territory. So the replenishment of it is of urgency, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Liz, just so you know, Councillor McKenzie, I'm dealing with the questions and then we'll deal with your amendment. Who else has got a question on this? Anybody else? We've got any? Councillor Southworth, have you got a question?
Yes, so following on from that last question, if we spread the reserves collection out, say over 10 years, at the next annual plan or at the next long-term plan, am I not right that, or am I right in thinking that we could at that point actually, when things are settled down, hopefully the economy picks back up or people are feeling more confident about what the future holds, is there not an opportunity then to actually increase the reserves recovery at that point? So we would have another opportunity at next year to reassess and say bring it down to a 5-year again at that point. Can you answer that, please?
Yes, essentially council could in the future make a different decision in order to replenish reserves quicker at that time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Liz, have you got another question as well or not?
No, but I'd like to put my amendment and speak to my rationale for it when it's appropriate.
Yeah, I'll just tell you in a minute. Councillor Sunkel has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when reserves sit in reserves, whether they're general reserves or targeted reserves, we have the ability to utilise those monies because they are sitting in the pot. You can put your hand in, cookie jar, use it, internal transfer. How difficult is it, or what difficulty is there in borrowing money to facilitate some of those, I guess, expenditures if we don't have the money in the jar? Is it something that we can do today, tomorrow? Is there a timing? Or can we, if an event arrives and we've got money in the reserves, can make a pretty binary decision immediately?
Essentially, it depends on the council's policy, which is currently that we borrow for capital expenditure and natural capital. Outside that, there would have to be a change to the policy, which then becomes a special consultation process with the public, and is not a simple decision at that point.
All right, okay, any other questions? Doesn't seem to be any other questions. We'll take your amendment now, Elizabeth. If we can get Elizabeth's amendment up online, if you want to read it out, Liz.
Yep, sure. So my proposed amendment is to number 5. It says, due to the current rise in the cost of living, we replenish the general reserves over 10 years. Now, I've just asked staff if we replenish it over 10 years, what those numbers will be, because obviously the 2 million and the 2.5 million will change, and obviously it'll say 9 subsequent years instead of 4 subsequent years. Staff have not yet got back to me on that. And so what I will do is I will speak through my rationale, and hopefully that will give staff a bit of time while I'm doing that to work out what those numbers will be. Is that okay?
Who would like to second the amendment? Have we got a seconder? Because if we don't have a seconder, Liz, it fails for lack of a seconder. Thank you, Grant. Councillor Edge is going to second it. Over to you now. If you'd like to, so you're asking a question first. You've asked a question of staff. Have staff got the answer to that at the moment? Shall we deal with your question and the answer first?
Yes, Stuart. I actually sent that round by email earlier.
Yes, the reduction in the $2 million is $800,000 or 0.6% on the rates increase.
All right.
But that's a reduction of 0.6%. Right. Has everybody got that?
Yeah. So that, would that then read 1.4 million in the motion approves an increase, or is that a different number?
Yes, it would. It would read 1.2.
And what would it read in the subsequent 9 years?
Pretty much the same, actually, over 10-year period.
Okay. All right. So if staff could just replace that 2.0 with 1.2 and the second one with 1.2. Okay. And right, I'm just going to speak to my rationale around this. So many of our submitters actually raised an issue around rates affordability. And while at the time of submission it wasn't a massive issue, in the past couple of months, things have changed and people are really starting to struggle with food increasing in price, with energy increasing in price because of government policy, and with fuel increasing in price because of government policies. And this is all starting this new transition to a low emissions economy. This is a result of it. And we as councillors actually do need to be mindful of the economic pressures on our communities and this changing context. So I'd like to note 3 things. Firstly, we don't actually do a huge amount of borrowing at the moment compared to other councils. So it's not representing an enormous debt. Secondly, central government has sent down many reforms that we have had to implement, often without any or sufficient funding attached to them. Thirdly, we are only in this position because local government has been underfunded by central government since the reforms of the 1990s. And finally, as staff have noted, we can actually seek funding or borrowing for extreme events from government. So this has placed us regional councils in a similar position to the DHBs, where it's become impossible to actually carry out our responsibilities because of a lack of funding. And I don't think that we should keep increasing our rates to the point where people could risk losing their land. I don't think rates is necessarily the best way of getting this extra money. And so that's the rationale for my proposed amendment. I'd like to spread that borrowing over 10 years instead of over 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Edge, do you want to speak now or are you going to wait a bit? Speak now.
If I could speak now, and we just ask a question that you talked about, that if we wanted to change policy, we'd have to go through a special consultative process. I know in the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, it's proposed to change the Treasury policy this annual plan timeframe. Why is that not subjected to a special consultative process where looking at a change to the financial process is?
The changes to the Treasury policy are very minor and largely around updating for names and roles and those types of issues, and a couple of ability to place funds with banks. So it's not material in terms of the overall policy.
My other question is, we are being advised through government processes and economists that the inflationary pressure is reducing and the interest rates by Christmas time will be substantially lowered. So your main concern in extending the time frame was more to do with covering interest rates, those sorts of things, which may actually come down. Was that the only concern that you had?
The actual concern in terms of reserves is that we build up reserves as quickly as possible, because as we know from previous financial crises globally, they hit very quickly and suddenly, and if you don't have that kind of internal insurance, you don't have a way to respond necessarily, which may well need to be very quick. That's the primary concern.
Final comment, Chair, is in support of the motion. I believe that if this matter is dealt with in the next long-term plan, with a change to the policy, that in the meantime, any existing reserves can be looked at. But and if there are any significant issues, that we can look at natural capital issues or other issues that we can borrow on short-term basis. So for that reason, I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Have we got any other speakers would like to speak? Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak against the motion, and in line with our CFO. The risks for me of running our reserves down put us in a place where we cannot work financially instantly, make decisions. It's been pointed out that we have a set of criteria against which we can borrow and or borrow for. We've heard that we have significant or extreme events and we can go out and borrow, but not all our borrowing, not all the reserves that we utilise are for extreme events. So we've used reserves within PT to fund some of the youth funding. We've used reserves in other pieces to cover for inflation. So a lot of the reserve is not petty cash, but it's in that kind of realm. It's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, not millions of dollars. So yes, we can borrow for significant extreme events, but if we were civil defence and we'd run our budget down because of a few events, that's not natural capital. That's paying for people and staff and administration. So we don't have the ability to borrow against those things. We have a significant risk to the organisation, in my mind, if we do not have those reserves in place. And to try and spread them over 10 years, we may as well not have them. because we know that year on year we have events happening, whether it's within climate, whether it's public transport, civil defence or the like. So if we spend that period of time building reserves, we will be spending it before we ever put it back into place. So I speak against the motion.
The next person was Councillor Clare, then Councillor Lam, then Councillor Megan, and then Councillor Peter.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of sympathy for Liz's reasoning here, and the idea that we're trying to reduce the rate and costs. But basically, as I said earlier on, this goes back to the alignment within their council of our aspirations and our funding and not getting those lined up. As reserves are an insurance policy, I definitely am not supporting this motion to push it out to 10 years. Day by day, inflation's already eating up our money. I'm not convinced at all that interest rates are going to come down anytime soon. The inflation rise may slow down, but prices are unlikely to actually come back to where they are. So we've now got increased inflationary pressures there. So cannot support this motion to take it out of 10 years, although I support the reasoning behind it and have a lot of sympathy for that.
Thank you, Councillor Clare. Councillor Lan Fan is next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with where Councillor Sunkel is at on this issue, and I'm speaking against the motion. I note that Councillor Mackenzie and really asked us to be mindful of economic pressures, and this conversation is going to come out throughout the rest of the annual plan discussion. So I really just want to address it here. I'm really frustrated that as elected members, we sort of cling to these arbitrary percentages that we are raising or not raising rates by, and we really fall over ourselves to reduce them at all costs when the actual cost is to our kids and future generations. I am absolutely mindful of the economic pressures, but I want to make it really clear at the outset that the scope of changes that we are discussing today, literally in dollar values, translates to the difference between, for properties less than $1 million, $1 a week or $1.07 per week. For properties between $1 to $12 million, that looks like the difference between $6.90 per week rate increase or $7.10 increase. So I just want to state that because I want us to be conscious of just trying to fiddle around with things and moving that cost onto future generations, where we're actually talking about very small amounts per property or per ratepayer, and we should always be conscious of that. Thank you.
Who have I got next? Councillor Megan Hands.
Thank you. Like others, I am speaking against this motion, and like Claire has mentioned, I appreciate Liz's effort to be cognizant of the pressure of these high rate rises. However, my view is strongly that if we wish to reduce rate rises, we need to actually look at the scope and size of the programs that we're delivering and make cuts there, rather than to borrow from ourselves by not replenishing reserves. This council's consistently borrowed, as we've just talked about before, for planning documents, and has consistently borrowed from our own reserves as well, with a little bit of replenishment. But I was very frustrated last year during long-term plan where we made decisions around reserves there too. Our reserves policy is quite clear about what our policy level should be with respect to reserves, and we're not hitting those targets, and to push that out even further, to me, it's not prudent. So while I have some sympathy for the argument, I cannot support this, and frankly, and concerned actually even with the staff recommendation for the amount that we're actually already going to be putting into those reserve replenishment, because I don't think that's enough either. And I think we should have been seeking to give ourselves a bit more bandwidth with respect to being a bit more conservative about holding the levels of reserves that we should be, in right sizing some of the programs that we've got moving forward, if we're worried about rates and costs. So that's quite clearly my position. We're borrowing from the bank, and we're also borrowing from ourselves by not replenishing reserves to the levels in our policies.
Next person on my list is Councillor Peter Scott.
Now, look, I can see why you'd want to smooth this out over 10 years, and I understand that. But you know, the time value of money over the 10-year period is limited, and I wouldn't like to see us getting into a position where we impact our operational efficiency because our general reserves aren't high enough. So I think we could create something that we don't, an unintended consequence today. So I find myself not being able to support this. So thank you.
Is there anybody else wanting to speak? Oh, Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wish to speak against this motion for much the same reason as most of those opposed to it. I'd also note that since I've been a councillor, we seem to have run down our reserves across every category of reserve we have at the regional council, and that's effectively like back in the bad days of corporate raiders, where you come in and buy a cash-rich company and skin out all the cash and then leave it broke. It would seem to me to be irresponsible of this council to do the same to this council in the last, when they've only got 6 months left to run, to hand over a lame duck to the incoming council.
Have I missed anybody?
Vicky,
your turn.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I completely empathise with Councillor Farm's position about having actually the rate rise per week when you look at per property is low. But I also realise that just right now, so many prices, so many costs are changing really rapidly, and that does actually really affect people. And so I do support this motion. I think it just every little bit that we can help with is important. But I also recognise that, of course, and Chair Huey, you spoke particularly to this just in the last discussion about our environmental and climate challenges, and those are not going away and haven't diminished. And so I actually feel like we did look at our work, and we have made some cutbacks, and there are some things proposed in our annual plan now, but fundamentally we can't change the direction of travel and trying to accelerate the improvements that we need to make to address climate, greenhouse gas emissions and adaptation and restoring and protecting our our nature and natural places. I mean, it's just, there's so much. It's a perfect storm, and it's because it's a perfect storm with these economic impacts coming at the same time as the climate and the ecological impacts that we have to juggle. And for me, this is a juggle that is acceptable. I note that the public transport reserves were mentioned, but my understanding is, and perhaps staff again could correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that public transport reserves is a different pot. And so the general reserves and the discussion in this particular item is separate to that general reserves for the reserves for public transport. And so I'm speaking specifically to the general reserves at this point in time, and also acknowledging staff's answer to my question, which is that as things settle down, we can make a change, or whoever's next in the council can make the change in the next year, even when we have hopefully less of multiple crises all coming all at once. So I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Are you going to speak, Councillor? Oh, you've got a question. You can ask your question now.
My question's in relation to Councillor Southworth's comments, and I just would like clarification as to whether the general reserves do or would also cover public transport reserves, or are they actually separate sort of pots?
Yes, they are indeed separate pots.
So I'd just like to say something as a councillor. I think I look at this quite different to some other people, and I think everybody's got valid reasons for what they've said. But I'm a very strong believer of you're elected now, You should spend the money that you get coming in from rates now on people. It's not like a household budget. This is my understanding. You spend public money for people now. And I'd like to remind everybody around the table that the very recent councils have not kept these reserves up to 3%. We can change the 3% if we want to. And as I've said a number of times, I've been advised by the Audit Office that local government borrowing tools are there, and we have a huge amount of headroom. Something like last time I looked, I forget what it is, I shouldn't say it, but it's a huge amount of headroom in that borrowing space. The whole reason the government gives us cheap money is so that we can use it for the betterment of the community at the time we're elected, addressing the community outcomes about well-being now, not about saving up for the future. There are some exceptions, like in case of bus companies need support. But other than that, I question the whole idea of reserves, and I certainly question using it to top up existing project work that we're doing around the council. And I would say that projects should stick with the budget that they are allocated from the original decision. So I think it's not very transparent to the public to do this, to hold on to this money. I'd like to make decisions now to do every little thing I can do to reduce the outlying goings of people who are on $70,000 or less and struggling to live in our community. And I want to endorse what Councillor Vicky Southworth and Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie have said around this. The cost of living is skyrocketing, and it's affecting people who aren't around this table probably more disastrously than it is for us making these decisions. So I see it as public money. I'm happy to support it, and I want to thank Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie for moving up this amendment. Would you like to speak in reply, Elizabeth?
Yes, please. I'd just like to address a couple of points that were raised in the debate. And so firstly, I'd just like to say to Councillor Farm, who spoke about land that was worth over $1 million. Many of our farms and our farmland is worth over $1 million. And farmers are actually being disproportionately impacted by fuel costs, as well as energy, compared to urban. And yes, the land is worth a lot. And yes, they could change the land use to something more profitable. But if they did that, it would have a terrible environmental impact. And so I do think, rates are fine to a point, but we can't just keep raising those rates forever because it will have unintended consequences. In response to Councillor Hands and Councillor Sunkel, who said that we ought to trim our programs to our budget, I disagree. We have a strong environmental focus in our long-term plan. We can't let the environment suffer when we have the ability to do something about it now. So I do not agree that we should cut our programs. And finally, to Councillor Mackenzie, I do believe he was somewhat exaggerating. And just to finally round this out, I would say that the future is actually now. We actually need these funds now. The rubber is really hitting the road at this point in time. And I think our ratepayers need those funds left in our pockets, and we need the funds now too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. I'll put this resolution to the vote. We'll just read it out again. Approves an increase of 1.2 million in general rates funded and 1.2 million in each of the 9 subsequent years to replenish general rates over 10 years, moved by Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie and seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say no. I think the noes have it. I think that's your amendment is lost, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Edge. Thank you. Now we revert to the substantive motion. Oh, yes, Councillor.
I just wondered, in fact, if we should have a show of hands on that, like people on who aren't here, we wouldn't hear.
Calling for a show of hands. Yeah, and what else? What's that other terminology for that? All those people in favour, yes, but we're not going to get up and move around. thank goodness. All right. All those in favour, please put their hands up. Oh, and councillor, who else has got the hand up? Elizabeth and Vicky. So that's, do you want them, you calling for it to be recorded, councillor Clearwater, in the minutes? Yes, okay, that you need to call out our names.
Division?
Yeah. That's why I said that other word. I did. I did. I can't remember everything today. My head's going like nuts. Councillor Ian McKenzie, for or against? Against. Councillor Farm. Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
For.
Councillor Hands. Chair Huey. For. Councillor Scott. Councillor Southworth.
For.
Councillor Clearwater.
For.
For.
Councillor Marshall. Yes. We have Councillor Pauline.
Against.
Against. Councillor Apanui. Councillor Claire Mackay. I can't speak. We have for we have 5 votes. For against, we have 9 votes. Thank you very much. That's long. We're carrying on now. We've reverted to the substantive motion, which we have up on the screen again, please, which is motion 5. Going back to that one. It was moved by Councillor John Sunkel and seconded by Councillor Lan Farn. I don't know if we need any, how should I say that? Councillor, would you like to speak?
In moving the motion, I believe the 5 years is a compromise against the rate rises versus securing the risk to the organisation. So with my audit and risk hat on, I'm happy that we sit in a compromise and support both the organisation and the potential rate rise.
Does anyone else want to speak to this resolution?
I have a question.
Councillor Elizabeth, yes, you go ahead with your question.
My question is to staff. If I voted against this motion, what would the situation be? Would it simply be that we do not increase the amount? So actually we would pay less if I voted against this. Can staff address that, please?
If the resolution were to fail, yes, it would be status quo and the general reserves would continue into heavily negative territory.
Okay, thank you.
Well spotted, Councillor McKenzie. Anybody else? Councillor Lanfarm.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, support this. I just wanted to really briefly respond to Councillor McKenzie in that I have no disagreement that it's not ideal to keep raising rates. I don't want to raise rates. I just wanted everyone to be conscious that for the scope of today, we're generally talking about a difference of 10 cents to 20 cents per week. That's all I wanted to draw attention to. Thank you.
Okay, can you stop that cross table talk? Thank you very much. This is hard enough. Number 5, resolution 5. I'll put it to, unless anybody wants to speak or ask another question, I'm going to put it to the vote. It's moved by Councillor Sunkel, seconded by Councillor Farn. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? There not being anybody against, that's carried.
Against.
Thank you very much.
I'm against.
Oh, Elizabeth, you're against. Would you
Yes.
like that recorded?
Yes.
Yes, Elizabeth is against and she would like it recorded. Thank you, Elizabeth. We are moving on. We're on to resolution 6, which is in the public transport space. I'm wondering, would we like Stuart to come to the table about this, just in case we need to ask you some more questions, Stuart? Now, don't forget there's an amendment to this motion. Oh, so actually, Stuart, would you like to say anything first?
Depends how long you'd like me to speak.
Love you to say whatever you think is perfect to say. You say it now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I'd just like to summarise the consultation and the work behind the recommendations for the PT portion of today. As you know, we've had significant level of engagement with the community on the public transport items in the draft annual plan. There was a range of views expressed through both written and verbal submissions to the draft annual plan. But the general themes that we heard from our community was a support for a change in the fare structure, but improvements in service remained of high importance to our community. We were asked to consider a balanced approach to both equity and equality to stimulate the right behaviour change to address emissions reductions. Concern was expressed around the affordability of the proposed rate rises, and concern was also expressed by the Super Gold cohort that their needs had not been adequately considered in our draft annual plan. The last key theme that we heard was that the community wanted us to keep our fare system simple. So when considering recommendations, we had to take into account the uncertainty around inflation and what impacts that's going to have on the cost to deliver public transport, and also the costs of our community to consume transport to get around. The level of funding assistance from central government remains uncertain, given the challenges of the National Land Transport Fund and the timing of the budget announcements, which we talked about earlier today in this meeting. Council is aware of a national driver shortage, which is impacting on our service delivery. And we also are aware that the travel behaviours of our community in a post-COVID environment is going to be uncertain. So a lot of interesting things influencing public transport in Aotearoa at the moment. If we reflect on the objectives that Council are seeking to respond to in the draft annual plan in relation to public transport, Council are keen to respond to climate change by reducing transport emissions, to stimulate a faster return to pre-COVID PT usage, and move into our growth phase, again to respond to climate change. To improve accessibility for our community through increases in service and frequency, and to provide equity relief for low income and indeed for the wider community given the current economic situation, to reduce the travel cost burden for all of our community. But balanced against this is the Council's desire to manage the rating increases. So in considering the fare options available for Council, we were asked to consider 2 alternatives based on the feedback from the community engagement to add to the 3 that were already included within the draft annual plan. And those 2 alternatives were to combine both option 1, targeted fare free, and option 2, $2 flat fare into one option, which we have done, and also to create a new hybrid option, which was a $2 flat fare and a targeted $1 fare, and which we have done. So based on the themes and objectives, based on the objectives from council, the themes from the consultation process, the signals from government and the budget, our recommendation today is the hybrid option, which is noted in the paper. So our reasoning behind that, just to recap, was that it delivers improved value for money over the 2-year trial period, delivers a 13%, estimated 13% uplift in patronage, an improved cost per tonne for the emissions reduction, an improved cost per passenger trip that you gain, and a reduced rates impact. It addresses both the equity and equality outcomes expressed in the consultation feedback. It delivers equivalent estimated emissions outcomes to the targeted fare free, which was option 1 in the consultation, but at a lower cost. And it reduces the rates burdens for year 2 and for year 3 for the community. And finally, provides a much more simplified fare system with no zones and a simple pricing structure. There are a number of other items that were raised in the consultation, which council are going to consider today. One of those options, as I mentioned, was relating to Super Gold cohort of our community. So it's proposed that we change the Super Gold free arrangement so that from after 9 a.m. in the morning, it is free for the rest of the day. Council will recall that in the afternoon peak, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m, Super Gold customers currently have to pay a fare. And so this recommendation would reduce the need to pay a fare in that afternoon peak period. We also needed to recognise the inflationary costs on the service uplifts for routes 17 and 28, which are planned to commence in February 2023. As part of those service uplifts, Council have considered an option, and it's in the recommendations, to respond to some concerns from the Cats Bay community to enable a change in timetables to allow their high school students to access their schools at a more convenient time. We've recommended the introduction of a new targeted rating area in Temuka to respond to a requirement for a community vehicle trust. So that would be a new vehicle trust in Canterbury. And a recommendation to provision customer resource enhancements to engage with our community more effectively through the changes that are coming in the next wee while, fares in particular, government concession changes, but also to respond to driver safety and support for our community over the next wee while as our community deals with a lot of challenges. So to summarise, the recommended package that we've put in the recommendations aligns well with councillors' expectations and desires. It maintains and enables us to do service uplifts. It supports an emissions reduction for increased public transport usage and mode shift. Reduces the cost of travel for a wide range of our community, including those on low incomes, thus providing equity and equality balance. It responds to the inflationary pressures of public transport delivery, and it provides capacity to respond to the driver shortages that we are facing at the moment. And then finally enables additional customer focused resource to engage with our community and provide improved safety on our network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. That was an excellent overview. So thank you for providing that. Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask Stuart at this stage? Councillor Phil Clearwater, then Councillor Lanfan.
Thank you, Stuart. And I think you referred to this in the earlier paper, supplementary paper, but I just wondered and it relates to the facts that the government's recent budget decisions on public transport have yet to really be clarified by central government. But the one which I guess stood out as being clear is the subsidy or the half price fare continuing kind of like for a long term for community service card holders. So have my understanding is that we haven't taken that reduction into account with our budget, but in fact that's something else we can bear in mind.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So the modelling and the work that we've done to date and the cost profiles that we've provided to you do not take account of the 50% concession for community services card holders. As I mentioned earlier, we just don't have the details yet to be able to nail down the value that is associated with. So it's quite likely that we will receive some fiscal benefit from that, and thus the rating that we might otherwise collect will go into public transport reserves, and as Chair mentioned earlier today in this meeting, can be applied to other transport related investments to reduce emissions and improve community engagement.
Stuart, Alan, you next.
Yeah, thank you, Stuart, and thank you to your team for being so responsive to submitters and council's thoughts about that and this hybrid option. My question is around if we are to follow through with the recommended option of the hybrid and the $2 flat fare aspect of it, presumably this would be quite attractive, particularly to our outer areas of the network. And I'm thinking particularly, we heard from Sam Borton last week about how Selwyn ideally would love some extra services. What kind of capacity or scope, because I'm noting that this would come in February next year, would we have, also noting that Selwyn are like, we want more services, we'd obviously be paying for it, that's what we want. Would there be more scope for us to look at our actual provision of services leading up to February and potentially make some changes there, or would that have to wait till the next annual plan?
So through you, Madam Chair, I think there's two questions there. Relating to the $2 flat fare for Waimakariri and Selwyn constituents, it would certainly provide a significant benefit for those travellers in reducing the cost of travel from Waimakariri and Selwyn into the city and back. I think the key item there relates to simplicity as well. If you travel on our network from Waimakariri or Selwyn and back again, you've got to engage with the driver quite regularly to tell him or her where you are going so they can determine your fare. So it's not that simple really. And understanding what it's going to cost you to travel is a little more complicated with the fare systems we have at the moment. So significant benefit for those people travelling. In terms of service uplifts, at the moment there is no additional funding in the annual plan to accommodate more service uplifts that are planned currently. We do have funding in year 3 for some targeted express services, and there is work to be done on determining where to best apply that. So that would be an opportunity as well.
Well, thanks. Tana, you were next.
We're looking to pull the fares leader. So in anticipation of doing that, I'm just wondering where we're at compared to the pre-COVID numbers to where we're at now, having seen almost 2 months of 50% off. And if you could tell us, I'll refer to sort of an statement, is the growth coming from those outer regions or is it pretty uniform?
Very, Madam Chair. So in terms of where patronage is sitting at the moment, considering the 50% fares concession that's been operating since April, and also noting that we didn't move from red until orange until midway through April. For the May period, which is the most useful period to look at because April has Easter in it, which moves across the years. For May at the moment, we are 71.7% of pre-COVID numbers. So that's 13% higher than the first 2 weeks in April, and approximately 11.7% higher than how we were tracking compared to pre-COVID numbers. What's interesting about the increase in patronage is that our child engagement is at 82.8% of pre-COVID patronage. So it's an 18% increase for May. Our adult engagement is at 66.4% of pre-COVID numbers, and that's an 11% increase for May. So the 50% fare reduction is having a demonstrable impact on both adult and child engagement with PT, but more so with our younger citizens engaging with public transport, which also aligns well with Council's considerations for fare options that you've been thinking about. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers for the territory, whether it's Waimakariri, Selwyn or City. I don't have that in hand.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Sunkel, you're next.
Thank you. My leading question had been asked by Councillor Farm, so I'll wait to the comments later.
Councillor Vicky Southworth, have you got a question?
Thank you. Yes, in relation to the gold card users that you mentioned earlier today about the possible money from Whakamutunga, I think you said that it was going to be distributed, and that for that particular part, the proportion of the number of patrons was the key aspect to how much we would get. And I'm just wondering whether that's something where, and I'm asking this question recognising that this is actually for plot point 7, but you're at the table and you spoke to this the gold card just now, that would there be some sense in actually switching on that after 3 o'clock in the afternoon for gold card holders to use their gold card as soon as we can, in order to start to see if we can boost the gold card use, so that we can then be ready to say, actually, we've got really good patronage on that. Can we have a bit more of the Whakamutunga pot? Is that how that works?
It was remiss of me not to add 2 other pieces of information to 2 of the recommendations today. So the change in the Super Gold access, we would plan to implement as of July 2022. So that would come into play in July. And the Cass Bay change to the timetable services would also commence in July. So that answer Councillor Southworth's question. But just to reaffirm how Super Gold funding is applied, it's bulk funded to the regions, and so that means we get it at the beginning of the year, and the main criterion that is used for allocation is Super Gold, historical Super Gold patronage, and the trend of that patronage. So if the trend in a particular region is going down, then we would see a reduced contribution, and we have seen that in Canterbury, a reduced contribution. Whereas if the Super Gold patronage trend was to show increases, then we would likely see a further allocation of that funding to us.
Okay, we've got Nicole and then Claire.
Have a process question and then other questions potentially subsequent. So are we asking all of our public transport questions now about the specific recommendations, or are we going to have questions before each recommendation, just so? Because
well, good to cover them now, but if you don't get round to covering them, we can cover them later on too. So I'm happy to do it with each one. So if you want, if it fits in better for you at another point, do it then.
Just clarifying that we will have questions before we. Okay, cool. Thanks.
I'm applying a policy where people can have questions even if it's in the middle of the debate, and that's what everybody wanted, a nice flexible approach, I seem to remember, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, so we haven't got anybody else on. Pardon? Oh, Claire, well, I have got you written down. Sorry, Claire.
It might be the question that Councillor Marshall was going to ask, but with regard to your comments around the Super Gold and the trends, if we actually increase that's all right. If we actually increase the total patronage and our super gold users are static, that would be a negative impact on us, potentially.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's a good question. So the Super Gold funding is specific to the trend of Super Gold customers. If we're getting more Super Gold customers travelling, then that would influence the funding we receive.
We got any other question? Oh, Phil, Councillor Clearwater, you next.
Through you, Chair, my question is really a process question in relation to what I raised earlier, because I had understood that staff were actually also going to include an amendment here. Yeah.
Deal with that next. Yeah, I'm doing that. We're up to this 6.1 here, and indeed in the supplementary paper or somewhere, our staff recommended that we add in the words, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this resolution here from the chair. Who would like to second it? Seconded by Councillor Lan Farm. I will immediately move an amendment, which could be seconded by Lan Farm again if she would agree. Okay, so we're on to the amendment now. So we add the words, a further reduction. You've got it in there. It's in red. See that there? And I am moving it with the note as well. So I moved A and B. I would like to amend the note because, look, I am sorry, but you cannot have a standalone resolution that says refer to page 70. Because no one in the public's going to be able to deal with that, and neither am I. So I want that to read, page 70 should read, paragraph 70 should read, describe for consideration. There were 4 other options available consideration, namely a targeted fare-free option, a $2 flat fare and a $1.20 child and tertiary student fare. How much was that student fare? And a $1.20 child and tertiary student fare. And a status quo option. Considered in the consultation document. I hope that's all right to my seconder. I forgot to ask her. Thank you, seconder. I think those are the 3 that were besides the hybrid. The hybrid option wasn't actually in there. Please put me right, Stuart, if that's wrong. Yeah, somebody check the wording because I can hardly see that. Was that right, Stuart? Were they the other 3? That was the other 3 main ones? They were the options, weren't they?
Yes, that's correct. The only thing there was the alternative option A, which you asked us to look at as well. Yeah, no, that's correct. No, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Now, thank you, Councillor Farm. I'm going to get the amended document carried, if that's possible, and then we will have the main debate on the amended document. So I am moving up that the amended document, all those in favour, please say aye. Councillor, have you got it? Is that not what it says? Free, yeah, free, yeah. You're right, Claire. Yeah. Sorry. That's great. Thanks for spotting that. All right, I'm moving up this. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody opposed? There's nobody opposed. That's good. That we now revert to the substantive motion, which is everything that's up there. Yes, clear.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just wonder if we can go back and before we vote on that, make sure we've got those words right.
Because there's no $2 flat fare.
No $2 flat fare in there. So we need to put a $2 flat fare, $1.20 child and tertiary. So yes, it does.
But not on the screen.
Not on the screen. So just go targeted fare free and a $2. Yeah. The staff got it in front of them.
Yes, let's just adjourn for 5 minutes while we get it sorted, and then then you can stand up. There it is. So you got it off the dot. There it is. There it is. There. Just look at that. Sorry, I didn't say that before. But I've been thinking it and I forgot to say it because it's so annoys me. Just gives me a chance to get it. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Three. There should be three. Haven't I got three? Well, actually, I don't know about that. Can you go and ask Stuart? Stuart, there's a question from Councillor Edge. Are we all good? Have we got what we were trying to do sorted? What were we sorting? I can't even remember. Oh, that's right, the options. Have we got the options sorted? You're doing a great job. Look, you've got it sorted. And there was three, was there? Oh, well spotted, Grant. We get all getting cleverer and cleverer as we go along. Right, let's move along. No, we're obviously not politicians. Okay, we are debating now this, and this is still being moved by Chair Huey and Councillor Farn. We've got any questions? Have we exhausted all the questions around this? Oh, there's Nicole. Nicole, you go. Oh, hold on.
I'm just going to ask you the same question I asked Brian. It looks like you're ready for it. So should this recommendation be adopted, what would the total rates change?
So the hybrid fare option will reduce rates by 1.5%, bringing you to 14.9.
Okay, done. Let's go.
That's it. All right. What we're up to here, any other questions? No other questions. Who would like to speak to this resolution? Councillor Phil Clearwater. Anybody else? Councillor Grant Edge, Councillor John Sunkel, Councillor Claire, Councillor Vicky, Councillor Ian, Lan, Tane. Okay, let's go. Phil, your turn first.
Thanks, Chair Jenny. Councillors, you'll be aware that one of our clear strategic priorities, alongside leading climate change resilience, is to champion safe, multimodal and transport choices. And I've got no doubt that the hybrid option, which the staff have recommended, is definitely the top priority for us to support today to achieve that change to multimodal transport choice. And I certainly made a note that one of our submitters, Jolyon White, who was from Anglican Care or Anglican Social Services, he made the comment that climate change and social inequity were both juggernauts. And it just seems to me that this hybrid option actually supports both in terms of reducing climate emissions and also as a way for our ratepayers and for our patrons on our buses to have partly at least some social equity
as staff referred to before too. I also think that what really supports this hybrid option is central government's 50% reduced public transport fare for the community service card holders, especially in terms of the equity part. And all of those parts, like the $1 flat fare for also for under 25s and tertiary students, total mobility users. There's certainly all ways of increasing our patronage on public transport, so that in fact we have people coming out of our cars, riding on buses, and overall too, I think that this option is the best value for our investment. And staff also made the point that this option simplifies the fare system and people will be able to understand it. I think the other levers though too, and staff have indicated this, for public transport to become the choice, we have to make sure that we continue to invest to have our systems upgraded so that in fact they are, as we know, attractive and frequent and reliable and convenient and accessible for everybody. So, and I think in terms of this option, the $1 fare for most is really just like a small contribution or koha, so that public transport is indeed valued by our communities. So with those points, I strongly support and recommend the option, which the staff have also said is their preferred option.
Thank you, Councillor Clearwater. Councillor Grant Edge.
Thanks, Chair. I also strongly support this item. I want to thank the staff for their exceptional work over a long period of time that we have discussed the fare review process. We've discussed it with our GCP partners. I want to thank Councillor Southworth for her drive to communicate with our communities to help work out this flat fare issue, and Councillor Farm as well in previous iterations of this particular option. I want to thank the Youth Roku for their submission to our annual plan, an exceptional group of people with an objective response to surveys that they had undertaken. And of the 2,800 submissions that we received, I understand 2,700 of those submissions commented on the public transport. That's exceptional. A lot of people went for option 1, but equally many submitters wanted option 2, and many thought maybe a combination of both. And our staff have delivered a hybrid option that addresses equity and equality that will benefit the whole of the community. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody, really. And also, as Councillor Clearwater has just said, the government's processes are now kind of driving us towards this as well. It's delivered on emissions. It will deliver on emissions reductions, and it's going to deliver on sustainability and passenger uptake. You know, it's going to be a simple system, single zone, simple fare structure, and I really commend the work that's gone into this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edge. Councillor John Sunkel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the staff for bringing us this hybrid option. I guess when Councillor Hands and I had a bit of a stir up earlier in the year or last year around a bid for fare-free travel within the city and into places, it was, I guess, a challenge to this council, but also a challenge to government to hopefully come forward and put some money where the rhetoric is. And I guess if I have one real disappointment. Government still talks again about emissions and a whole bunch of things, but in real terms haven't really put any money into this. And the Fair Free thing was about equity and equality. And so whilst that wasn't going to get across the line, I did support the $2 flat fare, which then brought in the ability to reduce the zones or remove the zones from the likes of Selwyn, the inequities of cost and transport. And it was well supported by the folk of Selwyn District Council, Mayor Sam. So that was my starting point. I'm not quite so interested in the social values and social equity. That for me is something that central government should be doing, but I understand that we do have a role. So the hybrid model that we have before us today, for me, reduces the cost of what was our option one, which was more more expensive. Not as cheap as Fair Free, but it does provide for some of that social equity and equality across the system. It's simple, and simplicity for me on all the things we do is really important. If it's a $1 fare or a $2 fare, everyone knows there are no interactions, there's no confusion. It's just the we've seen an uplift with the half price fares, and there's been a question as to whether they would have an effect. We are seeing an effect. We're seeing a re-engagement of folk that haven't been on the buses, and I hope that will improve and increase. So I see this as really good public policy. I know there are some that are challenged by the increase in, I guess, costs to some of the ratepayers, Waimakariri, Selwyn, and places. But for me, we're seeing re-engagement, we're seeing good emissions reductions. Yeah, we could have better, but I guess cost benefit, dollar value, all those kinds of things, wrapping it into one. Yeah, I fully support this hybrid model and hope that it does achieve what we're looking to achieve, an uplift in people and a reduction in emissions.
Thank you, Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been challenged by this since we had peer review put on the table. Some of you will remember that I wanted to spend my $100% on service improvements. I think it was only myself and Timatanga vet that were in that position, and we were convinced, well, perhaps if you spend 80% and 20% on peer reviews. So that was my preferred option, and to a degree it still is my preferred option if we have money in the kit to get your service improvements so people actually want to use the service. However, and I didn't really have a position, any strong position when we went out to the peer review, but I do think submitters have spoken, although I would say possibly quite a biased group of people, the users currently submitted, and I'm more than comfortable to go with the hybrid option that staff have put on the table here. I think the simplicity is what appeals to me. The loss or the drop in bus fares is actually being picked up by the ratepayers, and my point is in Waimakariri, the ratepayers I represent there, they are actually paying a little bit more to get a lower fare for the users out of there. However, I would like, I like the fact that the option is there for users that use that as a commuter. I guess I just need to, I still, option 2 with the community card concession that government's put on the table was still very attractive in that the race in cost was going to be less. But this seems to be a fairly good midway. It's less than what we actually went out to consult on for option 2. But I am cognizant of the impact of the service costs and escalation, which we're going to be dealing with shortly, and the impact on all ratepayers and public transport. But that's another discussion. So yeah, in essence, I support this option 2 hybrid.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Vicky Southworth, your turn.
Thank you. Yeah, I would support this proposal, the hybrid. I really appreciate the report that staff have brought back and how clearly it's been presented, the consideration of the responses from all the submitters, and also the data in terms of the emissions reduction with the different options and the cost per tonne of carbon and that type of all those. It's just a really well set out report, and so for all the reasons presented, I completely support this proposal. I always had some concern with the zero fares for the concessions around people on lower incomes struggling to pay their rates, but who could not easily access our services because our service network is not perfect, and there's still plenty of room for improvement, which of course we are doing. We're delivering that, but it's going to take time. And so for me, the hybrid version means that the rates rise is kept lower, but also does give a benefit to those who are on lower incomes who can access our services. And I think as well, the point was made by some around if there's a step up going from $1 to $2 with when you turn 25, that could put people off, you know, that you get a switch off of people using the bus at age 25. And I think having a step from 1 to 2 will help to diminish that potential unintended consequence. And I think having the 2 and the 1 with the concessions at 1 and then a flat at 2 means that we are appealing to a really broad church of potential users for our public transport, which I hope will then demonstrate that public transport is for everybody. This is not something that is only for people on low incomes. This is for everybody. And the crux of that under 25s was exactly around that, a generation shift in attitude towards public transport. And I'm really heartened by the data that our public transport staff just provided Stuart on the effects of the half price fares, and particularly with the child users, that, you know, it's just that's great that it just coincidentally the timing of that proposal or that funding from government has just timed nicely that we can go into this with some confidence that our trial will work. And so I really look forward to seeing this rolled out and seeing our buses hubbing with people in in the new year next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognise that quite a lot of the councillors would like to reduce the rate impost on our constituents, and it seems to me that actually public transport is our single most expensive item, and that actually if you were genuine about wanting to reduce our rate rises, then actually some compromise around our public transport delivery should be considered, although they haven't been. I was never for free fares, and because we've heard from various submitters and from looking at national and international experience of free fares create problems of entitlement and poor behaviour, and that we should charge. So I'm not against this hybrid option. In fact, I quite like a lot of the concept of the hybrid option, but I'm concerned about some of the justifications for these subsidies on bus fares in the first place. And so I can just tick through those quickly. We've heard that this is good for climate change. Well, I'm not convinced about this as an argument, simply because all the fact that we're trying to get a generational shift away from using cars and into public transport. It seems to me that if we're serious about climate change and the implications of climate change, then we should be encouraging people to actually live close to their point of work, or else for them to take up modal change, transport modal change, which involves walking or bicycling or active use of transport rather than sitting on buses or worse still cars. And so when I look at the numbers around carbon saved and climate change, the accountant in me says, no, I don't believe any of those numbers, because I think they're manufactured to deliver the outcome we want from this. And I think for those who are really serious about climate change, there are better options. And one could argue that actually for the under 25 demographic, we should be making public transport or fuel so expensive that they have no other option other than to go to bicycles, where they in fact would genuinely save the planet. And I was taken by a submitter from New Brighton who worked at Lincoln, who was determined that we should put in place free fares. But it seemed to me, if you live in New Brighton but work at Lincoln, you're not actually making any personal sacrifices to deliver on that climate change aspect. So I'm concerned about that. I like the concept of simplicity that this hybrid option is delivering, and I see the importance of social equity that it is delivering, and so I like that part. I also note that in fact it does suit the Selwyn constituency. But as I say, if those people are genuinely concerned about climate change, they shouldn't be wanting to commute in Christchurch on a regular basis anyway. They should be finding our planning processes should be encouraging people to live where they work and play. My other concern really is in terms of the effect that COVID has had on our patronage numbers. And we heard from our team that in fact numbers are now going up to just over 70% of pre-COVID numbers, thanks to the government's initiative of halving bus fares. My view is that actually, if we wanted to make a significant difference to our rate increases, we could have delayed the implementation. We should be delaying the implementation of this hybrid offer, not until February 23, but until we can see that patronage numbers are returning to something like 95% of pre-COVID numbers. And then we should be signalling that we want to move to a simple and fair and equitable bus fare system. So I support all those principles, but it shouldn't be done until we know that the people we can understand the effect that COVID, post-COVID, will have on our commuters' travel demands. Because in fact, it may well be that the demand for public transport may have significantly changed and may never come back to pre-COVID numbers. But we are continuing to invest on the preconceived idea that at some stage life will go back to normal. And if you read about international advice on that, nobody seems to have any clear view on that. It would seem to me, from a fiscal responsibility position, that to temper our enthusiasm for investing in public transport until we have a clearer picture of what that looks like would make some real sense and make a real difference to the cost to our ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Liz Mackenzie.
Yep, thanks. So I'm getting a bit of feedback, so if people could just turn off their mics. I'd like to speak in support of this motion. I actually have some sympathy with Councillor Ian Mackenzie's views with respect to climate change. However, cycleways are mostly under the jurisdiction of our district and city councils, whereas regional transport is under our jurisdiction. And we should really be linking our cycleways and busways using rail. And we should be getting our region better connected in a more equitable way. And electric vehicles really are only for people who can afford them. Arguments about lack of demand for trains will disappear as fuel prices and the price of electric vehicles become higher. But back to this motion, I'm actually with Councillor Mackay and Tumatara Yvette Couch-Lewis in terms of the rationale that spending on service is actually the answer to better uptake of public transport. If we want people to use buses more, we need bus lanes, better routes, more frequent buses, express and commuter buses, and a decent wage for bus drivers. However, times have changed and there is increasing hardship, and there is a group of people for whom the cost of bus fares is a barrier. And several of our submitters asked for a combination of option 1 and option 2. They wanted both. And so I think this is a very good solution that staff have brought back to us. We did consider the free fares that Councillor Sunkel wanted, but we did note that some of the other trials of free fares in New Zealand have resulted in an increase in youth violence, and that actually having a small fare, no matter how small, was actually the best solution. So yes, I'd like to say I think this hybrid option is the best solution for us. Thank you.
Next person is Councillor Tana Apanui, then Councillor Lan Farm. Tana, you next.
So if I'm reading the numbers correctly, we're basically 30% now on pre-COVID numbers if we're at 71% of somewhere around there. Look, that's pretty dire, and I don't think the pulling the fares lever is going to change that in any significant way. However, I'll speak in support of this for a couple of reasons. I like simple things like me. We're looking at $1 to $2 fares. If you get a $20 top up, you know exactly how many trips you're going to get. At $2.70 something, how many trips do you get for $2.75? How many trips do you get for $20? So simple is great. I think that's one less barrier to engagement just by the simple maths alone. And yeah, what Elizabeth said, sure, where's our trains? Like, I could have sworn we gave you a budget for those last year. They should have been here by now. Look, having a number. This is the important part of this. Having a simple number for people to digest, and not an accountant's number like $2.75. It's starting to show that we are actually listening. Now, sure, only 3,000 people submitted, which is less than 0.5% of our region, right? So we can hardly say we've got a mandate to do anything. But I think we're no longer the tone deaf council that once was, and I think that's the most important signal that we can send out there right now. I think this will lead to better engagement with the public transport network, and I think we all need to do our part up to sort of tell that story.
Thank you, Councillor Hapanui. Councillor Lanfam.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, really proud of where we've got to actually with this hybrid option, both from staff and council and submitters all together. It's been a real journey that has been reflected on already, but I feel like this is good outcomes. This is the best way that we actually work as a council in conversation with our community, with our excellent staff, and actually end up somewhere. So yeah, I'm really excited about this being on the table today. I've been disappointed about the less than compelling leadership coming from central government over the last few weeks. And I hope that our community sees that leadership here today. We're doing what we can with the tools and the resources of our community and of this organisation. So I'm really excited about this. I think there's often a misconception that when you do anything positive with public transport that you're sort of trying to force people out of their cars. And I just really want to stress what people have already been talking about today, about this being about giving people options to actually get around, and particularly with the rising costs of living and all the economic pressures that we know that our community is under. This is just critical. So I really value that we are still targeting the dollar to the people who really need it. But then we're also sending the message that that public transport is for everyone. And like has already been covered, I love that we are ticking both the climate reduction aspect and the equity issues which go with that. So yeah, a big thanks again to staff particularly, but thank you. I'm excited about this and I will be supporting it.
Right, have I missed anybody? Councillor Megan Hands, I missed you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I, like others, am really excited about this option, this hybrid option. As Councillor Sunkel said, we stirred up some free fares conversation early on and a challenge to government around investing in public transport. And I think that challenge it still exists. And as Councillor Farms mentioned, am extremely disappointed in where government has got to in the last couple of weeks. Great with community services card holders, but could have done so much more. This council is ambitious on public transport, and it is something that we hear from our community about a lot. We know we need to improve the service as well as change fares, and we are seeking to do that within the limitations that we have within funding. This council will go further and faster on both service improvements and on provision of public transport if government actually gave us the funding that we need to do that. And for Christchurch, we don't receive anywhere near the monies that other cities around the country do, per ratepayer or per patron, or whichever way we want to cut it. Christchurch has been missing out in terms of investment from central government in public transport. And that frustrates me, because actually we have an opportunity to invest in it before we have more congestion, before we have locked in issues in that space, and while we're doing more rapid planning and expansion of Greater Christchurch. To be investing in that now and early would seem to me to be the smart thing to do, because there are other cities in the country where it's been got wrong, and trying to retrofit it back isn't working so well. If you think of Auckland, we had an opportunity here. This council wants to lay that challenge out to government, and this is one small piece in showing the intention that we do have, that we are ambitious. So I will be supporting this, but I also want it to be known that our council would go further, would do more, if we had the levers and the tools to do that, provided to us by central government. And it blows my mind that there is wastage on other projects, even within our own city, for different pieces of expenditure, that could go into investing in our public transport network, and into affairs as we move forward. And it seems like an easy win to me to invest here when we've got an organisation willing, a council that's willing, and government snubs us again over and over, and it's frustrating. We're grateful for what we do get, but I think more would be great, and having this hybrid option will make a difference for communities as they consider, as Lan says, the option of using our buses, because it is an option, and particularly for those commuting longer distances, being able to get that option at a cheaper rate with one zone, I think it's quite an attractive proposition. So I'll be supporting this today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hands. Councillor Peter Scott, you next.
I think, isn't this a classic piece of local government where we went out and consulted on this process, and we adjusted it to what is suitable to us. And really thanks to Councillor Southwood Farm, Clearwater and Edge, I think, and others who were at the forefront of that. But a really great piece of work from you, Stuart, in terms of this. It's a hard lot of balls to juggle. But we did get that engagement from people, and they did put those things in front of us. They did question us, and they questioned us especially around the fact of, do you really want to make fares free? Because what the effect that has on the services. And we've already seen what's happening in Tauranga with their free services, where they've had to change that up, put some money on them because of the use that was happening. And GoBus, I think it was a GoBus, came to us and said the similar thing. So that actually then identifies the fact that we are thinking a bit more deeply than just saying, look, we want to get people on buses, because we want to get people on buses. We want to protect drivers. We want to do all those other things too. So I think that's really good. We've been charged with patronage increase. This is an opportunity that's been brought by a group of our councillors, and we are responsible for PT. Grant and I chair the Transport Committee, co-chair it. That is our responsibility, and I'd like to think that while it's in our hands, that we're doing things that try to enhance its capability across Christchurch. And it is a tough place, and we can't just walk away from it. So we're going to get on and do what we need to do. The service delivery stuff is coming with GCP in terms of the in mass rapid transport stuff. So I think this, and combined with more service delivery, that we will get an uplift. I'm a wee bit ambivalent about emissions and stuff like that. That's not my driver. My driver is to try and get this done. So, and I would agree with Councillor Apanui, simplicity and efficiency in terms of fares is where we need to be. So I'm a supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Tumu Taia, Yvette Couch Lewis.
Kia ora. I just want to say that through this annual plan process, that how much I really admire you all. It's not easy to stand up and put yourselves out there to be voted on, and then to come and sit at this table. And the movement, again, that has happened at this table, especially within the transport space, has been enormous. Jane and I have had a couple of debates around the options. And in the end, you know, for me, the hybrid simplicity, definitely. The thing too for me is that looking at the community services card as well, the people that have a community services card can't even afford to put petrol in their car. So I was a bit torn, you know, there's, you know, in terms of the rates, the increase in rates and the impact that we were actually happening. Are we targeting the right people to be able, because actually I think the person you've got to be targeting the most is me, because I'm the one that is still working. I'm the one that can still go and buy a packet of seeds to put in my garden to grow food. A person with a community services card has huge problems in doing that. And that's where my space always is. And I'm thinking of the people that are at home in terms of out home. All of our people are out in coastal areas. And for them to be able to fill their car with petrol to be able to get it is not an option. It's not an option at all. So yes, I agree with you, Lan. We need to put more options on the table. It is about options and how we can help and to be able to move those. I think this is a compromise, and I've moved in towards that space. So yeah, I just want to say again, you know, I admire you all for that ability to be able to do that, and that you are thinking further afield in the transport space. Staff, even you more so, that you have to come up all the time with all the different briefing papers that you come forward with, and the change that can happen for you as you're going through that. Thank you very much for all of the papers, the briefing papers, to get us to this point. So yes, I'd encourage you all to go with the staff recommendation of the hybrid. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ruby. That was lovely. Nicole.
Thanks, Chair. Figured I'd be the last person in the room to speak. Okay. Like everyone else, almost of people, I want to acknowledge and thank all the submitters for giving us feedback on the transport options. Though we didn't ask, there was a really, really strong theme from our submitters that they wanted a better network and better services, and that a lot of those people said that should be prioritised before our cheaper fares. And that echoed the sentiments from some councillors have expressed today. And it also echoes comments that a couple of us made back in, I think it was March, when we had the discussion about adopting, that we should be prioritising better networks over cheaper fares. So we've had the cheaper fares now since 1st April, so just almost 2 months. I've been catching the bus since we've had the cheap fares. I've been on one bus that has been full and 2 other buses that have been more than 50% full in that time. And that's during peak hours. So that shows us that we need more than just cheap fares to get people on the bus, to get people bus curious, and to then get those onto patrons. Fares are something, but they're not everything. And I just want to use those numbers to highlight that. I'm really glad that we've listened to our operators who submitted and we're not doing free fares. Those were, you know, to me, some of the strongest submissions we heard, and I'm really thankful that we took their concerns on board seriously. And Stuart, Catherine, team, everyone involved, this has been such a journey, and just massive, massive mihi nui to you guys, internal, external people who have been working on this. It's been such a time, and you've done so well with it. So really massive thank you. Kia ora.
Right, well, thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to say something now as the mover of the resolution. I want to say that the central government should stand up and take notice of what we've done here today. We've gone further along the climate change emissions, carbon reductions pathway than they indeed have. And it's using the levers we've got at our disposal. So I think the government should be looking to Canterbury, and they should be funding Canterbury as a unique economic region that's got an economy more like a country, and giving us sufficient capital to deliver a community where everybody can say they are no longer contributing to carbon emissions and global warming. What a vision to look forward to. And you know what? It's from our vision, our transformation vision that we set in our long-term plan. So I'm like Yvette, I'm really proud of this council. I think it's fantastic. It's democracy in action. There's people around this table that have diverse positions about everything. And look where we've got with these great champions around the table who are doing the actual hard mahi of being a councillor. Councillor Vicky Southworth stands out in this. Councillor Lan Farn, Councillor Grant Edge and Councillor Phil Clearwater and everybody else, Councillor John Sunkel and Megan Hands, who upped the ante with the fair fees. Good on you. That's what politics is all about. This is what we should be doing in this terrible era that we're trying to move into a state of being Homo sapiens, being able to continue living on this planet. Everyone has a contribution to make. It's a journey that we've started, a journey towards a way of living that's ecologically sustainable for us all. And it means reducing our carbon emissions, no matter what sphere of the economy that you contribute to. And what we heard during this annual plan, if you think back to the first annual plan, was a much bigger segment of the population, a broader segment, talking to us about climate change and and emissions and about buses. Who ever knew this many people would be even interested in the buses? So one thing that this has done is highlighted the whole thing about our buses and that they are running. We need to acknowledge the service delivery sometimes isn't so good. The conditions of the buses, maybe there's some problems. And what about the driver wages? It's an absolute scandal that in Canberra, in Australia, they pay something like $45 an hour, and we aren't even paying the living wage. I might have got that a bit wrong, but it's something like that. It's absolute scandal the way we've run public transport down in New Zealand, and we need to stop it. And we need to do the regional stuff. Tane and Elizabeth are right. We need to hook onto those trains. We had rail cars and we went everywhere until we made a huge mistake about 30 years ago. I think government should look to us. We're brave elected members. Everyone around this table, you should be congratulating your staff, yourselves. Staff have done a fantastic job. Thank you, staff. Thank you for being so knowledgeable in the transport space. Thank you for persevering. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just think it's fantastic. It's a really good outcome. It's made for me feel worthwhile getting elected this term. And it's worthwhile because we did such a great job of looking at our vision, and now we're staff and we're all working together here. There's not a division between staff and elected members, by the way. We're all in the same space. We're trying to make a better community for ourselves and continue living on this planet. So I think it's fantastic. Let's put it to the vote. I'll move the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there anybody against? No, there's nobody against. It's a unanimous vote. Let's record it as a unanimous vote. So thank you very much, everybody. I think it's fantastic. Give yourselves a clap and all the staff. And we'll have some lunch for half an hour, breaking till 1 o'clock. I mean 2 o'clock. All right, well, welcome back from the break. We're going to proceed. I just want to say that I've had a look at the time and talked to a couple of, taken some advice and talked to a few people. And I think what we're going to do is we will definitely be reconvening tomorrow. That'll give staff a chance to check any of our figures and give it just give a chance for us to have a bit of a breather. We're not pushing on after 4 o'clock. Like we did last time, if people remember. We're not doing that again. So we will reconvene tomorrow, and I suspect, I'm not sure where we'll be up to, but if there's ones with lots of amendments going on, I might push those over to tomorrow when we're nice and fresh. So that's what we'll be doing. Just in case you were thinking we were going to push on and finish, we're not. All right, so we're up to page 121 of 151. And we are just about to discuss recommendation 7, which is approves the inclusion of $70,000 in the annual plan for the extension of free travel for the Super Gold Card holders to all day after 9 a.m. for a 2-year trial. Moved by Councillor Phil Clearwater, and I'm going to second that from the chair. We might first of all do questions. Who's got a question about this? Nicole. Nicole's got a question. Great.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. So the first one, you said that you'd be wanting to start this trial in July this year, July 2022. Do we have any indication when we may or may not get any of the government budget money for Super Gold?
So the funding for fiscal year 2022-23, the next fiscal year starting July, will have been determined based on historical Super Gold patronage trends. So this change that you're considering will influence year 3's Super Gold contribution.
Any other question? Oh, another one. Another one.
So then what's the total percentage figure with this recommendation? Thank you.
The dollar value is so small that we haven't calculated it. It really will be in the margins.
Any other questions anybody would like to ask? Okay, well, would you like to say anything, Stuart, about this particular resolution? No? All right. Who would like to be speaking? Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Thank you, Chair Jenny. Councillors, I'm really pleased that we have this in front of us as a recommendation, and I'm very pleased to actually support it strongly. I thought that some of the submissions we had relating to comments from older people and support for them were actually quite outstanding in terms of the suggestions they made, but also how they made their case clearly that in fact, in terms of transport subsidy, older people without this would be left out. And while that might sound strong because they already, as they acknowledge, have the gold card, they also made it really clear about the limitations of the current hours. And in fact, you know, that they have it available between 9 and 3, but after 3 o'clock, they have to be on that bus to be able to utilise that subsidy. And that means they have to get to the bus exchange, say, by 2:45. It means they don't have the same time as most people to socialise, which they clearly emphasised they would like to do. And I'm sure they will. And they also said how, in fact, you know, our local economies will be strengthened, that, you know, they'll be in the work, they'll be enjoying life in the inner city, and they'll be spending money there. So, and also, so I think it was quite clear that in terms of fairness for them, that was really, really important. But they also really referred to what was important for them was to be able to overcome that issue of social isolation, so that in fact they are included along with everybody else. And in many ways, I am speaking on their behalf because I'm one of the baby boomers. And in fact, there's going to be a lot more of us coming on stream soon too. So I'd urge you, this is a relatively small amount. The staff have said $70,000. I'd urge councillors to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Clearwater. Councillor Grant Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I endorse everything that Councillor Clearwater said. I just think that the submissions and the case put to us by some of the submitters was compelling about what happens to old people when they become isolated and restrictions on their social movement. I mean, just by doing this doesn't treat our elderly like children. It treats them like elderly citizens and adults. It will enable them to go shopping and make appointments when they want to. That means that they can go home when they want to. They can go out for an evening meal and go to the movies with their friends. And it's a small cost. And I agree, it's probably going to contribute a reasonable amount to local businesses. So yeah, really support it.
Anybody else like to speak? Claire?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Submitters, superannuants or super gold holders that come to us and present a case for fairness. My interpretation of that was in the face of our targeted fare-free option. And I thought at the time they were quite justified in that. My position now is that nobody is getting any fare-free option. We've got reduced fares. So for me, I can't support this a recommendation, even though it is a minimal amount. It's not going to break the bank, I know, but just in principle, they can actually still use the buses between 3 and 6, and in fact, the cost would be lower. So it's not going to be a resolution I'll support today.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak for or against? Who is that? Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Yes, so I'm getting a bit of feedback, so if you could just turn your mics off. I was initially in favour of this, but after having spoken to several of my fellow councillors and also thought about it more, I'm actually going to vote against this motion at this point in time. Superannuitants already have significant fare reductions, and they are likely to have more coming from government. And while the submitters were compelling, the councillors who are proposing, seconding and supporting the motion are more likely to benefit due to their age, I don't feel, I mean, if you look at the latest wellbeing report for New Zealand, you will see that it's our older people that have the highest level of wellbeing in New Zealand, and our younger people who actually have the lower and lowest levels of well-being. So I don't think it's targeting the right group of people. And so that's why I will actually be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, I have well, firstly want to just emphasise the fact that the concession that was originally proposed for free included community service cards, and there is absolutely quite sadly a substantial component of the community service card holders who will be superannuants, but that offer, that free offer, was always, they were always included in that, and I did try and communicate that, but that perhaps didn't come across as clearly as it could have. I also feel like actually a younger generation is the ones that are really struggling now, trying to get out of rentals and into home, living in rentals that are unfit to live in. But I also do recognise that 70,000, it's really quite a low amount. And if that's of benefit to our businesses, and that is actually genuinely the difference of paying $1 to get the bus home a bit later in the day is enough to incentivise older people to stay and spend some of their wealth in town on cinema and the restaurant, then to me that seems like that's you know, that is what it is, and so I will support it.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Have I got anybody else's hand up? Councillor Megan Haynes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will be voting in support of this. To be honest, when we heard the submissions from some of our older citizens within the city, I was actually really embarrassed that we hadn't thought about it in the discussions that we had prior with respect to concessions, and hadn't thought about the restrictions on people's freedom with respect to being able to maximise the value of the super gold card concession that they already had. So happy to support this. I think the older members of our community and throughout our wards should have the opportunity to utilise the bus as and when they'd like to, and take Claire's point that no one else is getting free, but I think superannuants have usually contributed for quite some time, and I think we can give back to them with such a small token of within our system that we've got here. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? So,
As the mover. Okay, sorry, no, oh, that's fine.
Kia ora. I was pleased to see this included super gold cards. Super gold cards are part of getting the it's gone out of my head, pension, right? So it's attached to the pension. And one of the things that I really liked about the submissions was the range of age and the range of society that our elderly came from and submitted. Can you get a community services card if you are on the super gold card? Can they actually get a benefit from that? Then yes, there are the elderly who are in the position to get a community services card that go to the doctor is at a totally different spectrum to the other group that I thought had a great submission that came from Kashmir. But the one thing those two groups had in common was the social equity issue. That was the one thing that they had in common. I would never begrudge a person who was on the benefit that needed to have a community services card, and in actual fact, would they have the gold card? Because don't assume that everyone has a gold card as well. You know, you have to actually apply for that gold card as well. It's the same with getting the pension as well. That while I'm a pensioner and have been for a number of years, it doesn't necessarily mean to say that I'm actually getting the pension right now, because it's an option and it's a choice in terms of when you actually go and collect it. But the gold card, my husband's on the pension and has a gold card. I would use my gold card, got it through him, to actually go to the pitches to get a discount. Now, you know, I see those kind of equities across for the elderly within there, and I really would like to encourage you to support that part of our society, that group of society. This is just one means to be able to support that sector of our community. Kia ora.
I'll just say, oh, John, you want to speak?
Sorry, very briefly. I have stated I'm not into us doing a whole bunch of social support, but given what we have, I guess, achieved with the hybrid model and the things that we're doing in that space, it's just a simple, I guess, step to support this in equity and equality. So I will support it. But to state again, I am challenged at times by the social outcomes, but in fairness and simplicity, I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Marshall.
All the arguments that have been made today in favour of this recommendation could apply to any minority group. Social isolation and community wellbeing, replace elderly in your arguments with disabled, replace elderly with immigrants. Why are these communities any less deserving of having free public transport? Aren't immigrants at a greater social disadvantage than elderly people? I agree with Councillor Hans that I was embarrassed that we missed this group when we were making our considerations on concessions. But I'm definitely in the same boat as Councillor Mackay. If we were giving concessions to others, then I would 100% be supporting this resolution. But because we're not giving others similar concessions, I'm very comfortable in where we've landed with the community services card, with the other concessions that have been made today, that it fits comfortably in there, and I will be voting against.
Thank you. I'll speak now, then I'll give the call to the mover, Councillor Phil Clearwater. I'd like to say I take a holistic view of everybody in our society. Everybody in our society should be getting looked after equally. But older people have contributed to our society for a very long time. And if you have lots of power, look, I've got a gold card. Here it is here. I think I've used it once where I volunteer to be the co-chair of Community Law New Zealand, and I don't want to claim funds off them because I'd rather give it to poor people for access to law. And I've used it in Wellington to get the bus from the airport to the office to attend board meetings, but I haven't used it here. But let me tell you that since I've been in this job, moving around in the community, I've actually had pensioners say to me they're really disadvantaged by the fact that they have to get home by 3 o'clock. They can't attend courses that are at minimal cost in the city. People have the wrong idea of people who are superannuants. If you really study who are superannuants, there's the whole spread. But do you know, there's a lot of women who are really poor and they get to the gold card and they can't live. That's because they still don't have equal pay. They've historically been disadvantaged in the industrial labour system. They're not in old government superannuation funds like a lot of men who are retiring now. They are not in superannuation funds now. They entered the full-time working life as older women because they did the family jobs that no one else will do. And then they get into old age and by God, are they struggling. And if we can't sit around here with our advantageous positions in society and give them what they deserve, I just think it's pretty poor. As was explained to us by the group from Kashmir, who I'd like to thank very much, Dr. Helene Mortner, Jenny Goodman and Dr. David Troughton. It was a fantastic submission on behalf of older people. They reminded us that a lot of older women, they are too embarrassed to apply for the community services card because they've been workers all their lives, and because they're in a poor position now has a lot to do with other factors that put women in economic disadvantage. They won't apply now for the community services card because it's too embarrassing for them. So that's not going to help them. There was a study done about 15 years ago. It's the first one in New Zealand, I believe. It was done in Kashmir Hills, and it was done for the councils, actually, for the council, and it looked at the household incomes up there. Those people are asset rich and cash poor. And people can say all they like, they should move and sell up their house. Maybe you won't be so keen to do that when you're 80. And we should be looking after everyone in our society. So we should move on to look at all those other groups as well. So I strongly support this resolution, and I want people to be able to come into our city, populate the inner city. I want them to be able to enjoy connections, as everybody else has said them. I want them to go to places like the WEA, where they're cheap courses, where they love going, but they can't get home on the bus. So I really, really support this, and I think it's a really good resolution. And thank you very much, Stuart, for working on how we can do it. And I really congratulate you. And I think I'm going to be totally supporting it. Over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Chair Jenny. I have to say I've been saddened by some of the arguments against this, but I've been really encouraged to hear the reasons for supporting such a pretty straightforward recommendation. And I'll just start with going back to that point that Chair Jenny has made about people being asset rich and cash poor. Some of people in their homes are not actually able to sell their homes because they can't afford to get them fixed so that they're saleable. And that's a fact. The other well-known health issue for older people is their social isolation. This is a minimal cost to actually help a group of people. Okay, some of course are wealthy. I can tell you that I take the bus, and this is what I pay with, a Metro card, of course. And I think most people, for example, who are still earning another income, do that. It's just what people do. So I'd actually just, for people who've actually considered against it, I just encourage some kindness towards older people. It's sort of part of post-COVID recovery. So I urge people to actually support councils to support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clearwater. Now we're going to vote on it. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against?
Against.
Okay, there's, I think it's carried. Do we want to do a division? Yeah, no, it's carried. Thank you very much. Right, everybody, let's take a deep breath. I think it's time for PX. Am I right? Get a bit of fun here. I'm right, aren't I?
Yes, you're right.
Right, let's move into PX. I'm going to move from the chair that we move into PX. Who's going to second it? Seconded by Councillor John Sunkel. All those in favour, please say yes. Anyone against? There's not anyone against, otherwise we can't do it. It's 8.2 on its page 2 of the pink sheets. We're in public's excluded, it's carried. So good morning, everybody. This is a continuation of the 548th meeting of the council. I would like to ask Lan Fan to open with a Karakia, please. Thank you, Councillor.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Ko whakataka te hau te Karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Oh, sorry. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta. Kia mā taratara ki tai. He ake ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hauhu. Ti hei mauri ora.
Thank you, Councillor Farm, for opening with the Karakia. We're very grateful. Now, what we're doing now is continuing on in the deliberations that we were doing yesterday. And online today, we've got a few councillors, and so we've got the mixed model continuing. And I don't think there's any apologies that I know about. No, we haven't received any apologies, and everything remains the same. So where we're up to in the agenda is page 121 of 151. We're up to resolution 12 under the heading Flood Recovery and Protection. So if we could have that resolution up on the screen there, that's about approving borrowing, and at the moment it has in both the 2022-23 and the 23-24 years to fund the cost of recovery from the May 2021 floods to be repaid by general rates over 10 years as proposed in the draft annual plan. Now, I'll get a mover for that. Councillor Ian McKenzie, would you like to move that resolution? Thank you. Second by Councillor John Sunkel. Now, I believe before we go any further, Councillor Grant Edge, you have an amendment that you've...
Yes, Chair. In fact, there is an amendment to a couple of amendments to this item.
We can just have the amendment. We can just have the amendment that you're proposing put up online, if you'd like to speak to that.
What I'm proposing is that. So what I'm proposing is that we split the proposal number 12 into two separate items. One giving the opportunity, the first one, which is about approving the borrowing to fund the cost recovery for the May floods. And that gives the opportunity for councillors to comment on the actual borrowing aspect of that. And then the second part B is approving this to be repaid by general rates over a 10-year term as proposed in the annual plan. And that gives the opportunity for councillors to comment and debate the issue about the appropriateness of where the money comes from in terms of paying for the borrowing. At the moment, it's down for general rates, but it would be good just to have some comments from councillors. So it's giving them an opportunity to comment on those two things, which are slightly obviously interlinked, but they are separate. They can be debated separately.
All right, and just before we go any further, we've had staff advice about this, about deleting in both the dates in there. So staff's advice is that that's making it pretty narrow. So it's better not to have the date in there. So we've taken staff advice around this. Otherwise, it reads as it is. So that's moved by Councillor Edge. Who's seconding that? The amendment, who's signing? You're moving it, Grant, and seconded by Councillor Phil Clearwater. I think the main purpose of this amendment is just to try and make it clear. There's no other change other than the one that I've just mentioned that staff have advised us on. Do you want to speak any further to it? Questions? Clear.
Questions of clarity, please.
Yeah.
In the amendment, we're taking out borrowing over the year. We've already ratified considerable amount of funds, and we know that we've drawn down reserves. By taking out the tranches that we were going to borrow 2 lots of 6 mil or something like that, how does that play into that now point A?
Could staff give us some advice on that? Maybe Giles?
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Phil. Thank you, Chair. The reason for recommending the removal of the years is just to recognise that the actual timing of the borrowing will be dependent on the cash flows of the organisation. So whilst we are reasonably confident that the $6 million will need to be borrowed in each of those 2 years, should such a circumstance arise where maybe we don't need to borrow the full amount until early 24-25, we would want the flexibility to be able to time that borrowing to align with the cash flows of the organisation. That's the only reason for the change. The actual expenditure and the costs are as per previous discussions.
Thank you, Giles. Is that cleared it up? Cool. Any other questions from anybody? So Giles was actually making that recommendation for the amended one as well. So we've just incorporated that into the amendment to stop us having to have 2 amendments, I hope. All right, well, I'll put any other questions? No other questions? Anybody wanting to say anything else? All right, Councillor Scott? The amendment. You can speak now if you want to. You can speak. We're going to do it. You can ask a question. Go ahead.
To me, I won't be supporting this because to me, there's quite a simplistic motion there in 12, and this complicates it, and it sort of, from my own personal opinion, destroys the integrity of what was quite simple, and for what reason I'm not sure of that. Maybe that will become clear. And as we said yesterday, you know, $1, $2 fare is simplistic, and we can get our heads around those things. And I see this motion 12 as being that, so I won't be supporting splitting it to A and B.
Councillor Clare.
So given your comment, so I'm going back to the deleting of the years and the comment that you've made, Chair, that staff have recommended that be deleted out of the initial recommendation as well. Would it have not been more prudent or process-wise that we actually had the staff altered recommendation up there as the start point?
Well, it's up to the chair to do this, and I've decided to do it this way. You'll find that in the standing orders. And I took staff advice around this, and that's how we're doing it. If it doesn't get up, we'll be moving another amendment to take that out of the first one. I thought this was the most simple way to do it. Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm going to support the amendment for clarity. I actually think that the original amendment contains 2 concepts. One about borrowing funding for the recovery. The second concept is that it be paid by general rates. And some councillors may, and I'm one, may strongly support the first part, but they may have concerns about the second part. And so, just for clarity for everybody, I see no reason why we should not just split up the concepts. And so I support the amendment.
Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, we'll put it to the vote. So the amendment is moved by Councillor Edge and Councillor Phil Clearwater. It's clearly up there for everybody to see. It's divided into A and B. At the moment, 12A and B. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against?
Aye. Aye.
Who's against? Put your hand up. Oh, 3 are against. Online, is anybody against? No. So it's carried. Oh, Megan, you're against. That's 4. It's still carried. All right, it's carried, everybody. So now we've reverted to that will revert to being the substantive motion. And the substantive motion is moved by Ian Mackenzie and John Sunkel. So are there any other questions about the substantive motion? Oh, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just what's the average rate rise with this recommendation 12 end up at?
There's no additional change to what was already in the annual plan draft.
We're starting the borrowing this year, but we're not increasing the rating from this year. We're not rating for it from this financial year.
The rating for the starts in 22-23 at 0.6% of it is an increase.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions? Right, we're going to open this up to debate. Ian, do you want to speak now or? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Sunkel, do you want to speak now? Okay. I'm calling for anybody else that would like to speak. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair.
Oh, hold on. I'm taking the two separately, aren't I? Sorry, I've just mucked that up. Apologies, everybody. So we have to revert to that being the substantive motion. We'll take the two parts separately, A and then B. So we'll take A first. So sorry about that, everybody. We're doing that. So you'll be all right. You'll speak last, and you'll speak. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I wish to support the approval of borrowing to fund this cost recovery.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Clearwater.
Just briefly, I've seconded it because I believe that in fact borrowing is such a large amount of money. It's prudent for this council to borrow at this stage, especially with the high headroom that we have available to us, and we will get the matching money from central government.
Oh, sorry. Just having a technical question here. It's all right. We'll keep going. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I support this because it's the only way that we're going to be able to fix the damage that we have.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Have we got anybody with their hand up online? No. All right. John Sunkel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely support it. As Councillor Scott has stated, it is the only way forward to fund the challenges we have across all our catchments within Canterbury. Borrowing provides us with the ability to do the works in the next year or two, and I accept the taking out of the timelines, given that it becomes pragmatic or practical if things extend into other years or where the money sits. So it is the view of the communities that we have been in consultation with, discussions with, that this be the way forward. So absolutely support the borrowing for the future of recovery of these schemes.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else wishing to speak? Anyone online? Because Councillor Mackenzie is going to have his right of reply at the end. So if you want to speak, you need to speak now. All right, it's over to you, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support A, and really I wasn't going to say anything until we debate, but because it's actually a single topic in my view, even though the amendment has been passed, it seems a bit uncertain that you can pass the first without passing the second. And so I'd like to talk actually about them both, perhaps at the end, reserve my right to talk to both motions at the end, because to me they are inextricably linked and are related to the way we've consulted, not only and for the annual plan hearings, but also with the community and with our district councils on this issue.
I'm going to allow that to happen. That's fine with me. Okay, so anybody else wanting to speak? All right, I'll put that motion. The first one is approves borrowing. Megan, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Mackenzie. I'm not prepared to place a vote on A without knowing how those borrowings will be repaid. Thanks.
Well, that's how we're doing it. So if you wish to abstain, that's up to you. All right, so I'll put this resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. We're voting on A, 12A. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, it's carried. Right, that's carried. John's uncle. B is Megan, you want to be abstaining from that part. Can we please note that? We're voting on B now. Approves this to be repaid by general rates over a 10-year term as proposed in the draft annual plan. And it's still moved by Ian and seconded by John, I'm declaring. Who would like to speak? Oh, are there any questions about the borrowing? Has everybody got that clear what the borrowing is about? Councillor Claire Mackay.
I'm not clear because that doesn't tell me that when and how much we are borrowing under B.
I think that's a question for, I think we're leaving it up to staff's professional determination there, but Brian or Giles, would you like to respond?
Yes, the intent was that we would have a top level of maximum borrowing, but as our cash flows require, the actual borrowing levels would change.
So can I just be clear that we are committing to the 12 point whatever we require, and that is what is covered by B, and we're committed to 10-year terms from the start of when we require the trenches. Thank you.
It is raising a good point, I have to say, from a technical perspective. We do need these resolutions just to be able to speak for themselves. Neither what's become the substantive one or the amendment does do that. So I just ask people when they're doing these resolutions, they do have to stand alone and they have to be explaining it to councillors and the public very clearly. That's our duty. Anyway, we'll keep on going. Who was the next person on my list? Megan, are you? Did you?
Yeah, I just have a question. We had some discussion last week around this and around whether, what rating was available to us. Am I correct in my understanding that because we consulted on general rate, it needs to be general? Or is there another process that would need to be gone through if it were different?
There are the two options currently available, which is the general and then the river resilience rate structure. As to whether that would need reconsulting, I'm not really aware of that. But those
I'm going to hand over to John.
Okay, I did consult on general rate, so I think yes. I just wanted to provide. We've talked to council before about the increased sophistication of the borrowing that the council is engaged in, and so trying to manage borrowing at a portfolio level rather than at an individual project level. So yes, the commitment is to borrow the 12 million, but exactly how and when we need to borrow that amount will depend on the aggregate borrowing and financial position of the council. Just provides us with that flexibility.
Thank you. Okay. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Edge. Oh, you can. Yes, we're still in that.
Okay. The May floods, if you don't mind, Chair, if I could just read from a few notes.
So what are you doing here? Debate or?
I'm in the debate. On.
I have a question.
Okay.
Nicole has a question. Oh, you don't have a question about this one? Okay, Elizabeth, you've got a question?
Yes. I'm just very worried. I just realised I voted in favour of a motion which doesn't actually have an amount in it. In fact, neither of them have an amount in it. And that really concerns me that we don't actually have the dollar value in that motion. Is there anything we can do to fix that? Can we make an amendment so we have an actual amount? I'm just very concerned about, this could be any amount.
Okay, Elizabeth, I take your point, and that's what I was talking about a minute ago. It's probably remiss of me. I should have asked staff to do that then. There's two people who have raised this, and I think it's probably needs a bit of a tinkering around these resolutions to show that. So can we do that? Can we have an adjournment now while you get that worked out? Because this isn't really kosher, and I'm sorry it's happened now, but I think we should adjourn.
So Chair, why don't we adjourn for a moment? It is in the annual plan, but we will revert and come back. Yep.
So we are adjourned for 10 minutes while staff have a look at this. And the words are in the annual plan documents, but this is the resolutions where we have to make the decisions. So it's important to have it clear. Adjourn. Okay, so we're up to, what are we up to now? We've got an amended resolution here. Do we need to amend this resolution, or are we? Okay, so can we ask them if they're happy to accept it? Not really. Or can I? I would like to ask the mover of the motion, Councillor, no, it's actually not. See, this is the question it's reverted to the substantive, and I've got the two moving it who have moved the original motion, and I asked advice in the middle of it and decided I was going to do that. This gets more and more complicated the more you do these things. So I'm going to ask Councillor Ian McKenzie, is that suitable to you? Great. Is it suitable to you? Councillor, and you two are out of it. You just did the substantive there amendment. Okay, so sorry about that. That's how I'm doing it. Okay, it's agreed. I'm ruling that we accept that, even if that's not technically exactly what you should do, but I'm saying it is. It approves borrowing of up to 12.2 million, and that's the only change we've got, is it, Catherine? Yes. So I would like to know, has that made it clear to the councillors who had concerns? Is that Councillor Mackay and Councillor Elizabeth?
Yes, that's good.
Well, that's very good. Thank you very much, everybody, for doing that. So we'll go back to where we're up to now. We've just finished questions. Are there any more questions anybody's got? All right, now we're going into debate around this. So who would like to speak? B. We're up to B. We've done A, we're up to B. Grant. Councillor Edge can speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to make some comments, if you don't mind, in terms of why I moved the amendments to split it. The May floods across the region cost the community about $20 million. ECan ratepayers need to pay up to 12.2 million, and the government's National Emergency Management Agency will contribute up to 7.5 million. The community was asked to consider in the consultation document, is borrowing and repaying through general rates the right approach in the regionally significant event? This, in my view, was an open-ended question without any details of who were affected and where they lived. They were given no alternative options for funding. And as a result of that, 55% of the submitters said they didn't know, and 15% said no, and 30% said yes. Hence, in my view, that should have been suggested to the community as a two-part exercise. Not really an overwhelming mandate of support for general rate funding for this. And the government's fund is only covering like for like, and that means putting back protection measures.
Excuse me, Councillor Edge, is a point of order.
Can I just point out that the cost to the community, as Grant Edge described it, was considerably more than $20 million.
Yeah. Yes, it's not technically point of order, Ian. Thank you. Just keep going. Can you say that? You can say that, make that clear in your speech. Back to you, Grant.
Where I left off, and that's identified in item 99 of the council's commentary. The government's funds only like for like, and that means putting back protection measures that had been washed away. And science is clear that climate change will result in more frequent and more intensive and damaging flood events in the years to come. And in many cases, funding to maintain our river embankments in their current positions is a fruitless exercise, one that will indebt our people forever unless we adopt a new approach. And staff recognise that and are preparing a business case for what's called betterment, essentially trying to get government funding to provide for adaptive solutions. And our 30-year infrastructure strategy identifies the need for a transitional approach that respects all values of our rivers, and one that may support retreat and allow the rivers to breathe through broader overland flow paths. In terms of the submissions, well, several submitters suggested that damage to private property should be the responsibility of the landowners, who would have known the risk of flooding to their land and structures. In particular, 2 former Canterbury River engineers submitted to us, and one informed us about the poor planning decisions made in locating stock banks along the Ashburton River that confines it so much that it can't contain significant flows in these extreme climate change events. The river wants to actually re-establish its natural braided river characteristics, but mankind has blocked and deformed its natural path. The flood affected various parts of Canterbury in different ways, and the Catchment Subcommittee meeting on October the 7th, 2021 specifically identified the proportions of damage in various areas. And the recovery to protect was deemed to be required with some urgency for those areas. And given that some areas were significantly less affected, such as Christchurch, for example, the question is, should a general rate have been applied? And the annual plan officially did not offer those options about funding. And as a result of that, 70% of submitters didn't seem to understand what it was all about. The recently published draft National Adaptation Plan and our own Canterbury Climate Risk Assessment are all pointing for the need to change the way we manage our rivers and their catchments, the way we occupy land close to rivers, and the incredibly difficult conversations that we will need to have in terms of retreat and moving away. So we are, in this case, proposing to share the burden through borrowing by a small amount of about 0.6% and paying that through general rates. And staff have also advised in their document to us that this general rate funding will not be seen as setting a precedent, and future funding to recover retreat from major climate change events are not sustainable. And I'm not convinced that funding the May event from general rates is a fair option when more debate by all of council may have considered other options more favourably. I'm not seeking a major debate on alternatives to the general rate today, merely raising the issue of impacts of our climate emergency if we don't put more effort into having hard conversations. So I will be abstaining from Part B.
Thank you, Councillor Edge. Councillor Vicky Southworth.
Thank you. So I would like let me just am I getting echo? I am. Is there a way of stopping the echo? Somebody got there. There we go. That sounds. Oh no, it's not. It's not. What's going on? This was okay yesterday. Got it. Thank you. So I would like to start with for myself, my personal position and having read a bit about just the general principles about flood management and private and public benefit. My starting position really was that there should be some contribution from the targeted areas, from a targeted rate of some description for the areas that are going to receive the protection from the replacement of the embankments. The principle of having private money come in for private benefit is that the decisions, if you put all public money into replacing these embankments, there's a risk then that private people don't take appropriate action to minimise their own asset risk. So, for example, raising the floor level in a garage or pulling back from working land right up close to these embankments. In many places, these embankments are too close and the rivers don't have room to move. And that's been signalled. And we have in our 30-year infrastructure strategy that we published with our long-term plan, the intent to start to address some of those issues in the subsequent 30-year plan, or what might actually and probably should be a much longer vision. Now, there I am understanding from staff, I've understood from staff that we basically do not have any midway point between either a full 100% general rate for the costs of this recovery, or otherwise going to the other situation, which is the norm for the catchment groups, catchment areas, which is a 20% maximum of general rate and 80% targeted rate. Now, given the scale of this event back in May, and given the significant effects that it will have had on the community, to me, the other option of the 80% targeted is also not fair and not reasonable. And it's unfortunate that we don't have anything in the middle. And that never really has not been a debate at the table for full council. I understand that there's some complexities around creating a new policy. And so what we've been given are two policies that are within our long-term plan, and they really are quite extreme options. Now, in our in the report that came with this item, there's mention of not setting precedent. Now, I understand that we've been advised there's no legal precedent set here with this, but I would note that we actually received a submission from the Le Bons Bay batch owners group about a significant flood that occurred in Banks Peninsula in December 21, 6 months later. And so really, and substantial damage. So really, in a way, this is to me setting very much a moral precedent. How do we turn around and say your substantial impact in effect occurred at a different time from May 21, but we're going to treat you differently? How do we do that morally, even if legally we're not obliged off the back of this decision today to address in a similar way occurrences elsewhere? Now, I think with climate change, it's highly likely that we are going to have another substantial regional event in the foreseeable future. And so we need to be thinking about how we make sure we build resilience for our communities, and that we don't just keep throwing public money at structures that are essentially just putting dollars in the way of being washed straight out to sea at some time in the foreseeable future. This is going to become prohibitively expensive for people into the future. So I am actually going to support this motion. I will support general rate for 100% here, but I'm absolutely assured by staff that we are going to start looking at how we give more space for our biodiversity and our rivers, that we take into account that how we can do that in order to actually build greater resilience for our communities who are at risk of flooding and are only going to be at greater risk. So on that basis and on my explanation there, I will actually support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Phil Clearwater's next.
Maybe John, Councillor Sank would like to go first. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in favour of the motion, but I do have some concerns with it. When we first canvassed the issue of repayment, we were looking to try and do it over a 2-year period, and then maybe 5, and our council has decided to push it out to 10. And my challenge with that is that we all agree that we are in a space of climate change, more intensity, more severity. And if we are going to fund and pay for these things over a 10-year period, my suspicion is that we will have more events in the interim. We won't have paid off the last one before we're paying for the next one. But that's where it sits. That's been the view of council. So it sits there at 10 years. But I think we will have increasing intensity. We went out to those peri-urban and rural communities and talked to them about the issues that they faced with the flooding. And there's a lot of talk here about farmers and the immediacy of those who live and farm around the rivers and the stop banks. And I can get some of that. But what we don't appear to be really accepting in our conversations are that the challenges to our regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. And the comments keep coming back to farmers living by rivers and stop banks. If we talk about the challenges to our bridges, to our rail networks, we're all very keen on rail and freight and doing a whole bunch of things, but we're not so keen on maybe supporting that infrastructure. We want to let our rivers go wild, a wee bit of license there. Our telecommunications, and at last event, we had one fibre optic cable connecting the South Island, and it was within inches of its life. We had power pylons that were literally on the point of tipping if things had continued for much longer. So I look at the social and the economic disconnect that can rapidly happen through Canterbury and nationally if we cannot maintain our significant regional and national infrastructure. I look at the towns like Ashburton, where by the grace of whoever, if that river had risen a few more centimetres, we would have had flooding right through Ashburton. Again, private assets, public assets, the like. So for me, it's not about those that live within the immediacy of the area. Those targeted ratepayers in those areas are targeted and pay their share, and they are putting their money in to rebuild their reserves to maintain the works within these rivers. So it is a bigger question of how we protect the assets of Canterbury and New Zealand. So therefore, I do support the general rate, because it is the right thing to do. And just as we had the debate around public transport, it was good public policy to support that, whether I'm a user or not. I believe a general rate is the right thing to do to protect the assets of Canterbury, the South Island and New Zealand. I think we took some advice from the Office of the Auditor General as to how we should approach or could approach, and that was we would have needed to go out with a special consultative process to find a mechanism to change our rating base. And we took the advice that it wasn't a significant amount of money, it was time, effort and the like, and we took a particular, I guess, line of travel, which has led us to the point we are today. We have had those conversations. We did have those conversations. So I'm just troubled a little that we kind of think we didn't have them, but we definitely had those conversations in this chamber. So I support the general rate for all the reasons I've articulated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person will be Councillor Phil Clearwater. Then just so you know, I've seen you, Councillor Peter, Lan, Claire and Megan, in that order. So over to you, Phil. And I've seen you, Councillor Mackenzie. Liz, I've got you. Thank you.
I think the main concern about this part of the motion is how long, is the future costs to the wider community, and who should pay. And there's no question around the public infrastructure that Councillor Sunkel referred to, that has to be paid for. And I would understand that central government contribution assists in that area too. And we all pay taxes for that. Where I'm coming from today, and I'm going to abstain from this motion, I'll tell you now, from the Part B, because I cannot agree with it in principle. Basically, the whole principle, my understanding of ratings, is that the rating system should ensure that a property owner whose assets benefit, that we contribute proportionally to the benefit that they gain. That's the basic premise of rating. And Councillor Edge referred to two submissions by very well qualified people, which were very clear about this whole issue. And one was from Mr. Ross Vesey, who was a former regional engineer for this regional council. And he made the point really clearly that the areas which were subject to ongoing periodic inundation, he called it, by flooding in the Ashburton district, were well known to the former catchment board. And it's quite clear from what we know too, for example, around the south branch of the Rakaia, that, and as Councillor Edge referred, that the natural process is there. At some stage, the river would return to its original riverbed. And so clearly, you know, farmers along there must expect to be flooded. And I just ask you as councillors, should we as a council on behalf of our ratepayers continue to pay for this at a general rate on an ongoing basis? I think most of you would say the answer is should be no. I'm also going to refer very specifically to the submission which was made by another former member, a hydrologist, Peter Weir, who's a former staff member of the South Canterbury Catchment Board in its day. And he also reiterated that the farmers in that area knew the risk when they bought that land. And he put it quite succinctly, and I'm going to quote him again actually, because I thought it's really important, that businesses shouldn't expect, he said, to profit by socialising their losses after making business decisions to undertake intensive farming in known highly vulnerable areas. So I appreciate that as a council today, because of our rating policy and the form of the consultation we did, that for this rate to be paid, we are in effect, if we're going to pay it, and we are going to have to fix it. There's no question of that. That we're bound to a general rate. I accept that, but I cannot agree with it in principle. And so that is my reason for abstaining today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lan Fan.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with the concerns that have been raised, primarily around the sort of consultation process and the process in terms of lack of options that we actually went to our communities with. We sort of ended up in essentially a bit of a bind where it was almost like a false decision or like false consultation. So I think we need to be really absolutely aware of that for the future. I think broadly though, I agree with the general underlying high level philosophy of this general rate for this flood recovery. And I think my interpretation of what that is that when it comes to climate change and responding to climate change, both in an adaptation sense when we have massive issues like this, but also a mitigation sense, is that we're all in this together and we can't escape that. So despite my concerns that again have been well covered, I will be supporting this today. I do just want to note that I don't think that this principle applies just to adaptation. I think I would love to see us, particularly later in the day when we discuss the climate levy, exploration of how we might pay for climate mitigation as a region. Because, for example, we know that 68% of our emissions are from agriculture. We don't currently have any levers to reduce those. So maybe that there's other ways that we as a whole community can pay for things like public transport, for example. So I look forward to that future discussion, but I will be supporting this today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter Scott, and I'm sorry, Peter, I did the wrong order then. So
that's fine. Look, I'd just like to thank Councillor Southwood and Councillor Farm for their support for this, and I support this also. But I also like just to make a wee mention of Lee Griffiths, who's sitting over there, and the good work that she did with that shovel-ready work in rivers. And we could be a lot worse off today if we hadn't gone on and done that work. So thank you, Lee, and thank you for all the work you put into this. I support this from the point of view that we had a formal consultation process that we went through, but informally in my discussions with Mayors Smith, Bowen, Brown, Broughton, Gordon and Black, they also support this, and they've supported this quite widely. I mean, there's a quid pro quo possibly from Mayor Dalzell around climate change and where we're going to have that conversation, Lan, but yeah, this is recovery, and that's why I support this. I think we've got a broken model here which we're struggling to catch up and try and fix, and this is well known that the Catchment Committee was just formed and they had to deal with this, and I think that the piece of work that Councillor Ian McKenzie and Tumutaio Cranwell were going to deal with was a wide piece of work. So, you know, we've got a lot of work to do in this space. We haven't got a lot of time left for us, and I'd like to make sure that we inform our next council of the urgency around this. We've been waiting for central government, to give us some confirmation in terms of the things that Councillor Sunkel has spoken about in terms of infrastructure. I'm not going to get into that, but we're desperate for that money. We really are, and we're desperate for some help here, because if this happens again, the councillors that are concerned about generating this, they've got genuine concerns, and I would hate to think that we've got another turnaround on these within the next year or so before we get ourselves sorted out. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor. The next councillor is Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. I'm going to support this being collected out of regional rates. Like Councillor Sunkel, I'm quite concerned about the long term that we're collecting it over because of the possibility of further events. Now, I guess that's a discussion for the next council to be having. I'm informed by staff that we can actually go back and look at the time periods at any stage in the future around how that perhaps time frame that could be borrowed over, depending on the advice I guess we get from the staff at the time. I think that the 20 million that Councillor Edge referred to was the cost of Environment Canterbury's assets. We know that the community cost was huge, absolutely huge, at a district council level for their infrastructure, and individuals had considerable costs as well. So across the region, because this did happen across the region, it wasn't just focused on Ashburton, and it does seem to have become an Ashburton focus, but it was widespread across the region. Absolutely, I would think it's probably getting closer to $100 million on a total scale. For me, this recovery fund was just focused on particularly ECan assets, so therefore it's within the bounds of the rating districts that we currently have. And Councillor Southworth pointed out the Le Bon's case, which sits outside a rating area, but were a lot of others, such as Kukulu River area in the Waimakalele and Summerselwyn, and certainly others as well. So I don't need to name them all. And yes, it is an issue, and I think that this council will acknowledge that we are going to address that in the future. So, and that's what Councillor Scott was referring to, as perhaps we've been caught up in not having the right framework. So supportive, agree that we've got quite a bit more work to do in the interim, but would love to see it be a much shorter period because we are going to have more events.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Megan Hands.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll be supporting doing this as general rate. I have concerns, as others have, about the time period. But I just want to dwell a little bit on some of the comments that have been made, because it actually astounds me that we're having this conversation and that there might even be any consideration of saying, oh, well, those who live next to a river should have to pay for it when a flood or a civil defence emergency happens. Where is the community spirit? Where is the acknowledgement that civil defence emergencies happen, and that when they happen, as a region, we stand up and we support one another through them? The night of the flood, I was frantically checking the river levels in the Waimakariri, in the Timaru district, and in the Ashburton district. And do you know what I was concerned about the most? as I watched the ash burden levels go increasing. It wasn't the farms in Green Street, because I knew those guys would have a plan and they would figure it out. I was concerned about the bridge going, and that if that flood went through Ellington, it went through 2 retirement villages that we didn't have time to get people out of. That's what I was concerned about. And to then turn around and say, oh, well, those people that live next to a river should pay for it. When there's something when there's a flood, people should be responsible. Imagine if we'd said to people who lived on land that was liquefaction prone, oh, well, that's bad luck. You built your house on somewhere that's liquefaction prone after the earthquakes. It just astounds me that we would even have a conversation whereby we would not support people within our region and within our community when a civil defence emergency happens. Yes, we know there are going to be more emergencies that may happen as a result of climate change. Yes, we know that, and we have a long-term discussion to have about the way in which we fund infrastructure and flood defences and all of those kinds of things. Bring on that conversation. I think it's well overdue, and personally, I believe we should be looking at a uniform annual general charge for those kinds of things. And as this council has advocated to government for more government funding in the way in which we fund resilience infrastructure. Bring on that conversation, because I think that some people who have a view that we should let rivers run wherever, it all sounds lovely, really nice. But the reality is that we do live within the environment. And I think you'll lose that argument, because tell the people of Christchurch to let the Waimakariri float wherever it wants to. They go right through the middle of the city. It's just fanciful to consider that as a viable option as we move forward. And it actually makes me feel embarrassed and hurt that we wouldn't support people within our community when a civil defence emergency happens on the basis of, oh no, we'll point fingers and say you should pay or you took the risk. It just blows my mind. I'll be supporting general rate, and in the future I'll support a uniform annual general charge for resilience activities.
Thank you, Councillor. The next councillor is Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Yep, thank you. So I don't think oh, can we just get rid of that feedback? I don't think people are thinking far enough ahead on this. We are just reacting to what is happening. So 20 million rates from ECan, 12.2 million rates, which we're going to vote to be paid by general rates, and 7 million from government. That's nearly $40 million. Now, next lot of floods, that's probably going to be money down the drain. Who knows? So the question is, well, who should pay for flood recovery and protection? And you might say, well, the government needs to give more. The government could have a national climate change levy, a resilience levy, and that should probably come from the wealthiest in society. And I don't mean farmers, I'm talking about people with assets and trusts and private jets, mega yachts, people with massive carbon footprint. But at some point, we are all going to run out of money. But the floods are going to continue. They're not going to stop. They're going to get worse. We know we can't protect everything, and yet councils are addicted to protecting everything. That's what we've always done. We need a different approach. We need a sustainable approach. We need a nature-based approach, and this may sound awful, but we need to inform people better about their risks and where they live, and we need to let them know that their expectations of protection may have to change over time. We may not be able to provide as much protection as we used to. We should not be protecting the status quo, because if we protect the status quo, we're not protecting our future. So I am really uncomfortable about voting for this. I mean, I will vote in favour of it, but to me, it can only be a one-off. We can't use this funding to just build protection back. We have to use it to be adaptive. We need to think far ahead about this, because even though Councillor Hand says, you know, we need to protect people now, We do, but at some point we are all going to run out of money. So we do need to think about this in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Have we got Councillor Nicole Marshall?
Kia ora. I wanted to talk to Councillor Sanko and others in the rationale for why a regional rate makes sense. Flood infrastructure protects national assets and urban centres and towns, not just a handful of farmers. I question why some councillors are reliant on the opinion of retired professionals who contributed to the status quo rather than listening to our own engineers who are responding to this council's desire to do better with our river management. Like Councillor Scott, I really want to acknowledge Lee and our river engineering team. Our team are national leaders in river engineering. And for this council to discount that expertise is really disappointing. I hear concerns from other councillors that they would have liked the option to have proportional general and targeted rate for recovery. However, I do want to remind this council that we workshopped repayment methods and we landed on a general rate over 10 years. Not everyone was happy with the general rate. Not everyone was happy with 10 years, but it landed somewhere where everyone around this table got something. Some got 10 years, some got a general rate. I think the urban Christchurch population gets more benefit from borrowing and paying for this as a general rate than it does borrowing and paying for the new planning framework as a general rate. If the rationale for rating is that those who benefit should pay, why are we using a regional rate for the new planning framework? If that plan ends up where many members of this table want it, those who will be paying the highest per head of population will be the ones who have the greatest losses. In this case, I think a regional rate for the river recovery is totally appropriate. I am concerned about the 10-year time frame because of climate change, because of the frequency of events, but this is where we've landed and I'm happy to deal with that.
Councillor, did I have anybody else wishing to speak? Anybody online that I've missed? No. Anybody around the table? Oh, Ian, I've got you up my sleeve, but I'm going to speak in a minute. I'm just waiting to make, well, not literally, but you know, I hope. Gotta have a bit of fun here. Look, I'll go next then. I want to thank you all for your contribution. This is incredibly complicated, but it's made more complicated by the fact that we're heading into a period of climate change. And we need to deal with this in a complex way. And it's not easy. And there is no aspersions cast on staff here. Staff are doing a fantastic job. And we have to remember that we're all in this together, not just in this room, but all across the whole region of Canterbury and across New Zealand. We're in this together. Right from the start, when I got elected and then I became the chair, I have been advocating or talking around the flooding problems and the fact that we don't have enough money. And at the very first meeting of the regional councils I went to in November 2019, there was a paper on there about this, and we should be, and we've pushed that now, and we've got the catchment committee set up and we're pushing it at every level we can. There is a need for funding in an alternative way around this. There's a need for a whole discussion around climate change and how we do this in the future. There is a need for how the rivers are going to breathe. Nobody literally means the rivers should breathe right through a city, right through a town, right through someone's farm. That is not what it's about. It's not about people's livelihoods. We're all in this together. We've got to work together. So I'm going to support this, but I do think we urgently need to take a very flexible look at what we're doing around flooding. And it's not easy to do that because we've got staff and they're responding to what's happening at the moment. Look what's happened since the flooding last year, but we need to prioritise it. We need to prioritise it very flexibly, especially, and I want to acknowledge that Mayor Sam Broughton's come here 5 times, he tells me, and he told us all publicly at the hearings, we need to get some sort of work going on in Selwyn that maybe we can pay for in a different way. And local people want to do things differently as well. So I know we're looking at our structures around our committees and how we do it, but maybe we have to look at different ways of doing it. And I too would like to totally acknowledge and say thank you to past employees. Ross Vesey and Peter Ware, as mentioned by Councillor Phil Clearwater. We need to value the contribution of everybody from history. They need to bring corporate memory back, and that's what we don't do very well. And it makes it hard to find solutions for climate change. It's not about persecuting anybody or saying anything is one way or the other. It's contributing to a community-wide deliberation, which intelligent people should be doing to make sure Homo sapiens can continue to live in New Zealand, especially on the Canterbury Plains. And we haven't got it worked out, but we need to. And I think it's great that the mayors gave us their opinions, and I respect their opinions, but it's the decision-making around this table that matters today. I just want to say also that I see the community spirit of the community of Canterbury is embedded all the time in river flooding, because it's embedded in the calculations we use to do the river rating contributions. That's where it is permanently. So do not think that everyone is not contributing across this in some way. And I would like to also talk about the whole idea of borrowing. The whole reason that we have a central government set up around local government borrowing is to make sure money is available for these sort of things to happen. And we need to face that, and we need to borrow because it's for the public good. And that's what we're here for. And that's our job. So I totally support this, and I think it's right for every elected member to have their view around it. And I think we need to do it differently in the future. And having grown up in Canterbury between two large rivers, and my family being on those rivers and being the river carriage person, and goodness knows what, for my grandfather being killed on a river in North Canterbury, I know what happens. And we have these floods all the time, but they are going to get worse. So I totally think we should be supporting this, and I want to thank everybody who's contributed. I think it's a healthy debate, and thank you very much to all the people who gave their views. I think it's fantastic. Over to you, Ian. It's your turn now, because no one else is speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a very long-winded debate when everybody's agreed to support the outcome, so which I find amusing. Look, if I could just work through, there's been quite a lot said, some of it not entirely accurate, some of it giving a political point of view, and some of it trying to describe what actually may have happened. But can I just stress that this was a regionally significant event, and Councillor Edge said that it was $20 million worth of damage. Councillor Mackay more accurately described the damage as something over $100 million. And I think from memory, the South Canterbury, Timaru District Council claimed, I think, that they had over $30 million worth of damage to roading and bridge infrastructure in South Canterbury alone. And I think Ashburton District Council was around the 20 odd. Selwyn and Waimakariri District Councils had similar sorts of levels of damage. It tailored off as you went further north. So this was an event that affected pretty much the whole of the community. And not only because of the damage, but also because of the dislocation of bridges being out, roads closed, no access to hospital care, schools, and to families isolated because of the damage to roading and bridging infrastructure. One of the Councillor Scott talked about that we're administering a broken model, and I think that's one of the things that this flood, this major flood event, has brought to the front of our minds as a regional council, and that is that our river rating schemes, going back to the South Canterbury Catchment Board days when Peter Ware, for a very short time, worked in the river engineering team, and Ross Vesey was a member of the South Canterbury Catchment Board team, which is now quite a long time ago. The Canterbury region, as I understand it, is one of the few regions in the country which has river rating districts, piecemeal river rating districts, to try to manage flood events on our rivers. Basil Chamberlain, as the ex-CEO of Taranaki Regional Council, said that Taranaki Regional Council actually raises all its flood protection rates on a general rate, and they show no partiality to whether to which particular waterways they spend the money on. Otago Regional Council has a system where the territorial authorities raise general rates across that region to fund river protection in those river areas. And we as a regional council have embedded a modest amount of money in this year's annual plan for outer river scheme repairs and maintenance on flood damage, and again funded by the general rate. The Mayor of Selwyn District Council, Sam Broughton, brought a new concept to the council with his submission to this year's annual plan, which is that the whole of he's proposing the whole of the Selwyn District Council district, the whole of the Selwyn District should fund through UAGC on those ratepayers a fund to pay for river management in the Selwyn District. And these are the sorts of things that we need to do, because the current system on the Selwyn District on the Selwyn River is that there's a small area of the river is in a rating scheme and the rest of the river is unrated, but the cost falls on those who pay the river rates. And several councillors, including Councillor Clearwater and Grant Edge and Vicky Southworth, have suggested that a higher burden of the cost should have fallen on the river rating districts. Well, given that we have no comprehensive river rating schemes in the country, in the Canterbury region, the Ashburton River and some of the South Canterbury rivers have sort of comprehensive schemes, as in that the schemes go up to the top of the plains, but none of them go to the full coverage of catchments. And so, a lot of those schemes were designed to give limited protection to farmland. But of course, urbanisation over the 50 years that those river rating schemes have been in place has occurred to a greater or lesser extent across the whole of the region. And so now a lot of assets, urban assets, are protected by schemes that were designed to give limited protection to farmland. And it's quite it's important to note, I should say, that in these floods, and if you use the Ashburton as an example, farmland did get inundated. There was considerable damage to farmland, and yet very little damage in the urban areas because our flood protection systems worked. And I've talked to a few of the landowners, and this isn't a comprehensive survey, about what their costs to them, net of contributions from central government, net of any contributions they may have had from any other funding. So you'll remember that the Ardern's government gave, I think it was $4.5 million to help fund flood recovery to uninsurable value. But talking to some landowners who had significant difference, their damage over and above the recovery of all those, so their net cost to them has been in the order of something like $800 to $900 a hectare across their entire land holdings. And so the damage, and of course the damage wasn't just on across their whole farms, it was on only proportion. So the private landowners have met considerable costs because of these floods, and several councillors, as Councillor Hans pointed out, have inferred that that's not the case, and that should have been. There's also been some questions around how much consultation we did as a council and with the communities. And as has been pointed out, we had a couple of workshops on this issue and included all the district mayors. And the recommendation that came from those workshops was that there should be a special rate struck to help flood recovery. The initial recommendation was that should be struck over a 2-year period as a uniform annual general charge. In debate around this council table, which some councillors seem to have forgotten, that was modified to being used as a general rate on capital value, and then again modified to be funded over a 10-year period instead of a 2-year period. Various other options were considered, including that it sits with the rating districts, that it could sit as a special targeted rate on those district councils where they had the worst effects, which would have been South Canterbury, Ashburton District Council, Selwyn District Council, and the Waimakariri District Council. But all those options were discounted, and the regional rate was agreed to. That was brought as a recommendation from the Catchment Committee to the council and agreed excuse me, and agreed by this council as the recommendation that should go forward for consultation in the annual plan. So that view was also socialised at the time of our annual river rating liaison committee meetings across the whole of the region. And even those river rating schemes that weren't affected by the floods or had limited damage from the floods agreed that this was the most fairest way of recovering the damage done to ECan's, the regional council's flood infrastructure, which is the $20 million, not $40 million as Liz McKenzie said. So it's $20 million, less the contribution from the National Emergency Agency, which is NEMA, which is about $8 million. So the net cost is the $12.2 million up in this motion. And the reasons why that recommendation came forward was, one is it gave certainty of funding for Catherine Harbauer's river engineering team, led by Lee, to get on with getting the work done. And that was considered absolutely critical. And the district council mayors wanted that because they could see the vulnerability of their infrastructure, their roads and their bridges, if the immediate repairs weren't considered and done. And so it was the certainty of funding stream. It was to enable Lee and her team to get on with the work, which they've done a sterling job doing. And it allows the river rating schemes to rebuild their reserves expeditiously. So I think when we went around all the river rating schemes and looked at their budgets, they can, if we fund this on a general rate, they can rebuild their reserves back up to the prudent levels that we would like them to be at, which is at least a year's worth of reserves, a year's worth of expenditure sitting as reserves. And we can.
Hey, Ian, can you be winding up now? Yeah.
Within 5 years, as opposed to if this was to be loaded onto the river rating schemes, I think the expectation is it would take 15 years. And so it does deal with this resilience issue that Councillor Sunkel was concerned about. In the consultation on the annual plan, and again, Councillor Edge has referred to the submission process, and 55% of the submitters didn't submit on this. That's because 55% of the submitters were between 15 and 24 who submitted solely on the public transport free fare option, and they stated that they had no opinion on anything else. So they were submitting on a single issue. So if you then take the other submitters who did engage on the flood, there was an overwhelming support for what was proposed. And in particular, so I'm nearly finished, and in particular, the district councils, the river rating districts, and the ECan Youth Ropu all supported what was proposed. And so look, I fully support this proposal. In fact, I'm not sure that we had any other option other than to fully support this option. And it seems clear now from the discussion around this table that in fact the council will support this option. So thank you.
I thank you, Ian. Now I'm going to put this to the vote. I'm putting part B. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Who's against? Who would like to abstain? Councillor Scott and Councillor Edge and Councillor Clearwater are abstaining. Would the people who voted against like that noted? There wasn't anybody against. Oh, sorry. Is there anybody else who was abstaining besides Councillor Edge and Councillor Clearwater? Okay, we've got that clear. Yes, we've got you being noted in there, abstaining. Well, thank you very much. Look, I think that was a really, really hard work, and everybody's done a really good job. So I'm going to say that we should have lunch now until 1 o'clock. Oh yes, Councillor McKenzie. Did I?
I just wondered if the next item, which is flood recovery, which shouldn't take too long, whether we could get that done and then we move on to climate change after lunch.
Oh, okay. So I take the view of Councillor McKenzie.
I'm happy to move this motion, and I could talk very briefly to it if you'd like. I can do very briefly.
Thank you for your advice, Councillor Sunkel. We'll move this. We're going to 13, please. We've got it up on the screen. This is moved by Councillor Ian McKenzie, seconded by Councillor Nicole Marshall. And Ian, you can. Oh, if there's any questions? Okay, you can have a question if you want to, just because we said only 5 minutes. Okay, Ian, up to you.
Look, the importance of this, I mean, at the end of the day, this is specifically reverting to the, refers to the Ashburton River Rating District and has had widespread support from the Ashburton community. So that in itself is not contentious. I think the important thing to note from the Regional Council perspective is that this is a first step to try to address the broken model that I referred to in the previous debate and that Peter Scott referred to. And it also refers to the concept that Mayor Sam Broughton is discussing for the future of managing the Selwyn River as a district-wide rating system. This is a proposal that has come forward from the River Rating District, supported by Lee's team, and it really reflects the fact that those who benefit should pay in a fair way, and that's what it's doing. Previously, I think the rural areas were paying 70% of the cost of the river rating scheme on the Ashburton, whereas 80% of the assets were within the urban area, and that was considered unfair. So this is just balancing up that inequity, but it's something that we, you know, it's the concept of trying to make things fair is what the Catchment Committee is discussing as to how we can go forward to the other river protection schemes within the Canterbury region. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Marshall, did you want to say anything? All right, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there anybody opposed? There's 2 people opposed. They were for. Everybody's for it. Okay, it's carried. Thank you. It's lunchtime till 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody, to the after lunch from the adjournment. It's 1 p.m. We're up to item 14 on page 121 of 151. That is resolution 14, the climate change levy. Councillor Clearwater, you're going to move it. And who's going to second it? Who's going to second this one? The climate change. Councillor. Has she got her hand up? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes.
I don't second it. Yeah, okay, moved by Councillor Clearwater, seconded by Councillor Liz McKenzie. Now, at the start, we're just going to ask staff if they would like to speak to this report just briefly. So I understand you're going to do that, Jesse. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present on this item. So through the consultation on the annual plan, Council canvassed the community on the options for a future levy to fund action in response to climate change. Submitters were asked whether they would support a levy to accelerate action in response to climate change, and if so, what current or future projects or activities would they support? Some of the ideas of projects for adapting or building resilience to climate change and projects to reduce transport emissions were provided in the supporting consultation information. The consultation material noted that the climate change levy would not be implemented in this annual plan, and if supported, Council would work with the community to develop funding principles and prioritise initiatives. Just in terms of a bit of a summary of what we received in terms of feedback, so 62% of responses were supportive of a climate change levy and 20% unsure if they would support a levy or not. Of those unsure, many people wanted more information about what would be funded and how much this would cost before they could support or not. The amount of submissions which expressed scepticism of climate change were lower than in previous years, and approximately 35% of people who opposed the levy included suggestions for climate-related projects or support for central government action on climate change. There were a very large variety of suggestions for topics and future projects which could be funded by the levy, but few suggestions of current projects. These projects were both in the adaptation and mitigation space. Some of the suggested projects include general transport projects, so including but not limited to bus service improvements, passenger rail in Canterbury, an electric vehicle network, support and discouraging cars from the central city. There was also a focus on renewable energy generation, including solar and wind power, education and youth engagement, urban greening and sustainable high-density urban development in major urban centres, environmental regeneration and native biodiversity support, adaptation-focused projects including but not limited to coastal and river flood risk management, food and water security projects, and green technology and innovation support. Transport was by far and away the topic that was most popular, which is reflected in the annual plan consultation. However, staff are aware that high levels of engagement came through, as I said, from the MetroCard users in Christchurch. We'd highly suggest that further engagement across the region is made before recommendations on the levy. And just to note, staff are currently underway with climate action planning and what that looks like. We're scoping that for council at the moment, and we'll be looking to brief council in the next couple of months on what that's starting to shape up like and get your involvement before we engage with the mayoral forum as well. So that's where this work and the projects and initiatives that have been suggested here would form part of what the actions are from that plan, and also the funding opportunities that come with that. So whether that's funded by our council, co-funded with central government, etc. And there's opportunities, as you saw last week, with the Climate Emergency Response Fund from central government as well, off the back of the emissions reduction plan. And we also have a national adaptation plan submission coming to you at the Transport and Urban Development Committee meeting on the 2nd of June. And that's in draft at this point. But again, another piece of important legislation that informs our climate action planning, both adaptation and mitigation focused. So happy to take any questions or feedback from councillors.
Thank you, Jesse, for that summary. Has anybody got a question? Megan?
Yeah, I've got a question. Obviously, this won't be implemented in terms of striking a levy or anything like that till later on, but just wanting to understand what the cost of doing the further investigation will be with respect to staff time, etc.
I don't have the specifics in front of me of our current budgets within the annual plan, but yeah, we've got staff resource in working on the climate action plan at this point in time. It is a joint. We are working through the climate change working group within the mayoral forum structure, so that's working with our counterpart staff across all of the councils. We're working with our Papatipa Runanga as well. We've met with Ngāi Tahu recently as well, just to talk about some of the climate change work that's underway there. And we've been undertaking a stock take of all of the work that's underway within the councils. So at this point in time, we have a small goods and services budget within the climate change space, and we have I think 4 strategy staff currently working on the climate change work, and another senior advisor in the community resilience space. So we've sort of 5 people in my team working across that climate change and community resilience portfolio. So it's not an excessive budget at this point, but it's we're getting started on our journey of climate action planning is what we're initiating that work at the moment in this next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Jess. So I guess we're just still trying to anticipate the scope of such a document, and given the fact that in terms of the levers that are available to us to pull under that grate, do you have do staff have any preconceived ideas around here, or will it be just a consultation process that gets us to where we need to get to?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we need to understand what a climate action plan looks like for our region. And there's a number of pieces of work that are underway across a range of partnerships through the Mayoral Forum, through the Greater Christchurch Partnership, for instance, through the Regional Transport Committee, South Island Regional Transport Chairs Committee, all focused on things like emissions reduction, adapting to our changing climate. We're looking at underway with spatial planning, as you know, for Greater Christchurch, and we'll be looking at that for the region in the next couple of years. All of those things form part of this climate action planning, and it's aligning that with the integrated planning framework that we have underway as well. And that's really critical that we're doing that together. We can't develop plans for the future and what the vision for Canterbury looks like for the next 30, 50, 100 years without bringing that work together. We have been waiting for the national direction to land as well, in particular. So the emissions reduction plan as I said, the National Adaptation Plan and the funding that comes with that, because there are a range of opportunities there, I think, and we're waiting on criteria to come out about what we actually, how that funding is able to be accessed. And that feeds to the various plans that we have underway within the different partnerships. So.
Supplementary question, Madam Chair. You look like you're busy. So you mentioned a couple of things here, Jess, about because I see this as another opportunity for us in terms of South Island. There's so many things we share across the South Island in terms of how climate will affect us and the resilience issues that we might show. Do you think there's an opportunity there to share with other councils, both North and South?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, absolutely. That's certainly the focus of our work, is not to be insular. We're looking to work within the region and obviously within the South Island, and that's evident through a lot of the work we're doing with the Regional Transport Committee with the freight discussion at the moment, which has been front and centre. So we're working sub-regionally, regionally and South Island wide in those discussions, and that has huge benefits from an emissions reduction perspective for the South Island, and heading us towards meeting some of those targets that are in the emissions reduction plan from central government. So absolutely, that's the focus for us, is to have a joined up approach on this work. Thank you.
Thank you for those great answers. Councillor Southworth, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you. Jessie, I know you commented that there was a PT focus in this, and of course we did have a lot of the consultation was around PT, which was a core part of our consultation on the draft plan. And I'm just wondering, is this going to be an iterative process where we really engage with communities and with different groups who will have different areas of, different types of ideas and different areas where they might be able to see opportunities with this? Is that going to be done in a really organised way, or is it going to be sort of developed with staff and with the TAs and then go out to consultation? Like, how are we going to engage? Have we got to that stage? Working out how to engage best and get the best knowledge from our communities through a process. And I wonder if there's anything already in with the climate change action plan that I know is underway, whether that, it might be that's already addressed through that process.
Through you, Madam Chair. No, at this stage we're just scoping up what that looks like, so we haven't actually landed anything in that regard in terms of how that engagement would occur. Definitely the intention will be to feed into a lot of the programs that are underway within the different councils across the region as well. So it's not just us holding this work, it's actually, there's a lot of good work already underway. And you see that, just using an example of in Christchurch here, with some of the plan change work that they're doing at the moment, the coastal hazards work that they're doing at the moment, and that has a lot of localised planning and engagement work that's already underway. So it's building off that, but it's bringing it collectively together through the action plan and being able to learn from some of those experiences and apply those in other parts of the region. So, as I said at the start, the main intention for us is to scope up what this action plan looks like, to workshop that with councillors, to workshop that with the climate change working group through the mayoral forum process, so that we get that engagement broadly, and working with our Papatipa Runanga as well in that space, so that we're building this plan together. It's not just an ECan led process. It's a regional perspective on climate action. So the engagement part of that there'll need to be a specific engagement plan at a high level, but also when you get into some of those more detailed projects as well.
Thanks, Jessie. Was there anybody else who had anything they wanted to ask at this stage? All right then. So we've got this moved by, who was it? Oh, Phil and Councillor King. That's right, I've got it in front of me. And Liz. All right. So I don't think there's any more questions, so we might open it up for debate. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Phil Clearwater.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jessie, for that a very helpful introduction in terms of putting all the different parts together and answering our questions. Councillors, I'm really pleased that we asked this question in our consultation, because I think basically, in terms of the other questions, the whole point about climate change is the underlying issue that we face. And I'm very pleased too that there was such a as Jesse indicated, such a really positive high level of engagement around the question, you know, given how contentious it is. And that I think it's 62%, as Jesse indicated, support or some interest in the issue. And I think it's really good that people had the opportunity to express their opinions, and we had quite a wide range of opinions as a result. And I think it was actually quite understandable that the responses in their submissions that the territorial authorities gave to us, that in fact they were quite cautious in their approach about a levy. They wanted to see a plan, and that's understandable. But I think, having heard those points, though, I think the TAs also understand that it's also really important that they also listen to their communities around the issues of climate change. And like time-wise, for example, as we know already, some communities in our region are more at risk than others. Whether those communities take an approach of adaptation or mitigation or retreat in terms of how the climate change issues are resolved. So I'm certainly supportive of the recommendation that we investigate, that we make further investigations, and that be included in the future annual plan. And we knew, I guess, that our council staff and the working group and the climate change committee are already devoted to this, and that the whole issue is across all of our council committees. So, but around the point of getting on with it, I guess, one submitter also, there were some really good suggestions, I thought, from the submitters. One submitter suggested that for smaller councils to prepare for climate strategies, that we should look at sharing qualified staff and developing a shared service. And I thought that, you know, that kind of joined up approach that Jesse has referred to, it would be really useful. I also was actually impressed with the comments from the Disabled Persons Assembly, where they asked that they wanted a plan for climate change levy, and they wanted that to be what they called co-designed, and it clearly involved people with disabilities. That was their request. So I guess the other thing too that we heard some very strong comments from some submitters about the urgency of this issue and getting on with developing a plan and a funded plan. And it was a submitter, and it was Tor Wainwright, who reminded us that as a council, the previous council had declared a climate emergency, and she made it really clear that we need to treat this like an emergency, as it is. And I certainly recall Professor Doug Selman's words of where he reminded us that we've got less than 10 years to do it. And so when we take into mind that we'll be considering this in the long-term plan, we need to keep in mind that in fact to really make success and headway in this, we've got less than 10 years, less than the long-term plan. But I'm very encouraged with the work that has been done already, and in fact that has helped give this the momentum, and it certainly to me is a clear way that our regional council can lead this very serious issue.
Thank you, Councillor Clearwater. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I just remind you that 3 years ago I sat where you are, and when we declared a climate emergency, because Councillor Lowndes was then a member, or Chairman Lowndes was then a member of Extinction Rebellion, and couldn't take part in the meeting. And it was a great meeting. It was pretty emotionally charged. Everyone had their say, and we got great support around that. And if you don't mind, I'll just go back, and I made a couple of quotes which Alzheimer's have taken from me over time, so I have to read off this document. But it maintains my position. And I said the council's role is to support the region and its communities to better understand and proactively respond to those issues of climate. We have no doubt that urgency is required. The science is irrefutable, and for some time now we've known about that, and we've responded accordingly. And I also went on to say there are no additional immediate financial implications for ratepayers. So I think we're now at the time where we need to consider that, because I think this council has highlighted climate change. there's an intense interest in it. We've got a committee that responds to that. And now I think it's time to get some purpose about how we're going to go about that and what we're going to do about that. I mean, I personally support this and the investigation. I hope that we have timelines around it. I would personally support a UAGC around this because I think climate change is not one of those things that you can take any member of Canterbury society and say, well, it doesn't affect you, because it does. And I will also just like to reinforce what Jesse's brought to the table, which is the fact I think the South Island community needs to respond to this. And I think we will get support from our TAs, our fellow regional councils, and also central government, and take a leadership role in this. So I support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. The next councillor will be Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to speak to second this motion. But first of all, I actually want to thank Councillor Phil Clearwater for really championing this idea. It was really the thing that he put forward. To me, this fund gives us a lot more flexibility. You would have seen with the flood protection that we're sort of limited by what we could spend government aid on. This gives us a lot more flexibility. It gives us the ability to potentially support and fund sustainability action for community groups, community boards, district council climate change initiatives, anything. So I do think that it's really important that this levy is used to actually leverage more funding from central government. For example, asking to, match dollar for dollar for the fund. But I think the most important thing we need to consider with this is how do we collect this fund without increasing the inequity in our society, particularly because our lower socioeconomic sectors of society actually do not contribute as much to the carbon problem as our higher socioeconomic parts of society. So that's a very important thing we need to debate. I would just finally say, in terms of and this is a technical thing of the motion, we really should have a dollar figure on this motion. So it would be helpful if staff could just, even if they added it as a note, what the further investigation of this would actually cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We didn't have a figure in the annual plan, so staff will have to come back to us at a later date around that because that wasn't anticipated at the time. It may just be part of our climate change work and working with the councillors through workshops to work that out. Okay, so we note that you said that. Councillor Vicky Southworth, you're next, followed by Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Good, thank you. So I would like to support this, and I think it's fair to say that we actually are doing a surprising amount of work that perhaps isn't as visibly climate change related as it could be. And I think this gives us a real opportunity to assess and bring together that climate change action plan, the findings from that, actually look and see what are we already doing and where are the gaps, and then where are the opportunities to move beyond just business as usual. Recognising, of course, we're seeing more flooding, of course, we're seeing the need to reduce our climate emissions and hence proposing to reduce bus fares and improving service and all those things. But here, I think there's some real opportunities to connect out to communities, to bring in the voices of like the third sector organisations who we heard from their sort of collective voice at our submissions, and really give the community the ability to have input into how we go forward as a region. And I think part of the importance of that is around climate anxiety, which is a really real thing. People know that we've got a problem, they know that they need to do something, but feel quite powerless, and that I think is creating stress. And the other thing that we know from the earthquakes, the aftermath of the earthquakes, is that those communities that are well connected and that had already got cohesion amongst themselves were the ones that recovered best. And so I think there's a real opportunity here through community engagement and developing a plan and looking at a levy and how as a community we can agree to fund all the various things that need to happen, that will help just build a resilience in and of itself. So I really support this, and I'm looking forward to seeing sort of some real creativity and great ideas coming forward in this. And I think that the strength of submissions that came through shows us just what a great network or a great opportunity we have in our communities to bring something really innovative together, and that we can be a leader for our region and or even for South Island, as Councillor Scott said. And I would just like to finish as well with a thank you to Councillor Clearwater, who really did bring this forward and champion it, and showed his experienced years of how to get something like this through into a consultation. So that was a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who would like to speak at this stage? Oh, Ian, Councillor Ian, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm prepared to support the proposal as written, on the basis that the submissions were clearly in favour. The submissions to our annual plan were in favour of this levy, investigating the potential of this levy. And my conditional support is that, in fact, that is all we're doing at this stage, is we've got to scope up. But clearly the submissions that I took note of were that their support was conditional on the scope of what this levy may or may not be used for. And I think their support, their ongoing support, especially the territorial authorities, will depend on what it is specifically we propose to use a levy for, should it be struck. So it's inappropriate at this stage to start to discuss dollar amounts, because I think the first thing we have to do is describe what it is we might use that levy for. So I'm happy to support it with those conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I'd just like to say a few words. I think it's an exciting development if you go back to our transformative vision, because it's putting another tool in our toolbox, or a potential tool, that can bring about some real change, and it can be driven by the councillors next term. And I think that's an exciting opportunity for them. So I'm really pleased that Councillor Clearwater brought it up, and that we managed to get it in at the last minute, and that staff then suggested how we put it in the annual plan, because even though some people thought it was too early, there is one part of community participation and community development theory that actually says you should go out to the community at that stage of an idea, not after you've already selfishly worked out the idea further, because you happen to be in a very privileged position in society. So getting people's views now is actually considered, and you can look up the United Nations research around that, which has been happening for about 40 years across the world, and it says that's the best way to do it. So I think it's an exciting thing that we did, and it's about early engagement and co-design with the community in its very infancy. So I was really excited to see that we got it there. And I just want to make a couple of comments around what people said. In terms of our networking across Canterbury, yes, that's exactly what we need to do, and we've started that with the Climate Change Action Committee. And just today I've communicated with one of the TLA chairs around furthering invites to the TLAs through the Merrill Forum, and working collaboratively with us to be online or attend our next Climate Change Action Committee, and to go to the combined workshop that the Director Tim is organising after that, and also looking forward to the next term, how those TLAs might be more involved, because it's urgently needed around climate change, because we all need to be on the same page. So I think this is a development, and I was really, really excited that so many people were so positive about it, and actually talked about climate change in a way we didn't see with our first annual plan. So it's also a progression from the previous council actually voting for the emergency. It's a natural progression. We've developed that during this term in some transformative way. We're all ready to go with the next term, and we're getting some dollars behind us, and we're exploring green funding and all sorts of development. So I think it's really, really positive. So congratulations to everybody in the room. I think it's really good, and I totally support it, obviously. Megan.
Yeah, I just thought I'd speak to this as well. Like Ian, I've read the submissions and will give conditional support to this. However, I do disagree with Jenny's perspective in terms of not firming up what we may use something like a climate levy for, and what sort of projects will be there, because it feels a little to me like dreaming up a way to take money off people without knowing what you want to spend it on. And there's just the blue part of me has real objections to that, but the green part of me knows that we will need to take some actions with respect to climate, and there will be ways that we need to think about how we might fund those kinds of adaptations in the future, or mitigations, wherever that may take us with our planning. But yeah, so conditional support for me on the basis of the submissions, but I'm not yet convinced until I see exactly what it is that we might spend this money on before we decide to take it from our ratepayers. Thanks.
Councillor Claire Mackay.
Yeah, look, I'm going to give conditional support to it because it's around a further investigation. And then my decision after that will be made. My concerns, I guess, is that I wouldn't like us to collect money, and it's a little bit along the lines that Councillor Hens has just mentioned about for something that we might use in the future. So while Councillor McKenzie talked about, Liz McKenzie talked about having flexibility in this fund, I don't want us to just be collecting money to put into a slush fund and have there for the rainy day type event. But I would, for example, be thinking that a levy to pay for the flood recovery that we've just had, for example, the discussion around this morning, might be some sort of thing that I could definitely support. But yeah, I will be giving it support in that it's a further investigation that we're looking at having at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Edge, are you wanting to speak?
Just quickly, yeah, absolutely support the idea of a levy. The staff have already said to us there's a bit of work to do and they're scoping it up. And along the way, before any decisions are made, there will be some communications with our public. And then out of that will come some indication of which direction we should go in terms of applying a levy and how much that might be. So yeah, it's a good start and it's really positive, and we need some action urgently on this.
Right, is there anybody else wanting to speak? Anyone online that I've missed out? No, it doesn't seem to be. No one in the room. Because I'm the chair, I'm going to say one other thing, even though this is out of order. You know, there's lots of scope around this. You could even make it a volunteer levy, and at least we know some people are interested. So that's one of the reasons why I think it's so exciting, because it's so innovatively. Now I'm putting it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody opposed? There being nobody. Oh, is that everyone's for it? There's nobody opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break. And we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Let's get going again. We're up to number 15. We just had to have an adjournment a minute around process here. So number 15 is removes 2.3 million proposed in the draft annual plan 22-23 to account for program and operational efficiencies for the annual plan, the total of the annual plan. So who would like to move that? Moved by Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott, and Councillor Sunkel is seconding it. Thank you, John and Peter. Is Ian, is he still here? Is it Councillor McKenzie? Oh, well, is he invisible at the moment?
Just carry on.
Has he got his invisibility cloak on? Oh, well, just hang on a minute and wait a minute. He'll be back in a minute, won't he? Because that was after the time I said. I think he might just not have made it yet. Right. Yeah, people can ask questions now if they want to. Yeah, but we've got an amendment. We've got an amendment to this resolution. Nicole, you go first.
Yeah, so I've got 2/3 questions. So remove that proposed removing 2.3 million. Is this a one-off reduction or is it savings now that will endure through the following years of the long-term plan?
It was just a 1 year reduction.
And so this reduction would get our percentage from 18.7 down to what? 16.8? And where would that leave our year 3 of the LTP? Do you know? Sorry, I know that I've changed tracks slightly. So for our next year, yeah, what would our percentage be at this point? Don't know.
We do have a total impact on 23-24 if all the recommendations that Mihi were accepted. Just over 10% is where we were, based on what we put in the original recommendation.
Yeah, because this isn't changing for next year. It's still assumed. Cool, thank you.
Any other questions at this stage? Councillor Lam, have you got a question?
Thanks, Jenny. Question. It was I didn't hear the response to Nicole's question about the 6.8. Was that a confirmation that we're at 6.8?
16.8. 16.8 is where we're at.
16.8. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 16.8 is that's where we're up to now, isn't it, Brian? Yes. Yes. So that's what it was, Alarm. Now we've got an amendment to this amendment by Councillor Mackenzie. If you could just bring the amendment up. So there is the amendment there that we remove. Can somebody make it a wee bit bigger? Removes the, oh no, hold on, if you give me a copy. 2.3 million proposed in the draft plan. 15A is that, everybody read it, that in light of the very extreme financial hardship on our ratepayers due to inflation, geopolitical changes due to war and recent government policies on fuel and energy, council borrows amount staff to calculate and insert this year to reduce the rate to 9%. We note that this may appear and to be inconsistent with our borrowing policy. However, our borrowing policy does not have a policy for borrowing in the case of war, rapid inflation, goods shortages, and the sudden effects of the transition that has begun to a low emission economy and will need to be amended with a clause to deal with this situation. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie. Have we got a seconder to enable this to be discussed? I'm looking for a seconder for a Liz's motion. Anyone going to second it? Yeah, you're going to second it, John? No seconder? Nobody's going to second it. This poses a bit of difficulty. I mean, I feel like seconding it because I think that it's good. I would second any councillor's resolution that they put up, but what are we considering here? It's lost if no one seconds it. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, I can second it. Anyone can second it. I'm just saying no one else wants to second it. It's my prerogative to do it if I want to, and I feel like I need to do it because I think that councillors who put work into something, we all owe collectively a debate around that subject. Councillor Scott, can you give me?
Well, you know, Madam Chair, I think I totally sympathise with you wanting to second a motion, but the fact that there is no one else that wants to second it would mean that we're going to spend a whole lot of time something that is not supported.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that some work has gone into formulating the amendment. However, it's the first I've seen it, and anyone that's seen it, it's very late in the whole process to actually for us to be considering that.
Elizabeth, Councillor Mackenzie raised it. When did the first email come through? She did. She raised it yesterday. And
My apologies, she had too. Sorry.
and I think I will second it because I think that we need to encourage people to be thinking and putting things through. We don't need to have a long debate around it, but I'd like to give the council the opportunity to do that, as I would with anybody putting up a resolution. So I'm seconding it. So over to you, Elizabeth, to speak and explain what you're doing here, please. Oh, wait, actually, wait a minute. Before I do that, sorry, Elizabeth, I want to take staff advice. Excuse me, Giles. I would like to take your advice around what you've already done in terms of looking across the budget for our, and according to our borrowing policy. I would like you to tell us what you've already done.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously over the last few months, and in particular over the last few weeks, we've been acutely aware of the increasing changes to the economic situation and also the financial position that the council's in, and the desire to keep the rates rise to a manageable level. As a result of that, we have over the last, in terms of formulating the annual plan consultation document advice that we provided with, we identified the option of borrowing for the flood defence work that you talked about and resolved on before lunch, and we also subsequently have been looking at other options that may exist to keep the rate rises to an acceptable level and also fit within the existing policies of the council. And as we've already talked about, if there are substantial departures from the existing policy of the council, then that is a matter that should have been subject to special consultation process and therefore is potentially at risk of judicial review, looking at Chief Counsel in the court. And that advice has been provided on a number of occasions. So in the preliminary matters, we identified that we had inadvertently, in effect, double counted over time the accounting changes that were recommended. So we proposed that those were reversed. And we also made a number of other changes to reduce the rate rises, which were accepted by council. We have looked across the programmes of work to try and identify other areas of expenditure that would meet the ability to borrow under the existing council policy, which is set out in the LTP, and have been unable to identify anything explicit that would meet those criteria. What we have done in consultation with my colleagues in ELT is we recognise that if you look at the 8+4 forecast that was presented to council a few weeks ago, we looked at that and also took into account the outturn that has been delivered in previous years, and we believe that we can find or limit an additional underspend, if you like, for this current financial year of $1 million. This council has historically had quite a what's technically called a hockey stick, as with most public sector organisations, towards the end of the financial year, and we believe we can manage that to deliver an extra $1 million this year, which can then be available to support the rates next year. And we also believe that whilst we haven't identified the specific way in which this would be done, that we can manage a 1% reduction across all programmes next year without impacting materially on levels of service achievement. So therefore, management is is providing advice that we believe that it is possible, given the council's desire to understandably to deliver a rate rise that is significantly below the 24.x% that went out in terms of the draft annual plan, that we will work hard in partnership with council to deliver those savings in the current financial year, but then also into the new financial year.
Sorry, everybody. Now, thank you to the staff for that advice. And now I'll turn to Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie. If you'd like to speak to your resolution, please, Elizabeth. Your amendment.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for indulging me in this.
That's all right.
I can see that I probably won't have support to get it through. However, I do think that we do need to have a conversation around borrowing. And I do think that we are in a situation where the conditions are starting to change quite rapidly. And there is something called normalcy bias, and people tend to respond in the same way as they always have because they believe that the situation is just what's happening normally. I don't believe that's the situation now. I do think that there's going to be increasing hardship on our communities. And I do think that we should use that borrowing that central government enables us to use to help our communities. I don't think that people can really afford the extra rates. And, you know, people will say, well, it's a small amount here, a small amount there. It is actually a significant amount if you look at the tables of rates that were sent around by staff. And I do think we do need to develop a policy for this sort of situation because it's going to be hitting us. We are going to get more inflation. We're going to get more shortages. There is probably going to be consequences of the war in the Northern Hemisphere and obviously due to climate change. So I guess I would ask that we keep this conversation alive, the conversation around borrowing, because our communities really are under pressure. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for letting me speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackenzie. I'll just say a couple of words. I'm not going to, I've supported this so we can get it up on the discussion. I do agree that we should actually keep alive how we're going to respond to climate change and the war and all the other upheavals that are coming in our community, given climate change and everything else that's happening on the planet. So I agree with you. We need to be thinking innovatively and we will keep it alive, and I'm sure staff will bring that forward. We'll have some more discussions around that policy and we'll all be able to enter into that debate and get it through that way. So thank you for raising it and giving us the opportunity to us to consider it at this stage. Councillor Clearwater.
Through you, Chair. Elizabeth, I also thank you for raising it. I guess in some ways my view is it's a bit clunky, but I actually think that the point around how we manage our finances, including borrowing, does need further development. And I am pleased to say that I have noticed some developments already over the time I have been a member of this council, in that there is, we've looked at ways, and for example, I guess our approach to borrowing for natural capital is an example of that. But I think just there is a wide diversity of opinion at this council table around the concept of borrowing. And so I agree with Councillor Mackenzie that we should have more discussion, and I guess a closer look at the whole issue as a way to manage our finances. But at this stage, yeah, I can't fully support your amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. I'm similar. For me, this particular proposal is rather arbitrary. It's not clear what exactly which parts of our budgets would be borrowed for, and therefore it's hard to have any sort of logic behind that rationale of pushing it out beyond onto subsequent years. And I think, unfortunately, we're in a situation where this is only going to get worse, and that in a way it's sort of like a step up now, recognizing, of course, it takes a bit of time for people to adjust the situation, and that's what we're trying to do, and we pull back. We've heard that from staff. What I wonder is whether, is there a room here to put in another amendment that would go along the lines of the last one about investigating, whether it would be worth investigating thoroughly any of the programs or pieces of work we do that would fall within that criteria of the green, the natural capital. I know we've talked about it, and I know we've had a number of discussions about that, but I just wonder what degree of flexibility there is around programs where we're planting or enabling restoration and recovery of forests and natural habitat, or wetlands which capture carbon and those sorts of things. You know, it would be helpful to have a really, really thorough assessment of what categories of work we do could be considered, given the benefit to ongoing residents of Canterbury. That would be useful. Is there something that we could put together on that?
Well, I'll just answer first, then I'll ask Giles for a comment. Look, I've already asked staff to do that. I already asked Giles and Brian, and Peter was involved in that, to do that. And under our existing policy, what we've done is what we've done, and that's the only option we've got around the planning. And the thing that we need to do is, if we want to change that, is review that policy. And I'm sure staff will bring that forward now, and we'll have a future discussion around it. So I don't think we need a further amendment at this stage, but I'll just ask Giles to confirm or to make a comment. Don't need to confirm what I said, just a comment. That'd be good.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. The current policy talks about natural capital. That is about planning documents and frameworks that can be used for the long term. It's not about investment in the environment in terms of natural activities. So things like planting or reforestation will not count under that definition. It's about the planning frameworks that have some longevity. It's also about, we've had several conversations about the LGFA's green fund or green investment funds that are available, or borrowing funds. That is merely an additional source of borrowing that is available, which is at slightly reduced rate. Most of the activities, if they count for borrowing, we could access the green resources that LGFA has, given the nature of what the council does. The other piece of advice that I will provide you with as the Director of Finance and Corporate Services is the need to be clear about what you are borrowing for, and the strong principle which obviously underpins a lot of the accounting and financial work in terms of financial management more generically across society, is that you do not borrow for ongoing operating expenditure.
And thank you very much. And I would like to confirm that I also asked Giles and his staff to have a look at the LGFA during this process to see if there was, and I asked them that several weeks ago. So this part of it has been well covered. Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you for that. And following up from Giles's comments, when we look and read at the audit office audit of local body entities and some of the challenges and downgrades, there are specific comments in there about borrowing for reasons that are not clear. So the audit office, the Auditor General, looks very, very carefully at those issues to ensure that the specifics are there and in place.
Councillor Mackenzie. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm really disturbed by this whole conversation, because if the motivation for this proposal is that we reduce the rates to a level that our constituents can afford, then the way to do that is to spend less, not to push out the expenditure, push out the cost of spending money for the next 2 generations of constituents. And I think if the council is serious about what it wants to do, which is reduce its rates to 9%, below 9%, then actually you have to make the hard decisions about cutting expenditure. Anything else is actually just being is trying to pull the wool over the eyes of our constituents, and that is something that I find distasteful.
Right, I'm going to draw this discussion to a close now. I'll put it to the vote. We're voting on 15A, the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against? Right, it's lost. We're reverting to the substantive motion, which is 15. Can we get 15 up there again, which is this one? And we had a mover and a seconder for that one. Did we have them in there? Who was it? Peter Scott and John Sunkel. Peter Scott and John Sunkel. I wrote it down on this page. It was Peter and John. All right. Peter, would you? We had questions. So, Peter, do you want to speak to this?
just a matter of fact that we've covered a fair bit of territory with the amendment, whether we need to keep going on this issue. I'm more than happy that we put it to the vote, Madam Chair, because I think we've gone to staff, we've asked them to smooth it. We've got to respect the fact that the 2.3 million is in their hands and that they will deliver that. And I don't know if we can do too much more than that, actually.
Sunkel, do you want?
I agree with Councillor Scott. We've had advice from staff as to how they will achieve and the efforts that we've put in. So I support the motion being put.
Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Is there anybody opposed? There not being anybody opposed. There's somebody opposed. Who? Oh no, that was agreeing. It's just a bit of delay on there. It's carried. Right, thanks everybody. We're up to resolution 16, which is on page 122 of 151. The resolution that we've got before us is approved changes in funding for the Mihi program to 450,000 in the 2022-23 year and 1 million in the 23-24 year. I'd like a mover for that. Moved by Grant Edge. Are you moving that? Mihi. Moved by Grant Edge. Seconded by. Who's are you going to do it? Doesn't matter who does it really. All right. It's moved by Grant and seconded by Ian. He put his hand up then, but even I can hardly see that far. It's terrible. Getting more and more blind as it goes through. Okay, even with my glasses. Right, we've got, first of all, are there any questions about do we want any questions about this? No, we've got an amendment to this, but Nicole, have you got your usual questions?
I do. So just confirming what the original numbers were for those 2 years and then what the updated percentage value.
The original numbers for 22-23 were 1.7 million and for 23-24 2,489. Yeah.
Okay. That on it, everybody, that was circulated.
It reduces the rates by 0.8%, so we'll be finishing at 16%.
Any other questions? Ian?
Just to clarify the running total for the rate rise, yesterday we finished at about 19%. We, as everything else we've done today, reduced it down to 16.8 now.
Yeah.
Include that. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll have the amendment now. Councillor Lan Fan, I understand you have an amendment. Or Elizabeth, did you have a question?
I have a question.
You go for your question first.
So I keep losing this down to the chamber on this. So can I just be clear? The wording says changes in funding. Is this a decrease in funding? In fact, I presume it is because it's decreasing the amount. So can someone just tell me exactly what the amount is that the Mihi is being decreased by?
You did get an email with this in it, a paper's attached to this, but Brian, go ahead again.
For the 22-23 year, it's decreasing it by 972,000.
Right, thank you.
I suggest somebody send that paper around again. So yeah, that'd be great, Juliet. So everyone's got it in front of them because this is going to get you confused otherwise. So have that in front of you. Okay, Councillor Fan, we'll have your amendment now. We've got it up on the screen, I think. Where is the amendment? Thanks, Juliet. Okay, over to you, Lam.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny, and kia ora koutou, everyone. So my amendment is basically in 3 parts, but I'm going to step through each one at a time. The first one is just, well, first of all, just to put the program again in context, because I think that, first of all, the 972K proposed cut is very significant to keep in mind, but there's actually a broader context to where we've come from this program as well. So Me Ururako planting and regeneration program, and I really want to acknowledge Councillor Pauling as the lead councillor on this. In our long-term plan, basically, well, my perception of it was one of the most popular or broadly supported programs that we got submissions on across our community, which was really positive. So everyone sort of wanted to see it happen. And I think that's really important because biodiversity projects, I think, are some of the most important legacy investments we can actually make as a council. They're literally the infrastructure of life that we depend on in terms of sticking around on this planet. Now, for 22-23, the original proposed support for the program, which we heard from in our long-term plan, was actually 1.87 million. Now, we decided as a council to put 100K of that towards the Green Philanthropy Fund. And then it was decided in our draft annual plan that the program would take a cut of 338K. So that cut was already incorporated in our draft annual plan. And now we've got this additional recommendation to further reduce the program by 972K. So there's sort of, I'm just trying to illustrate to you that there's sort of a succession of cuts here. That would leave the Me Ururako with program with 450K for 22-23, and that would be continuing to work in the one priority catchment, which is the Waiau Ufa. Now, personally, I don't support any of these cuts. But so people might rightly be questioning why I'm actually moving this amendment. And this is really just a pragmatic approach in hearing the council's desire to reduce rates. But my intention with stepping through the various iterations of cuts to this program is really just to make a bit of a plea to not lose the potential for real tangible biodiversity outcomes delivered not by us as Environment Canterbury, but by our community. With council support, and those are 2 aspects that I'll pick up in A and B. So the first part of this proposed amendment is to confirm the cuts to the program as per the staff recommendation. But I do want to, just to be crystal clear, the other aspect of this amendment is that it's actually deleted the reference to cutting the program further in the following 3rd year of the LTP. And again, I'm harking back to the broad support for this program that we received, and we haven't actually made any other cuts to any other budgets for the 23-24 year. And I would really love us to leave this budgeted amount, which we consulted on through our LTP and received really good support for, to allow that conversation and decision making for the next council, which I think is entirely appropriate. And it allows council and with the community to have a broader discussion about how we might best work with the community and community organisations to achieve the best biodiversity outcomes. So that's the first part. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder for this. Is that seconded by Councillor who? Grant Edge. Seconded by Councillor Grant Edge. Oh, have we already got it seconded? Oh, we already had a seconder. Hold on a minute. We've got an amendment. It's not, Grant, you can't do it. You got the, you moved the substantive motion. So we've got Lan is moving this amendment. I'm looking for a seconder for that. Councillor Clearwater is seconding it. Oh, did you have your hand up, Vicky?
I did put my hand up, but I'm happy to second, or if someone else is seconding, that's good too.
We're changing to you. We're changing to you. It's
Oh,
moved
yeah.
by Lan and seconded by Councillor Southworth. We're taking each of these parts separately, so we'll move them each separately. We're moving 16A at the moment.
Sorry, Chair, can I just clarify, because I think there's confusion with the way it's set out. 16 is actually, the staff recommendation was that we take that separately, then 16.A, then 16.B, and the 16 is actually wrong. It's still including the 1 mil in 2023-24 when my amendment was to delete that reference to that year.
All right, well, what we're doing at the moment is what you said. I'm taking one at a time. So that's a substantive motion, 16. We're dealing with 16A, which is the amendment. Do staff wish to comment that Lan, because you shouldn't really be amending a motion that people think is already wrong. So could staff check that out, what Councillor Farnes just said, please?
I think Lan's saying that first 16.
I think what Councillor Lan is intending, if I could attempt, is that the amendment is approves changes in funding to the Miura Raku program to 450k in 2022-23 full stop, and then 16A, 16B. Is that correct?
That's what I'm doing. Beg your pardon?
So we just delete it.
Oh, I see. I told you I can't see it, even though I'm pretending to. Okay, 16A. We're dealing with 16A. Oh, 16. Is that no, why are we voting for 16? I thought, look, can you just quiet, please? There's one person working this out. What is the problem, Catherine? I thought 16 is the one on the paper.
Yeah, it is. And
well, we're not voting on that now. Because these are amendments.
What Lan is proposing as an amendment to 16.
Well, that becomes 16A, doesn't it, the amendment?
No, because I think she's doing three things. She's proposing three amendments. She's proposing a change to 16 to delete that section, and then the addition of A and B. So she's actually proposing three changes. And so we need to discuss A first, which, and the difference is, of course, that the change in funding is just for the first year, not for the second year as well.
What are we doing first then? What is?
I think start with 16. And then she's got three changes. The first is to take those words out of 16. The second is then additional funding to banks.
Could you stop talking, please? It's nearly driving me mad. You want to try sharing this thing? Okay.
First is reduction to, so it's to remove the reduction from the second year.
Okay, so we'll take 16 first.
Yeah, so that is an amendment there.
Oh, okay, so I wasn't reading that as an amendment. Okay, all right, let's go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So the amendment is 16, which is at the top there. That's very unusual from my point of view. But anyway, approves changes in funding for Mihi Raku program to 450,000 in 2022-23. So we take that first. Is that correct, Councillor Lan?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. So that is moved by Councillor Lan and seconded by Councillor Southworth. All those. Oh, does anyone want to speak to it?
I have a question. Sorry.
Councillor Elizabeth.
Okay, so it's 16 that we're currently going to debate on. What is it that's changed about 16? Then is it just the date?
See, they go together.
Should I respond to that, Chair?
Just a minute. Yes, I think you should. You respond to it.
Thank you. So just to hopefully be totally clear, the number 16 is confirming the staff cuts, but it's also removing the reference to the cuts in 2023-2024, which is the following year of the long-term plan that was already consulted on, that we haven't made other cuts to, but for some reason the suggestion was in here for this project. So I'm asking to remove that and just confirm the staff cuts.
Is there any relationship between what you're doing in the first one and what you're doing in 16A and B? Is that going to change 16?
No.
Are we going to finish up 450,000 in Mihi Raku once you've finished with 16A and 16B?
Yes, there won't be any change to funding in Mihi Raku dependent on the outcome of the other amendments.
Right, so John Sunkel has a question. Are you clear?
I haven't had my question answered.
I'm coming to you.
Actually.
Are you go next. I'm getting grumpy because I'm tired, so you'll just have to put up with me.
Oh, sorry.
Elizabeth, you go next.
Okay, so just to be clear, that wording for 16 is the wording that we have had originally. It hasn't changed in any way. We're not voting to change the wording on that. We're simply voting whether we approve that big reduction in funding for Mihi Raku or not first, before we take the other two.
We are changing it, Elizabeth, because we've removed the and 1 million in 2022.
Okay, but we didn't vote on that, or the wording that we've changed isn't up there.
No, your headspace isn't the same as mine, but you just have to go with the flow. Okay, right. Who else has got a question? Councillor Scott.
Just clarification from Councillor Farm. So the $1 million that's taken out is reallocated the 23-24 year. Councillor Farm, is that your intention?
It's not reallocated. It's confirmed, and I'm saying let the next council decide what they do with the 2023-24 budget, like they would any other program that we've currently got in our LTP.
She's not affecting that. It just stays there. Okay, who else has got a question? Anybody else? All right, we are voting on this first one then. All those in fact. Oh, you can have a discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I would like to see the $1 million reduction in there. Last year, we had staff recommendation that this particular program be reduced. Less than 12 months ago, we were having that discussion around this table. So maybe people could have a quick look at that, but I'll just give you a fill-in. The staff recommendation was to decrease by 600,000, year one, year two by 1 million, and year three by 1.4. And one of the reasons around that was around, although staff noted their general support, but they also had concerns around the durability and affordability. And I think we've actually heard that in a couple of the presentations that we've had recently from our biodiversity team here. We've also been told that this is a scalable program, so support that and support the 450 going in. Support the reduction from next year because it's not wiping it out, it's holding the line. So I would actually like to see the original motion there rather than this amended motion. I think it does tie in with the other discussion, 16A and 16B, so I think it's a little bit unfair of us to be discussing these separately, but since we're confined to that, I won't be supporting 16 as it is.
Okay, other speakers, Phil Clearwater.
I think it's quite workable actually to start with the Banks Peninsula amendment and then move to 16B. I can understand that way. I actually want to support 16A in the sense that the Banks Peninsula.
We're voting only on 16.
On 16, sorry.
We're only doing the 450.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I'll keep my comments till later.
Phil, Peter, you're next.
Look, I'm not going to support any of this actually, because we went to staff. They came back with some pretty clear advice, which is in 16. which is in our papers. I think this is, and we know by the process in terms of questioning this, this is very confusing in terms of being publicly visible, if you like. I mean, 16, as it's written in our paper, anyone can understand that. I'm not sure that people will understand the nuance that has been brought in 16, 16A and 16B as they're written on the sphere. So I will not be supporting any of them. Thank you.
Councillor John Sunkel and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Very briefly, I, for the same reasons as Councillor Scott and others, I cannot and will not support. We have asked staff to find some contingencies. They have come back with advice of late and provided advice earlier on as to the doability, what we could achieve. So the changes right through 16A and B, I struggle with and will not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant.
It seems very clear to me what's going on here. I don't know what the confusion is myself. We're keeping 450k in for the 22-23 year, and we're not referring to what could or could not be assessed in the 23-24 year, which is proper, because that's left up to another council. We don't need to exclude that at this time. One of the reasons we were trying to, we targeted Mihi was, as Councillor Mackay points out, there were concerns about doability, about COVID and all those sorts of things. But biodiversity projects seem to be an easy target for people to say, oh, let's just chop that out. Biodiversity is one of the critical things that we will need to help resolve climate change issues within Canterbury, even around the world. Biodiversity, a plant planted today won't be producing significant amounts of oxygen for our planet for 5 to 10 years. The sooner we get on with these sort of projects, and part of the purpose of this is to help regenerate our ecology. And so I'm really supportive of the 450k remaining in, but in an effort to rebalance that loss of biodiversity by taking some money out and overcoming the issue of the ability to do the work. And we know that there are other groups who are capable of doing this work for us on our behalf. One of them is Banks Peninsula, which is we'll come on to a minute in terms of 16A, and the other one is 16B, where we have a huge amount of community interest in contestable fund. And so my view is that Councillor Farm is providing a very creative and innovative way of saying, let's get the job done, and we'll split it up into this fashion, and we can keep moving forward with our biodiversity. So I'm in support of 16, and in support of not allocating any funding reductions for or funding for the 23-24 year. So I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor. Vicky, you're next. Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. I'm going to speak to 16 at this point, and I think we'll then have the chance to speak to the next. But for me, I heard the doability concerns of staff and hence can support 16, but with the proviso that we also have their A and B on the table. And in terms of the next year, to me, that's next year's annual plan. I don't understand why we would be taking money out of something that we put into our long-term plan. The things that have occurred this year that meant we've had to really try and pull back and tighten our belts. We may be in a different situation by this time next year. And so I would like to leave the budgets as they are for next year, which acknowledges the fact that we're in a really exceptional time this year, and that maybe I live in optimism, but you know, let's address what we need to next year and leave the budgets as they are.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Liz McKenzie, you're next.
Yeah. So, I mean, on the face value of what it says on 16, I would be against reducing funding for Mihi Raka purely from that viewpoint. However, as Councillor Southworth has said and others, is that, I mean, if this is purely from a doability perspective, then I would support that, provided it was just for the 2022-23 year. But yeah, I would just say that this has not been done in a very clear way. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter Scott.
Oh, just a point that terrestrial biodiversity, which this is about, is really a TA's responsibility. It's not our responsibility. This is something that's not a statutory responsibility of ours. And so therefore it becomes something that we can go to, as we've asked staff to do, and they've come back and given that advice.
Councillor Clearwater, have you already spoken?
No,
Oh, that's right, you did. It's okay, you go now.
thank you. I'm actually strongly support this. I think 16 is a starting point, and it's just clear to me too. I agree entirely. We shouldn't be reducing this is around the annual plan. We shouldn't be making reductions for the following year. That's up to the next council. And it just seems to me too that, in fact, biodiversity has very much become a core part of the business of this council, not just leave it to the TAs. And like for example, we also are strong supporters of enviro schools, all of those projects. It just goes with the whole soil conservation part that this council do. And I think I think that I don't agree with what was originally in the original recommendation, which we are changing because we're adding 16A and 16B. So I certainly support that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Who else wants to speak in relation to this? Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to say something. I'd just like to say that I totally support what Councillor Farn is doing here. I think we've all forgotten that one of the things we did at the start, and because I got to be the chair, I went round and interviewed you all. And the one thing that you all agreed on was that you support greening and you support biodiversity projects and you support tree planting across the whole of our region. And you saw this council as a peak body that can help deliver that, and there was a need to coordinate that at the regional level, because we could use our strength to bring in central government funding that was available and wasn't being adequately brought in across the whole organisation. And I spoke to the CEO at the time, Bill Bayfield, about that, and he agreed that that was a piece of work that would be good for the collaboration of all the councillors across the organisation. And it was seen as across all portfolios at that stage. It was seen, so importantly, it didn't just fit in with biodiversity, because it was about climate change, it was about soil conservation, it was about water conservation, and it was about protection from climate change and flooding. So it fitted across a lot of our work. And the then CEO did what CEOs are supposed to do, and he worked out a way to put it in the first annual plan. And you can go back and check, it was in the first annual plan as a strategy that we all supported. It then evolved into the portfolio of biodiversity, and before that I established a working group at council to support that project, and that working group still exists, and Councillor Craig Pauling became the chair of that working group, and then it slid into the biodiversity portfolio. Now, this is an extremely important sum of money, a way to still get that national funding and bring it in and help all the TLAs, help all the people across Canterbury improve the land that they are on or near. It's about restoring our environment. It's probably the most important thing we can be doing. And now we are progressively seeing it as an easy hit. People forget that this is probably why most of you got elected, to do something for the environment. Anyway, I totally support what Councillor Farn's doing, and I thank her for doing all this work. And even though I found this amendment a little bit confusing, I think it's fantastic that you're doing this. So I support it, and I urge everybody to support it as well. Over to you. Who's going to speak next? Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I tend to agree with your sentiments that you've just expressed with biodiversity and certainly funding some of the things. And in my case, I have a inclination to continue ECan's investment in wetlands restoration. But I think the mistake we've made as a council throughout this whole annual plan debate, and we did the same with the long-term plan debate, is that we're not prioritising. We're not establishing our priorities and then funding those as a priority, but we are actually spreading our net too wide. And that was obvious in the discussion around public transport funding, that perhaps one of the most important issues within public transport funding was left to last when there was no money left in the basket to allocate. And I feel as if that we've done exactly the same here. We've gone through the plan. We're trying to, I mean, Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie is trying to get the budget down below 9%, and yet we keep agreeing to increasing our expenditure. So I think I know I'm going to have to vote against all three motions that Lan is trying to articulate, not because I disagree with her necessarily, but because the process is such that if we continue to agree to argue the merits of funding each individual application, then we're going to end up with a 30% rate rise again. And we've heard very clearly from fellow councillors that actually we should be reducing our expenditure, not increasing it.
Thank you. Back to you, Lan, now. I think that you need to speak if you want to.
Yeah, I just want to totally reiterate so that there's complete clarity. The only thing, just in terms of responding to Councillor McKenzie in particular, so what's not in 16, which I agree it should be, is the changes are a $972,000 reduction in the program. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't support that if reducing the rates is the consideration. But I'll leave it to the vote. Thank you.
So everybody understands that? And we're up to Brian, we're up to a 16.8. We're up to 16.8. Yeah, and where are we going to be after this? Right. We will have gone down to 16, okay? That's what I want to know. 16.4. All right, we'll put it to the vote. Oh, so are you right, Councillor Farn, you're finished?
Yes, sorry, could I just, I can't hear Brian when he speaks. Did he say it's a 16.4?
Brian, could you
rather than a 16?
Yes, under the original proposal, it goes down to 16, and after your A and B amendments, it goes up to 16.4.
Okay, cool. Just sticking with the first one at this point, so that's 16. Thank you. Chair, just before we go to the vote, I just want to remind councillors again, coming back to the actual dollar values, which I think are really important here, is that on average for properties under $1 million across Canterbury, the rates increase at 16, which we're talking about, is $1.07 increase for properties under 1 million, and for those for 1 to 12 million, it's a $6.90 increase that we're at for in total for our rates increase. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, I'm sorry to be like a broken record, but could you put your speaker on and tell us the original one that's here, 16? It would be 16%.
At 6, the first tranche is 16, and then if you do 16A, it's adding back 0.2, and then 16B adds back another 0.2 to get to 16.4.
clarity is that the $1 million was in the following year, so it makes no effect to this one. Yes.
No effect to this one. You're not making any effect on this. All the $1 million is just staying there. All right. All those in favour, please say aye. All those in favour, all those against, please say no. Okay, so I'll have a show of hands. Where did that come from? Megan, where are you? All right, let's have just a minute. All those in favour, please say aye. I'm in favour. Aye. And who else is in favour? Lam and Vicky. And who else? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are in favour. Who's against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's lost. It's lost, Lam. But you can keep on going.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Should we, so do we revert to 16 or do we just keep going with 16A and 16B?
Well, I was taking them separate, so you can go for 16A.
Okay, great. Thank you.
16A, and we'll get the repercussions from staff. 16A is going to be moved by Lan Farn and seconded by Councillor Vicky Southworth again. I hope that's all right, Vicky. You can speak to it, Councillor Lam.
Thank you, Chair. So given that in total we've cut 1.3 million from Mirurako for the 22-23 year, 16A is intended to be put in place so that we don't lose all the incredible biodiversity outcomes that we can achieve together as a community. And for this one in particular, this is about funding Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. You'll recall that last annual plan we agreed to fund QE2 to the tune of about 400k. And in their recent update to us about what that money's actually gone to, it contributed to a pretty staggering amount of 900 hectares of protected existing biodiversity land across the region. And that includes, of course, really big contributions, usually a third from landowners. And yeah, it's a really positive way to actually protect existing biodiversity. And it's really like the gold of what you're actually looking for in the biodiversity space. Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust are the only other agency in, well, I think it's not only Canterbury, but actually Aotearoa, I think, that can do covenanting. And they work in similar ways to QE2, but obviously their work is limited to Banks Peninsula. We heard from them and a number of ecologists in support of them about how Banks Peninsula biodiversity is absolutely key to biodiversity across the region. It's often where our highest remaining areas of biodiversity remain. And we also heard from them that they have 90 existing covenants across Banks Peninsula, but they have about 41 expressions of interest, which they're just not able to meet because they don't have the resources to do so. So there is such a massive appetite from landowners in Banks Peninsula to contribute to biodiversity outcomes out of their own pocket. This is just about supporting these people and supporting the trust to do the work that they do and letting other people in the community deliver our biodiversity outcomes, given that we've cut our own programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a question for staff here. So where is this funding going to come from? Yes.
I think what Lan's proposing is that it comes out of the money that has been the reduction in the Mirurako budget. Is that right, Lan? A reverses reduction.
Yeah, so personally, I would like to see it be treated the same as we did QE2, basically. which is Mirirako funding diverted there. But given that we've, yeah, that.
Yes, that is what is happening in my view. So thank you. It is exactly what's happening. So thank you, staff. Now, who else would like to speak? Claire, Councillor Mackay. Oh, you got a question? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Can I just go back to the previous recommendation that we agreed? My understanding, and I stand to be corrected, is that the funding that we've taken out of Mihi is within that amount of money. 15. Is that correct? Yes. My understanding was the reductions that have been offered by the CE and staff around the program and operational efficiencies included the reduction that we've taken out of Mihi. Yeah.
The 2.3 is separate to the additional saving that's been coming out of Mihi.
Yeah, it's separate.
Yeah, it's in addition to.
Okay, so that's good. Now, who else has got a question? Yes, Nicole.
So my understanding is this would be adding 250k back into our expenditure. We've got nods, cool. So can anyone tell me how much money we already have going to Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust in this annual plan? Catherine.
Alex, I know you're online. Do you know the answer to that? Okay.
Oh, nice. Yeah. There's currently 600,000 going to Banks Peninsula already in the budget.
So this would make it 850 if it was approved. Cool.
Oh, who's next on the list to speak? Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Sorry, this is another technical question on this.
You can have a question.
So I just want to check something. After these two amendments, are we going to actually go back and vote on 16 as it appears in the agenda? Because if we don't, it means that in effect we've just voted to keep all of the funding of Mihi, and we haven't actually approved changes to the funding to Mihi because it's actually lost.
That's what I was saying at the start.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, thank you, Elizabeth.
Which it's great in my perspective because it means we'll have all that money. But yeah. Thanks.
You're correct. Okay, let's keep going. Rightio. Claire, you're speaking. Is there anybody else with a question? Ian, have you got he's put his hand down. Have you got a question, John, or Claire, you speak next. You speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to get out of the room as well. Look, I agree with Lan that the community can do so much. And I think that what we're actually forgetting is that what the community is actually doing. They're doing it by themselves. They're spending the money. We've got lots of groups across regional Canterbury, like Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. I can think of 2 or 3 just in my own North Canterbury constituency that would be equally deserving of getting a substantial contribution, to their funds, and they would be very much appreciated. But what does concern me here is that last year, in the long-term plan, we agreed that we would set up a contestable fund and put the ECan administered grants into that. We agreed on amounts of money that go into it. 100,000 for the year we're currently in, 300,000 for next year, and 350,000 thereafter. We set up the contestable fund, the Waitāha Action and Impact Fund, because it was to get transparency and some equity around how we actually funded all the groups that wanted to come to us, put their good projects on the table, and try and get some money in which they could go away and leverage. And I think that's really important that we perhaps do provide that funding. So really, really supportive of that fund initially. But what I'm seeing now, if we support this, is that one society or trust has come to us, and basically potentially we're disadvantaging a whole lot of others. So, and to me, it just negates the decisions that we made, as I said, not less than 12 months ago at this table. So while I sympathise with Councillor Farm's view and acknowledge the good work and the QET governing stuff, I just can't support this today. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John's uncle.
Thank you. I just in support of Councillor Mackay, we have the contestable fund. We have significant monies already going into Banks Peninsula. Absolutely no question as to the work they're doing and what they leverage from that. But it just appears to me with these amendments, we're trying to just turn back the savings that we've asked staff to make. And so I cannot support it.
The next speaker was Councillor Ian Mackenzie, then Councillor Grant Ed.
So I'm dittoing Councillor Mackay and Councillor Sunkel, and just remind the council that when we discussed to Mayor Raka last year and we diverted $400,000 towards the QE2 Trust, that was because the QE2 Trust had no geographical bias within the region, and I have the same concerns that we're already funding the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, but there's no, they don't stand out to me to be, although they're doing a fantastic job, any better job than several other conservation trusts or like-minded organisations across the region, and so I will vote against this.
Thank you, Grant. Councillor Edge.
I'm supporting this because there is a difference between the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and other trusts, insofar as it is able to, and it has a license to operate and covenants on the projects that they do, so that they are saved and kept in perpetuity, just as the QE2 does. And that was one of the primary things for QE2 Trust money last year. So, I mean, I support this. The Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust has a strong community backing. It has proved its worth, and it is doing great stuff over in the peninsula with not only pest management, but also planting projects, retiring land, and those sorts of things. So I support it.
Thank you. The next person is Councillor Vicky Southworth.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to support this. Obviously, I've seconded it. For me, I mean, this is a trust, it's 20 years old. I understand it was born from landowners wanting to do more for biodiversity for themselves, without the sort of so much involvement of the organisations like the councils. And they have come so far, but of course, when you scale up, you need more funding and you need to be able to deliver. And this, we've heard that our staff identified that for them, the ability, there's some challenges there this year coming, but Banks Peninsula Trust has come to us. They've spoken to us and built a relationship over the last year. Really, they've come to council, I think, a couple of times and shown just what amazing work they're achieving, but also what more they could do if they had this funding, because all these trusts struggle with that continuity. They have a fantastic vision and objectives, and one of which is, well, it's all connected to landowners working to improve their biodiversity value on their land, and the covenanting part is absolutely fundamental, critical to that. But also they're engaging with the Banks Peninsula pest free, and you know, addressing is integrated, it's all interconnected, and so this 250,000 goes so far in terms of you know, just really making progress. We've had there was a pilot project or a report done by the EDS looking at just how far Banks Peninsula has come from having a very, very low biodiversity value, and that's really valuable findings for other organisations, both not just in Canterbury but across New Zealand as well. And this is a real jewel for Canterbury. It's not just about Banks Peninsula, this is about Canterbury. And so for me, I absolutely support this. The leveraging of volunteer work, of the expertise within that trust is huge. And I actually don't know that we could as an organisation deliver the same with the same money, because we don't have that same leverage into other funds and into all those volunteers and experts giving time for free. So I really ask councillors to consider just what good value you would get from this investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Clearwater, your turn.
Thank you. Councillors, I would ask you to not let such an excellent organisation become a victim of its own success. In fact, the amount in the recommendation is 250,000. We know that, in fact, for this organisation, the leverage that can be is applied in terms of a benefit for us as a region, and particularly for Greater Christchurch, is at least 5 to 1. So every dollar we support in there, the benefit is 5. That's pretty high. Because it's very well organised. In fact, it is like also an umbrella group for many other groups on the peninsula. Councillor Southwood said it stands out as being the jewel. It's certainly, you know, it's absolutely clear on the skyline of the importance of the Port Hills. I think we're also clear on the risk to our diversity on the Port Hills as well. And so I would ask councillors to really consider that, in fact, this is not a large amount of money for an organisation which has had huge success and that we need to support.
Thank you. Councillor Nicole Marshall.
Kia ora, Chair. This is extra funding. It's not the only funding. We're already giving it $600,000. And in a year where everyone around this table has tried to cut costs, as much as I sympathise with the view that they do good work and it would be great to give them more, I'm really struggling to rationalise adding an extra cost when we're already giving them a lot more than any other group receives, and they have access to so much more capital than a lot of other groups do. So I'll be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
I hope you'll indulge me in this question, Chair Huey. Because of the delay with us putting our hands up online, I just wondered if staff could just double check the numbers for the vote on number 16. Obviously, whenever it's appropriate, but just be aware there's quite a delay. It takes time for us to put our hands up.
All right, we'll just deal with this one, then I'll check it. Okay. Who else? Is there anybody else that wants to speak? I want to say something, and then we'll go to you, Lam. Look, I think that you can't give enough money to these community organisations for delivery in this area. The leverage that they have and the work they do as an institution, we couldn't begin to match, and that's why the research does show for $1 and you're getting a value of $5 out. And I would say that research is quite a long time ago now, and it's probably much more like $1 and $10, because the amount of people that are putting effort into replanting and doing biodiversity work across Canterbury is growing hugely. And one of the things that we don't build in very well, institutions like ours, is that we don't build in, we build in delivery money, but we don't build in administrative money for these organisations to keep going. And they're based on volunteer effort. But sometimes you need to pay people really low wages, but at least it's a wage to actually do that administrative part. And I don't know if Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust is the organisation that's getting the most money out of here. I don't know that because it's not clearly visible to me who is getting what, but we're getting there about that. But quite a lot of groups are delivering quite a lot of work for this organisation, and I support that. And I totally support this. I think we should go down this path. And on the other hand, I do support the Waitaha Fund, and I think eventually they all should be coming through that. But in the meantime, I'm totally supportive of giving this grant to the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. For me, it's of little matter whereabouts in Canterbury it's happening or whereabouts across the region at all, because it's all about biodiversity and re-establishing the environment. So I think, thank you. Councillor Farn for doing this work, and I'm in support of it. Over to you now to actually speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address a few things raised really briefly. So the first is the idea that we're already giving 600k. The 600k for Banks Peninsula is a targeted rate across the Banks Peninsula and Southern Port Hills, and that's specifically for Pest Free Banks Peninsula, which we're involved in as well. So that's a community rate to fund a community organisation. It's not us giving them money. And I really want to touch on actually a quote from their submission, which very accurately points out there may be an incorrect perception that the Trust is a well-funded organisation due to some of this project funding success. Despite careful cost control resulting in very low overheads, it remains a challenge to fund basic organisational costs. So yeah, personally, I don't want to punish a well-functioning organisation who already have a lot of volunteer hours for just being very successful. I think we should be further supporting those. And I do find it a bit odd about the geographical bias mention. Why again would we punish an organisation for being totally focused on their local area? I think it makes sense. Also, in terms of the talk about funding and how we have other avenues of funding, Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust have consistently, and councillors will be aware of this because it's been in our public meetings, have come to us asking for an avenue other than these annual plans to actually have a conversation about delivery of biodiversity outcomes and how we can achieve the most bang for buck, so to speak, from our biodiversity dollar. So, you know, they're already asking us that, and that's hopefully what we'll go into next year. But again, I don't want to sort of punish them for having to resort to the only channels that exist for them. And just in terms of Councillor Mackenzie's concern about the previous vote, Chair, I'd just ask when we vote on this next one, maybe if I could just call for a division, just so we know that we're totally clear with how the voting is going on this. Thank you.
Very helpful. That'd be great. And now the second thing is I need staff to confirm to me and all of us that $600,000 is a targeted rate. Because yeah.
That money was came through in the previous council, and it's a rate as Lan stated over the Banks Peninsula and the Port Hills that for that Pest Free Banks Peninsula.
It's for Pest Free Banks Peninsula, but that's 2.5 million per year, because I've been to the, can someone clear that up? That's not that amount of money, because I know that because I.
No, you're Chair, it's 600k per year, which adds up to 3.5 million over the 5-year program.
Well, I have asked a question recently about that. I think we all should get that cleared up, and I haven't had an answer. So thank you very much.
You might be that they got predator-free money because they were recently successful getting $5 million in predator-free. Yeah.
Rightio. So we're ready to vote, I think, and at the end of this, we will go back and Councillor Farn will call for a division, and then we'll be clear about what Elizabeth Mackenzie just raised. So let's vote on this one. Anyone else wanting to speak? No, we're voting on 16A, which is up there. Everyone clear what we're voting on? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say no. All right. Councillor Lan Farn, would you like to call for a division on this one as well?
Yes, please, just for absolute clarity. Thank you.
Yes, all right. We'll have a division on this one first. So please do a division, and then we'll go back to do a division on that one that Elizabeth's raised. Councillor Southworth. I hope you all heard Councillor Craig's an apology this afternoon.
Yes, that's a voting yes, that one.
Chair Huey. Yes. Councillor Farm.
Yes.
Councillor Apnoe. Councillor Scott. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Clearwater.
Yes.
Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Ian McKenzie. Councillor John Sankel. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Hands.
Reluctant no.
Is that no? Yeah. Councillor Edge. Yes. We have 6 for and 7 against. That's lost. Councillor Edge, what are you?
Could you please confirm that the names will be identified in the minutes for that division?
Division will be recorded. Yeah. And Councillor Farn has called for a division on the one before that, so let's have the count again on that one. Councillor Clearwater.
Yes.
Councillor Sankel. Councillor Hands. She's not here, but she was here during that one, wasn't she?
Yes.
Are you there, Megan?
Yeah, I am. Sorry. No, sorry.
Good, we got that. Councillor Farm.
Yes.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Edge.
Yes.
Councillor Southworth.
Yes.
Councillor Apnoe.
Yes.
Councillor Marshall. Councillor Ian McKenzie.
Yes.
Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Chair Huey. I'm for it. Yes. We have 6 for and 7 against. It's lost. That's correct then. We've checked that. Right, we're on to 16B. Moved by Councillor Lan Farn, seconded by Councillor Vicky Southworth. Lan, you go.
Thank you, Chair. This is just yet another attempt to hold on to positive biodiversity and environmental outcomes, and people will note the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund is across the region, and there's a number of projects from Kaikoura down to the Waitaki. I'm not going to go into them, but they're really positive, and it's about putting more resources in the community's hands for biodiversity outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to ask a question or speak? Nicole, yours a question?
Yeah, just a question on how you would fund this. Would it be the way it's currently funded?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not I just can't quite remember off the top of my head the difference between, yeah, it would be the way it's currently funded. You mean the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund?
Clarifying that you're seeking to increase the existing rated amount across the whole region, I think is a general rate, rather than any specific rating mechanism.
We can get the answer from staff. Where can that come from? Because Catherine, you said before how much we're scheduled to put in next year. Year 2, we had an amount we were putting in, didn't we? Can't remember off the top of my head how much it was. You got it, Teflon? Thank you.
Yep, through you, Chair. So we've got 200 at the moment. We were going to put another 100 in next year, and then another 50 for the 23-24 year is general rates funded. Year 2 would be another 100, which would take it up to 300, and then in the next year it would be another 50, taking it to 350 total.
So, yeah, so everybody heard that, did they? So what Councillor Farn is proposing here is to put an additional 300,000 into that. What are the implications of that, staff?
I can answer that. Obviously, it will take the fund up. It'll double it, so it'll take it from 300 to 600,000 in the 2022-23 year. In terms of the actual impact on general rates,
better ask these ones.
The impact is 0.2%.
Who else wants to speak? Anybody else wanting to speak, or shall we just vote on it? Councillor Scott?
Just clarification, there is already, Chaplain, there was already 200 there, and we're going to add it up.
Any other people wanting to speak or anything? Councillor Edge and then Councillor Clearwater.
Just quickly, in support of this, the 1-year trial for this project, or the initial review of the project after the 1 year was highly successful. Huge amount of groups and interest, and as I said before, with the Banks Peninsula situation, they are a mechanism to do more throughout the entire region. Lots of groups who are desperate for some money. They have volunteers, and I think that's going to be something really worthwhile and supported by the community. When we were asked in our long-term plan to provide more money for community engagement and support, and so that's why I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Clearwater and then Councillor Vicky Southwood.
So this 300,000, I think staff have advised, will be an additional 0.2 or 1%. And so there's been a lot of support at this table for our communities, especially those who are involved in doing biodiversity work. And it's agreed it's outstanding. And Councillor Edge has already referred to the fact that the 100,000 we already have in this current year has been more than oversubscribed. And I think one way of actually, giving recognition to our communities clearly is to make sure we have a really strong fund. And I think that the community will appreciate and that, in fact, the work that they are doing is being acknowledged by this council.
Okay, Vicky, you're next.
Yeah, I had a question actually as well, and then like to talk to it. But if that's all right, can I ask the question?
Yeah.
So that 200,000 that was referred to, that includes funding that's already allocated through memorandums of understanding. So I think, so my memory from this year gone was that there was, in terms of actual sort of contestable fund for new projects, it was, we were looking at all, organisations that were applying new, didn't already have an MOU, was more like the closer to the 100,000. And And was that what the 800,000 plus that we got submissions or got applications from, was that what they were competing against? Was the residual from after the MOUs were taken out of the mix? Or
yes, we'll get Teflon to answer that, Vicky. Teflon.
Thank you. Yes, so basically in this current year, there was about 100,000 of legacy groups that we'd already committed funding to. And so there was only 100 really that was contestable. But this year, that has gone bar one, which we have an MOU with. So pretty much the entire amount would be contestable in the 2022-23 year. So that would be the 200,000 from this year, of which only half was contestable, plus the 100,000 that we put in the long-term plan. So it would be a 300,000 contestable fund in the 2022-23 year.
Thank you. Did you want to speak now, Councillor Southworth?
Yeah, so really just putting that in context then. So last year, in addition to the 100,000 projects we were funding that we sort of lumped into this sum, there was over $800,000 worth of application of projects against around 100,000. I know that some of those groups actually would have put in for larger scale projects had they been able, they scaled down knowing what a tiny pot there was across the whole of Canterbury. So 100,000 across the whole, it's 10,000 per zone committee area. Sorry, 10,000 per zone committee area in previous years. This now is going to be pushing up. If you add in that 100,000, you might be looking at $900 million worth of applications coming in this year for 600,000 across those tests, so $60,000 per zone area. We not only have we taken money out of Maurako, we've also we didn't increase, or we've taken out, I think, 250,000 that was going to go into 25 grand each for each of the zone committees for their action on the ground. So we have cut and cut here. To me, this is an excellent opportunity for the whole of Canterbury, all those different groups that are working to do more for biodiversity, to actually have a decent fund to apply to do the work that we want them to do, that we need to see. And they can access other funds, scale up, bring in volunteer work. There's just so much leverage, there's so much efficiency that we can gain by working well with these groups. I think the contestable fund pilot worked really, really well. And this to me just seems like it's a no-brainer at 0.2%. And like I say, $60,000 across each of the 10 zone committee areas. It's not huge money. We're not talking enormous sums here. So I really hope councillors will see the opportunity here and vote, and there's no bias in terms of geographical area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'll just say a few words and we're putting it to the vote. Look, I have to say that one of the most strongest principles of local government and why I'm sitting here as a member of this council is for community outcomes. And one of the strongest principles is public transparency with public money. It's not about allocating things behind the scenes. So the best thing we can do is put as much money as we can that we want community delivery into a contestable, transparent fund so that everyone can see what's going on and there's fairness to the whole thing. That's a basic tenet of democracy in New Zealand. And we've all chosen to be a part of democracy decision making. We should hold that dear to our hearts. The CCC, for example, and this is all timing now about money, but they have about $7 to $8 million and probably more now in contestable funding. It's a lot of money, and that's how the community keeps functioning. And it happens in the environmental area too. And CCC has rather a large pot in that with new funds that they've set up. So unlike other public accountable organisations, we don't seem to have a real strong history recently of doing that, and we need to. And we need to be making it totally transparent. So I totally support this, and I'm all for it. And I think we should support community delivery because we're in desperate need of these things to happen. I'm going to put it to the... Oh, have you spoken, Councillor Scott? Oh, you had a question. Yeah, that'd be good, unless you're desperate to say something. Okay, I'm putting it to the vote. All those in... Oh, yes. Have we had you in reply, Lam? You don't want to say any more, do you?
All good. Thanks, Chair.
All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? All right, division. Okay, we've got to do a division. Good on you. Do a division. Councillor Sunkel?
No.
Councillor Ian McKenzie? Councillor Farm?
4.
Councillor Apanui? Councillor Mackay? Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie?
In favour.
Councillor Hands?
Against?
Councillor Scott? Councillor Southworth?
4.
Councillor Clearwater?
Yes, 4.
Councillor Edge?
Yes, 4.
Councillor Marshall? Chair Huey? 4. We have 8 for and 5 against. That's carried. That's carried. All right, let's move on. Now, what have we got to do here, Catherine? We have to vote on that as a substantive motion because we didn't do that, and we need to. Yeah. Rightio, so making those two, will we do them as one or separate? Yeah, so it's 16, 16 and 16B now become one. That could be problematic, but I guess it isn't. Because yeah, okay, so 16B, 16 and 16 is going to, that's the original 16. So go back to your original 16, we've got that up there, and 16B, which just got carried. I think we better do them separate actually, because otherwise it's too confusing. Right, we're doing 16, we do 16 first. Oh, actually it might be easier if we just did 16B now. Oh no, let's do 16 first. 16, okay, 16 becomes a substantive motion or goes back to being a substantive motion. I don't know that we all need to speak to this again, do we, for heaven's sakes? Lan, have you got a question?
Chair, I think Councillor Mackenzie's concern was the division for the amended 16, just making clear that of the actual numbers, I think was what I was responding to in terms of calling for a division. So on the actual amended.
We did that. We did a division. We did that. We did a division. We did a division on the amended one, and we did a division on the one that you said as well. So we've done all divisions. We've done that, what Elizabeth called for. We did that.
Okay, I thought it was just for A and B, but that's fine if I've missed something. Thank you.
No, we did one for the wheat. We did yeah, we did it. Okay, so we've got that recorded in the minutes now. So 16B becomes a substantive motion. It's moved by we'll do what I did before. Edge. Oh, we can. What do you think about who moves it? It's not carried as a substantive motion, Councillor Scott. That becomes a substantive motion, and the top one's a substantive motion as well. There are two motions, two motions have come out of this. So we're doing 16 first, approves changes in funding. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye of 16 as it stands up there now.
I have a question.
Yes, what's your question?
Sorry, Jenny.
It's all right, don't be sorry. I might sound gruff, but I'm not really.
So just to be clear, if we vote against 16, that means we would preserve all of the money in the Murarako, but we would lose the 16B Waitaha. And if we vote in favour of it, we would.
No, they're totally separate. What's going to happen if you go with 16 is you're going to remove you're going to remove the approved changes in funding for the Murarako program to 451 million in 2023-24. That's what it says. That's what it'll be. But 16B is separate. Okay, clear? That's what I'm ruling. We're going on 16. Who supports 16? Hands up, or come on, put your hand up. It's good for you this time of the day. Okay, who's got the hand up? Vivo? How many of us? I haven't got two up, by the way. I've only got one. Oh, Grant, what is your problem?
Chair, didn't we have to amend that to remove the word 1 million to the 2020? I have a question then.
You do your question, you're welcome to have a question. Grant has a question. Go, Grant.
The annual plan, it was proposed changes to funding to bring Murarako down to 450k. If we are not if we're accepting that, then that's that 450 stays. If we're not, then does it revert to 1.4?
Answer the question, please. Could I please have an answer from those gurus at the end of the table? Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Let's vote. All those in favour of 16, please put your hand up. Why against? I'm not got mine up. No, I'm going it down.
The chair has changed your vote, so it's 7. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, it's passed. It's right, isn't it? Yes, thank you, John. 16B. We're voting on 16B.
Can
Have you got a question,
sorry,
Mark?
Chair. Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to call for a division because I wanted to vote against 16, but we didn't do against.
Me too.
Oh, well, I thought, all right, a division on 16. Oh, blow pre-park, whatever you call it. Pre-park and, oh, God. Okay, sorry. Oh, I probably. Okay, it's not really. Councillor Farm?
Against.
Councillor Ian McKenzie? Councillor Scott? Councillor Apanui? Councillor Southworth?
Against.
Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie?
Against.
Councillor Sunkel? Councillor Mackay? Councillor Hands?
For.
Councillor Clearwater? Councillor Marshall? Chair Huey? Councillor Edge?
We have 7 for and 6 against.
Thank you very much. That is passed. Is that right? I have to check with John's uncle. That is right, isn't it? Yes. 16B approves an additional 300,000 K funding towards the Council's Waitaha Action to Impact Fund. Moved by Lan and seconded by Councillor Southworth. Because it was an amendment, it is now a substantive motion. Okay. Yes. Has anybody got a question? Okay. Anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Edge. I can't even say.
I just want to say that the deliberations that we've just had about biodiversity, I want to remind people about this document here that we passed at the beginning of 2020, our strategic direction. And what does it say? Under transformational opportunities, it says in big letters, accelerate regeneration of the natural environment. And then in this document, this is the LTP under biodiversity and biosecurity. It says overview. We will accelerate regeneration of the natural environment through implementing the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy, take decisive action for healthy freshwater, land and coastal ecosystems, build community engagement and action, and foster relationships through foraging, partnerships and alliances. Those councillors who have said no to those things should be ashamed of themselves. They've forgotten the purpose that we are here and that we set ourselves a task at the beginning of our term. We nearly finished our term and the people have reneged on our vision. And I find that unacceptable, but here we are, and I'm not going to say any more about that. Cool, go on.
Councillor Scott.
Look, I find this incredible, actually, that we're having this discussion now about this. We asked staff to help us reduce our rate impost. This is what they've come back with. And now we want to relitigate it around this rhetoric, right, which I can't disagree with, but non-statutory stuff, that's the stuff you've got to attack.
It's your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I'm slightly offended by Councillor Edge's comments because, in fact, we're not funding this stuff. We're just not agreeing to an increase in funding. We've already agreed to the position we're in, and at least one councillor is demanding that we get our rate rise down below 9%. And yet here we are trying to add items back into our budget. If we want to have control on our spending, we should have prioritised and taken something else out. Then we could have put priority into funding these areas, and I could have supported it.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? If not, Councillor, anybody? You got who's that with the hand up? Councillor Vicky.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to what's I think an age-old problem here is this obsession around an average. A large part of our rates rise this time has been around public transport, which is something that's been underfunded for ages. And clearly the submissions we got, the emissions concerns around climate change and all those other things, clearly we had to step up and do more for public transport, and that's what we're doing. That has had a substantial impact on our rates this time on the average, but it's predominantly almost entirely picked up by the Greater Christchurch area. Biodiversity crisis has not gone away because we're addressing public transport limitations that we've had and lived with, and because we're addressing those. The biodiversity crisis has not gone away. And so to be cutting back on this just to arrive at some arbitrary average that's been boosted by doing something about greenhouse gas and climate emissions is just completely and utterly nonsensical. And to have pulled away from our vision, to have pulled away from what we actually collectively agreed was of real value, and building those connections across our community, working with people at the coalface, right on the ground. I mean, that's just like fundamental good practice is working close to the people on the ground who can leverage other funds, who can bring in volunteer support, who make more dollars for every dollar that we put in. And I'm just really disappointed that councillors have been adding to this ridiculous notion of an average rate rise and so homing it, essentially just playing to the media's inability to communicate properly around what rates do, what they benefit, who pays what where. And I think unfortunately, it's also a real weakness of the press that they have not well communicated this type of thing. But we are only adding to that level of ignorance. And I'm also really disappointed that we've basically come down to the lowest denominator on this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hens, and then Councillor Johnson-Uncle, and then Councillor Marshall, and then I'll tell you what, at 3:50 we're taking a 5-minute break. Keep going. Councillor Hens.
Thanks very much. Yeah, look, I won't be supporting this as I've indicated earlier. Look, the reality is, and I'm in the same boat as Ian here, the reality is that we haven't prioritised. We have asked staff to give us options to reduce the rate rise, and now we're looking to add things back in. We make hard decisions about budgets, and it really frustrates me because the first thing that I would take off wouldn't necessarily be this, but that's what gets brought back to us when we're not prepared to have a hard conversation about whether we should be rewriting our plan or whether we should be doing some pushback, whether we can take some investment out of other areas, all of those sorts of things. So in terms of prioritisation, the way in which I've voted throughout this annual plan is that I have prioritised in my own head the items that I think come first, and you'll note I supported the public transport things, but unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to cut back in some of the other programs because it wasn't on the table, because there wasn't enough people around the table who were prepared to take cuts to other areas. And so what we get left with is the opportunity to make a cut in biodiversity, which I'd hazard a guess there's not a single person at our table that wants to cut biodiversity funding or not increase biodiversity funding, but we're in a position where holding the line is more desirable for us than having to increase, particularly given the submissions that we've had that a 24.5% rate rise was too high. We've had the OCR come out today, again, being hiked again, and the predictions economically are looking pretty dire. And so we have to make tough decisions, and it sucks. But the reality is this is where we've got to because nobody was prepared to give up anything anywhere else. And so unfortunately, once again, biodiversity becomes the victim. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're having, could people just have short speeches? Elizabeth McKenzie, you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise what I think might be a point of order. Are we voting on 16B? Because we've already voted on 16B. Can staff just double check whether that we are doing the correct thing with that? Because
it's become the substantive motion because we allowed it as an amendment to the original motion.
Yes,
so it's
yes, but we just voted. We just voted on the substantive motion.
We voted
16, which included 16B.
An amendment. We voted on
up to you. Up to you. That's fine.
Well, Catherine, can you please say that? Or one of
16B was initially voted on to agree whether it would become an amendment, and it was successful. When we came to consider the substantive motion, the chair initially proposed the two be heard together, but then we realised that they were different matters and it was better to split them out. The vote has been held on 16 substantively, and that was carried. The vote is still to be held on 16B, this issue around funding for the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund.
Can tell Liz easily because it wasn't. I'm just letting you know on the original voting paper of resolutions that we got. So it wasn't on the original 1 to 19.2 in our paper. So it has to be an amendment to get on there.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, I realised that. It was just the way in which we've separated out is what I'm questioning. Yeah,
well,
okay,
it couldn't go together. Okay, right. So we're ready to vote. Oh, John, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to say very, very briefly, there have been some comment and speeches about cutting. When we come to 16B, it clearly states approves an additional $300,000. So we have cut nothing from the Waitaha Action Impact Fund. We are in fact increasing it by 100 and something %. So there is and has been no cut.
Yeah. And we had it's 0.2, isn't it? It's 0.2% to the whole thing. All right, all those in favour, so we really should get the same outcome we got before, unless someone like me changes their mind. Anyway, hopefully I'm not going to, but anyway, there was a mistake. Okay, rightio, we're voting. All those in favour of 16B, please put your hand up. Oh, put your hand up. They've all got their hand up. 8. All those against, put your hand up.
Sorry, again, Chair, could I please call for a division, just because it's a bit confusing for those of us online? Thank you.
We'll quickly have a division. Can you do it? I've got it.
Councillor Clearwater?
You're voting.
Yes.
Councillor Sankel?
No.
Councillor Southworth?
Aye. Support.
Councillor Elizabeth McKenzie?
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Marshall? 4. Councillor Apanui? Councillor Ian McKenzie? Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Edge?
Yes. 4.
Councillor Mackay? Councillor Hands?
Against.
Councillor Farm?
4.
Chair Huey?
I'm for it, aren't I? Yes.
We have 8 for and 5 against.
That's carried. Excellent. Hey, I think I'm advised that we're supposed to take a wee break, aren't we? At 4. At what is it? 3:40. Is that right?
3:40.
Yeah.
Be 10 minutes.
Okay, it's supposed to be 10 minutes, so I think we probably need it. John, I think you better cancel your meeting. Okay, we've got a break now until 10 to 4 together. Has anybody got any questions around those? Oh, first of all, would somebody like to move all of those? Moved by Councillor Peter Scott, all together, and seconded by Councillor John Sunkel. Now, are there any questions? I understand you have a question about one of those, Councillor Edge.
Yes, just seeking clarification on 18.2. There's a reference to a percentage of something there. Just wondered if somebody could just explain what that's.
There's a percentage of the total
What it's saying is that every year the investment will go up as a percentage of the total.
So actually that should have the word percent, not a percent sign.
And it's not a commitment to any particular percentage, it's just saying as a percentage it will go up.
From my point of view. The word not symbol. All right. Has that fixed it for you?
Yeah. So that's basically what was in the original on the draft annual plan. It had reference to greater than or equal to 90%. So you're keeping it open. Okay.
It's spell it out.
It is.
I think it's 15. That seems to be old fashioned now. All right. Has anybody else got a question? People online, Elizabeth, Vicky, Lan, other councillors who are there, Megan, if you're there, you all right? You haven't got any questions of interpretation or anything?
I'm fine.
All right, all's good. All's good. So we're putting this resolution. It's moved by Peter Scott and seconded by Councillor Sunkel. We're moving 17 through to 19.2, all 18.3, I mean. 18.3 in one go. All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody opposed? Elizabeth, are you voting for it, or are you got a question, or what? Or Megan,
Yes,
you're right.
I just raised my hand to vote in favour of it. There's just a bit of a delay.
Oh, that's all right then. Thanks very much.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm the same.
Okay, cool. Right, that's done. Thank you very much. Now we're up to 19. Agrees to number 1. We'll take these separate. 19.1 is progress the finalising of the annual plan on the basis of the draft annual plan together with the adjustments made following resolutions 3 to 18. We can probably take them together, and directs the CEO to complete the final documents for the annual plan and etc. Adoption by council on June the 16th. Moved by Peter Scott, seconded by Councillor Clearwater. Yes, are you speaking or asking a question, Claire? Question, Claire. Councillor, yes.
Question of clarity around the implications. So we've ended up at whatever 16.2%. The implications, we've obviously made some decisions, particularly around PT, and one other, I think there was. No, I'll say PT, but there may be something else for year 3, and we already had an opening point, start point of 10.3. Do you have an idea what that would look like? Or would that be something that staff might come back with us next week?
We can come back, but it'll be the number was just over 10%, and we just need to adjust for the any minor changes. But I don't think there were any, because you only agreed to put 300,000 in for 22-23.
So the 3.3% we've put in for PT is a standard cost going forward into the 10.3.
Running total that Brian was giving you had already taken account of those.
Who else had their hand up for a question? Anybody else? Right, so does anybody want to speak finally to this? Just say a final thing. Claire would like to.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'll try and keep it short, because I know that we're...
I can speak, but make it short.
I just thank you. I just really want to sincerely thank the staff and our CE for all the work in getting us here today, 2 days. And I know it's especially trying circumstances for everybody with COVID and staff away for sickness and things like that. I also want to acknowledge the submitters, and that's, you know, others have spoken about that. But I challenge this table to pause and reflect and consider the rate impost, 16.2%. That is actually after we've already put in some borrowing of 5%. Particularly in the face of the real world challenges, especially the cost of living increases, be it rents, mortgage rates, fuel and food costs. And I have some sympathy for Councillor Liz Mackenzie's view today that she's put forward. For they're all affecting households in Canterbury and across New Zealand. Our community's already been significantly impacted and stressed, and in my opinion there is worse to come, and we've actually heard that Councillor Hans saying the OCR has even gone up again. Councillor Farm has emphasised the rates. She said, emphasised today and yesterday that the rates will only be a very small on a weekly basis. For example, for those under 1 million capital value properties. However, they add to every other weekly cost these households experience. And I fear for some it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. So this is not even remotely affordable for our ratepayers and communities, in my view. Can we put our hand on our heart and say that we've prioritised our work programs rather than the additive mentality and sought program rephasing, reductions or efficiencies in a timely manner and not at the 11th hour that we did? And I greatly appreciate the reductions that the CE offered and the staff have come to us in the deliberation paper, came to us in the deliberation papers with. And I know this has been somewhat limited by what you could make work at short notice. I remain of the view that the reality of funding and what can actually be achieved are not aligned at this council table. And given that we're already starting off with a 10.3% or thereabouts increase for next year, I am actually concerned about that as well. It's a bad signal in my view. So, thank you.
Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie.
Sorry for the delay. Yes, so I mean, I vote in favour of progressing to the finalising of this annual plan. However, I do agree with Councillor Mackay that these rates are going to be too high for people. And I just would like to point out that actually we are borrowing very little, and yet our ratepayers often mortgaged to the hilt. And so if you look at it from that perspective, I think we could do a bit more in terms of borrowing. So yeah, I would like to thank all the staff. They've put a huge amount of effort in, and they've responded to our last minute requests. And yeah, I think it's a great annual plan. But I do think we need to look at that borrowing question again, especially at this point in time. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Claire Mackay. Who else would like to speak at this point in time? Councillor Sunkel.
In time. So yes, thanks to staff and everyone involved in bringing this together. And I recognise the absolute challenges that have been put to you in trying to reduce the figures from where they were, and the questions and challenges are going along. And also to my fellow councillors for a good debate and a conversation and where we've landed. As of Councillor Mackay, I would always like to see the rate lower, but we have landed in a position that I have some confidence in given the circumstance. So once again, to staff and fellow councillors, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lantau.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and yep, massive thanks to staff and other councillors for being at this table. I'm generally really disappointed. I think there were just some really small things here that we could have funded that we chose not to, and I'm really disappointed about some of the cuts. I think we are, like Councillor Southworth has stressed previously, totally caught up in this rate rise thing, and the fact that we're literally talking about $1 for rates rise for the majority of Canterbury. Yeah, it really disappoints me in terms of feeling like this is what is wrong with governance and leadership, and this is why we just sort of, I guess, tinker and don't actually make really transformational decisions. Yeah, I'm happy with the bus fare. Again, like many others have said, it's just part of the package. It's the bare minimum of what we could do. But here we are, and as a councillor, I've got to own where we've got to because I'm part of this council too. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Who's next? Who have I got next? Vicky, Councillor Southworth, asking myself a question. Your turn.
Thank you. This is what I would, I think, describe from literature as a curate's egg of an annual plan for me. Totally stoked with public transport. Really, really proud that as a table we unanimously voted for changes that into the fares that will see I very much expect, I hope, and I think it's based on what evidence we could draw on, and the team did a really good job of looking for a good hybrid model, that we will actually see some transformational change in our public transport usage, which then drives the argument to deliver more on services, or even more than what we've already got proposed. In terms of biodiversity, though, it shouldn't be an either or. It absolutely should be delivering on the various aspects that are in our remit. We are here to do more for biodiversity and for resource management and so on in environment across Canterbury. And I think we've lost an opportunity to really engage with the communities and to do more for that. Just to really flag the disparity and the nonsense of the average rate rise. The tables that we've been given today for where a 16.1% rate rise would have landed in terms of the variability across all of our different property examples. We have rural Ashburton at -1%. They actually get $9 back on this year's bill. Compared with Christchurch, we have a very variable between 14 to 20%. And urban Littleton, gets a 20% rise, which is the highest of the examples we have. But that -1% up to 20%, that's what the range of percentage rises is with a 16.1% average. That to me demonstrates the complete nonsense of making decisions based on an average. But anyway, overall, great. Let's move forward. We've got next year, and let's get more progress. There's plenty of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Marshall.
Kia ora. Yeah, I really want to thank everyone on the staff and external staff members as well for gotten us to here today. We haven't made it easy on you, and you've done a really excellent job responding to us in really trying circumstances. And I really want to thank you for getting us to here and now today. It was a massive effort, and really thank you.
Who's next? Who else had their hand up? Councillor Grant Edge, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I too want to thank the staff for coming back to us with all their thoughts and recommendations, and being able to provide us with immediate percentage figures. I too am a bit like Councillor Farm, that this percentage business is a bit of a farce, really. For me, where I live in Waimakariri, the Waimakariri District Council's rates at 4.3% are actually more than the rates I'm going to pay for the Environment Canterbury at 16.1%. But the public don't quite realise that. But we need to inform the public that that's the situation, and that we are dealing with the whole of the region, and that we are dealing with issues that that have to deliver on our purpose here. And our purpose is to think long term, plan long term, and be intergenerationally focused. It is not about on a year by year basis. And that's a shame. And I keep reminding every time we have one of these sessions about our strategic direction. Luckily, we have predominantly followed our mission and our vision for the strategic direction. We've sort of wobbled a bit in a couple of spots, and our enduring priorities are in place as well. Our operating principles, I'm just looking at them now. We will make good decisions by listening to people and serving our community. We've done that. We heard from people. We delivered on an amazing public transport package that will provide incentives, emissions reductions, and put money in people's pockets as well. We've been guided by our values, and we've been working collaboratively with our partners. And we have taken into account cultural, social, economic, and environmental well-being across the region. I think that it's Yeah, even though it's 16.1%, which is, you know, a couple of dollars, $1 to a couple of dollars for most people, substantial, probably 75 to 80% of the population will have that, and they will appreciate it. It means too that we are pursuing the #1 issue across the country, which is delivering on climate change initiatives. We might talk about core issues. I mean, flooding, obviously there's a big component of a cost that went in this year to flood recovery costs that are unexpected, but we now know that they will be expected next year and the year after. So that's really something we've got to think about. The one thing we've got to make sure, if we think that our flood management system is a core value, in my mind, biodiversity is also a core value. It might not be statutory designated, but it probably will be when we get a national policy statement that will direct us to do certain things, and that's not far off. So anyway, look, I'm pleased with the point that we've landed at. It's less than what we had anticipated at the end of last year in terms of year 2, and it's gone down significantly from the draft annual plan. So that's all good, and hopefully people will recognise that we are trying to move forward sensibly and thinking of them as well and the environment. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. The next person is Phil, and then Yvette, then Ian.
Thank you, Chair Jenny. I also wish to start by giving a huge thanks to staff. I think it's been phenomenal effort and work, and thank you so much. I also particularly want to refer to the excellent community engagement strategy that the engagement team made. But the response didn't just happen, and not just the issues, but the way it was presented, and the public were engaged, and that's what we're here for too. And we've listened to what they've had to say. To me, that is what it is all about, as well as making our decisions yesterday and today. In terms of the amounts that we've had to deal with, I think it's probably never been greater for Environment Canterbury in terms of the amount of money we have to raise, given flood recovery, given catching up on all of those transport issues to reduce emissions, to deal with climate change. So we've been up against it. And quite frankly, when I hear about the percentage rate rise too, it reminds me of one of my former bosses who used to warn me, beware of the tyranny of the average. And that's, to me, what's played out today. When I look at some of the facts we've come up, when we're achieving a 16.2% salary rate increase, sounds perhaps horrendous, but the facts are, as several counts have indicated, the actual increase, and I'm going to go over some of them now because it makes me quite cross, the screaming, when in fact the facts are quite different. So for rural Waimakariri, where a property is worth over $5 million, the increase of 16.2% is $198, less than $200 a year. Is that terrible? I know people are asset rich. So, and when we come to, say, an urban Burnside house, the increase there is $90 a year. It is not that great, given what we as a council are actually delivering for our people. So, and basically too, I agree with Councillor John Sunkel, who's perhaps gone now, but I agree with John that I thank councillors too for a free and frank and fair debate around these issues. And overall, I'm grateful that the debate has not been personalised. It's been on the message and concerns that we've had. So overall, and that I do have some sadness that we as a council could have been more generous should have been more generous around the whole area of biodiversity, but that's the way it's gone. And I think that overall, there are some excellent projects which now will be delivered, and I'm very pleased to have been part of these deliberations.
Thank you very much. Timatanga, Yvette, would you like to say a few words?
Kia ora, and yes, look, I just want to put out there again just how much I admire you all for the mahi that you've done over the last few weeks, and bringing the staff in on that. Thanking the staff for all the mahi that they have done. And I just want to echo that again. Pat yourselves, all of yous, on the back. And it's been a really good deliberation. I agree, and the sentiments around the discussions that have been had, and how productive that has been. Yeah, just from me, it's more around just saying, pat yourselves on the back. I admire all of you. Well done. And it's great that we've got this through. And thank you, staff, for all the support you've given us. Kia ora.
Thank you, Yvette. Councillor Ian.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'll try to be very brief, and that is that I think I'm disappointed in the net result of this annual plan, but even more disappointed in last year's long-term plan, mainly because we haven't been able to prioritise those areas which I think we should prioritise. And several councillors have made the point that we've had to cut back on the biodiversity program, which I think is a pity, but that's simply because we couldn't prioritise our expenditure elsewhere. And when councillors talk about the small size of the rate rise, I look at some of the larger rural ratepayers who are paying thousands of dollars a year, and then I think about the debates we have about who and how we should pay, and the continuous pushback from urban councillors about the use of uniform annual general charges, and yet they're the ones who are now lamenting the cuts in the budget, and they're also lamenting the fact that it's only a small dollar rise, and yet they refuse to then accept other ways of raising the rates in the first place. So I think if the new council wants to achieve greater things than this council has achieved, I think they need to reflect on who pays and also prioritising our programs. Having said that, I endorse the comments to Stephanie and her team around our directors and staff, a huge amount of work in very trying circumstances, and bringing this together, listening to the disparate views and the yo-yoing that has been going on from the council table. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Any other councillors wanting to speak? Anybody I'm missing? Councillor Scott. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you. Who else wants to speak? Anybody not spoken? Where's my list? I can't even find my list. I think that's nearly everybody. Nicole, have you had something to say? Yes. Tane, do you want to say anything? You're all right. You're not going to get a chance if you don't do it now. So there you go. I'm going next. Well, I think we should all congratulate ourselves. This is about collaboration with staff. It's about working together. This is how local government sets it up. It's not easy. It's damn hard to do this. It's jolly hard to understand the rates, and everything everybody says has a tinge of it's correct in it. But then if you look at it from a different angle, it's incorrect. And the UAGC and its impact on rural, urban is just one example of that, where people have gone to live where they can afford houses and they've got huge increases. That's not gone unnoticed by rural councils, and rightly so. And it's really difficult to understand it, and people might think we have to tell the public. Well, if you've got a good idea how to explain it to the public, please tell Taplin and she'll make it happen, because that's what we've been trying to do. And that's what I tried to do, getting interviewed by the press during the LTP. And as you know, it's not easy to do that. It's a very difficult thing to explain, because most people can see clearly what their TLA rates are, and they can't see ours very clearly. They don't understand, like Peter's example, about what happens if you're paying river rates, flooding rates. So it's a difficult job we're doing, but I want to acknowledge everybody around this table, that staff and councillors, you've all done what should be done, and you've done it in a fantastic way, and it's been a real pleasure working with you all. You're excellent people, and I'm very pleased to be part of the democratic process in this council. But I also want to acknowledge all citizens. I've never had a process where so many citizens have been engaged, especially around climate change. Over the last few days, there's been 20 or 30 people writing individual emails to me. I don't know if you've all received them. Some of you will have them, some of you won't. But what they're doing is they're engaging in the democratic process, and that's to be celebrated, because they want a different outcome. They want to engage with us, and frankly, going forward, people who think you can do democracy without the public participating more fully have got it wrong. That's what's been happening over the last 30 years, and we need to move there more quickly so we can tackle the wicked problems together. And I think it's a great outcome, and it's a great engagement that Tafflin and her team generated through this year's very simply worded and plain English engagement document around the annual plan. I thought it was fantastic. And I just love that we've got the youth people, we had the transport people directly engaging, and we had all sorts of group engaging more actively than ever before. It's a really, really good outcome. What else do I want to say? I think we do need to prioritise, but we need to prioritise borrowing. And you've heard that several times. This is public money. It's one of the tools we've got. It's not like running a private business, and it's not your household budget. It's about using the money that's available in our world of New Zealand at the moment to get the best outcome for our community. Nobody set up the loan arrangements for fun. They set it up so we can deliver more for the community, and we need to take that on board, and we're getting there. So I think it's a very excellent outcome. We all should go home knowing that we've been innovative, transformative, stuck to our vision, and we've got good community outcomes. So congratulations to every one of you and everybody that works in this building and all the community that participated. And so over to you, Peter. You can go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, this is a tough position for everyone. I mean, if I took my view on where we've got to, I'm in the middle of the road, so I'm going to get hit by both sides. But I think the process needed to be where we got to today. I didn't support everything, and I should congratulate those people that brought their emotion to the table and talked about the things that really concerned them. And Tane really did strike a pose there yesterday afternoon. I said to him that that was well done. Look, if we can stand here and we have done our job, our governance and our leadership positions, and we can then go back into our communities and defend what we've done, which I'm pretty happy about, actually. I can do that. And then we should be happy. Not everyone is happy today, so that's a good thing. If everyone's not happy, everyone's gifted and gained a little bit. Can I just for a minute, Jenny, just look at this, the thing that Vicky and Lan have been bringing up and others have been bringing up about the $1 a week and the $2 a week. One of the problems that we have, and we need to address this, is that I've got a cousin next door to me and he pays $50,000 in rates, and he pays all his rates. He doesn't write a cheque anymore, but let's say he did. That's to the Timaru District Council. It includes our rates. When they rate him, his rates go up higher than what our rates ever would. And so he doesn't distinguish. He just looks at rates, and that's what our ratepayers do. That's why we have the discussion about the 16%. We need to possibly look at getting our rates collected by another agency. Then they would stand on their own, and we would have an opportunity. That's going to be more cost, and it's going to be more complicated and all the rest of it. But it will start to address those issues that we have in terms of saying, this isn't a great impost on you. We're trying to move forward here and do all these wonderful things that Grant is so passionate about. And, it's just not fully understood. And I get that. But this is the blunt axe we have, and so I'm sticking with my blunt axe here, and I'm reasonably happy. Look, my last thing I'd like to say is that I think, Jenny, you've been very diligent with this, and you've worked extremely hard on this, and you've worn out a fair few borrows, like you really have, and it hasn't been easy between yourself and the Chief Executive in terms of some of your conversations, which I've been involved in. But I think what we've done is we've created enough tension to get us to where we are. And so thank you, Stephanie. you've stepped up to this, which is great. And it's exactly where we need to be with the chief executive. So I'm really, really happy about that. And also these guys, Giles and the tier twos, well done. And Brian, breath of fresh air. Nothing seems to worry him. He seems to be like the duck on the pond. There's just nothing going on there. Can't hear him at times, but there we are. So well done to everybody. I haven't made any enemies today. I don't think anyone else has. We've just put our views on the table. We can walk out of here happy. So thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. And just before we go, then I have to say that I want you all to understand that it's very important for the chair and the deputy chair to work together. And I should have acknowledged that, but Peter and I have developed a very solid working relationship over the last 3 years, and it's really worked well, and it's really important. And I think it's a good combination, besides the fact that we're about the same age. But anyway, it's worked really well. I'm a bit wiser, I'm a bit older. But anyway, it's very, very good. And everyone needs to think about that for the future because it's really important. And we have to work with the CE as well. And that's just as important. So thank you much to everyone. We're going to stop now. Oh, we're going to have a karakia. Oh, we haven't voted. Oh, God. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? Not being anybody against. Yes. What's that?
There's a vote against.
Oh, you voted against. Okay, do you want that written down? Anybody else want written down that they're voting against it? Okay, that's closed, except for who would like to do the karakia? Who did it this morning? Lam, would you like to do one to close, Lam? Oh, Megan, do you want yours recorded? Are you voting against?
Yeah.
Are you voting against?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Right. Thanks. Over to you, Lance.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you everyone for today. Closing with Unuhia. Unuhia, Unuhia, Unuhia ki te urutapu nui o tāne. Kia wātea, kia mama, tinako, te tinana, me te wairua I te ara tangata. Koia rā I rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tina, tina, haumie, huie, tai ki e.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.